Thank you for joining me today. On my channel, you will find a wide variety of original full-length audiobooks to help you pass the time. So take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button if this is something you're interested in. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We're on to building a global community here. Get comfortable, sit back, relax, and let's dive in. After the Sun Failed. Audiobook and narration provided by Frostfall Audio. Chapter 1. Peaches in the Ashtray. The stranger's fist won't open. I've been prying at his fingers for maybe 2 minutes now, and they're locked around this peach can like it's the only thing keeping him tethered to whatever he used to be. His knuckles are gray. Not pale. Gray, like old meat left out too long. The nails are cracked, and there's this smell coming off him that makes my throat close up. Behind me, Chana's counting under her breath. Polish numbers I don't understand, but the rhythm's clear enough. She's timing something. Probably how long until the Unhinged outside stop battering the loading dock gates and figure out there's a side entrance. Gregorio, she says. My full name. Never Greg, always Gregorio. Always flat and clipped like she's reading it off a form. We have 90 seconds. The peach can finally comes free. Yellow tin, dented on one side, label half peeled. I can feel the weight of it. Substantial, real. There's a date stamped on the bottom I don't want to look at because if it's from before everything went wrong, I'll start thinking about grocery stores and weekends and all the things I used to complain about. The stranger's other hand is buried under his chest. I shift his weight. He's lighter than he should be, like something's been hollowed out. And there it is. Canvas duffel, military grade, the kind that doesn't tear easy. I pull the zipper and see brass casings catch the thin light coming through the stockroom's high window. Ammunition. Boxes of it. More than I've seen in one place since the Bogota evacuation, when they were still pretending the supply chain meant something. 60 seconds, Chana says. I look at the peach can in my left hand. Look at the duffel in my right. My stomach's been empty for 2 days, except for some expired crackers that tasted like cardboard and defeat. Peaches would be good. Peaches would be normal. I could open this can and remember what fruit tastes like, and maybe that would make the next hour feel less like the end of everything. But ammunition means distance. Means we don't have to get close to things that used to be people. Means maybe we make it past the interstate interchange where I saw a family of 4 get pulled into a drainage culvert last week. The gates outside shriek. Metal on metal, hinges giving up. I shove the peach can into my jacket pocket and grab the duffel with both hands. It's heavier than it looked. I have to lean back to get it off the ground. Chana's already moving toward the emergency exit. Her shotgun, Prudencia, she calls it, like it's a person, held low and ready. There's 43 notches carved into the stock. I've never asked why it's 43 and not 44. Some questions feel like they'd break something. You took the ammunition, she says. Not a question. Yeah. Not the food. It was one can. It was food, Gregorio. The exit door's rusted shut. She kicks it twice, precise strikes right above the lock mechanism, and something inside gives way. The door swings open onto the loading area where we left the Humvee. Rosa, I call her because of the rosary someone left dangling from the rear-view mirror. The windshield's cracked in a starburst pattern, and the whole vehicle smells like diesel and old prayers. I throw the duffel into the back, climb into the driver's seat, the keys already in the ignition, because we learned 2 weeks ago that fumbling for keys when things are chasing you is a good way to stop having problems permanently. Chana drops into the passenger seat and slams the door. Through the side mirror, I can see them coming around the building's corner. Maybe 15 of them, maybe 20. Hard to count when they move like that, all twitching and jerking, like their bodies are remembering how to walk, but the memory's corrupted. I turn the key. Rosa coughs, stutters, catches. Drive, Chana says. I'm driving. Faster. The loading area is fenced in, but there's a section where the chain link's been cut. We hit it going 30 and the fence peels back with a sound like something screaming. The Unhinged behind us are already fading in the mirror, too slow to keep pace, but I can hear them. That wet clicking sound they make, like joints popping over and over. The peachkin shifts in my pocket as I take the turn onto what used to be a service road. It presses against my ribs, right where the tattoo is. The map. Some dying stranger in a rest stop carved it into my skin 3 days ago with a ballpoint pen and what I think was vodka for sterilization. Said it would lead us north. Said there was something up there worth reaching. I didn't believe him then. Not sure I believe him now. But north is a direction, and directions are better than just driving in circles until Rosa runs out of gas and we run out of options. You chose wrong, Chana says. She's not looking at me. She's watching the road, the tree line, the spaces between buildings where anything could be waiting. We needed the ammo. You needed to not be human for 30 seconds. That lands somewhere in my chest I don't want to examine. She's right. She's absolutely right. I made the calculation, ammunition over peaches, utility over humanity, and I didn't even hesitate. Just looked at the weight of things and picked the one that extends our survival timeline by the most hours. The tattoo itches. The map's still wet, the skin around it swollen and angry. I can feel every line of it when I breathe wrong. Ribs 7 through 12, he'd said. Marked them with his thumb before he started. Said the valley was at the top of the map, top where my collarbone would be if the ink went that high. What's in the valley? Chana had asked him. Batteries, he'd said. Then his eyes had rolled back and he'd stopped answering questions. Batteries. Like that means something. Like in a world where the power grid's been down for 8 months and the magnetic poles did something impossible that fried every transformer from here to the coast, batteries are going to save us. But I wrote it down in my head anyway. The valley, the batteries, the north. Because people need goals. People need to believe they're moving towards something instead of just away from everything else. Rosa's engine makes a sound I don't like, a grinding underneath the normal diesel rattle, like something's coming loose in a way that matters. How much fuel? Hana asks. I check the gauge. Half tank. Maybe less if this reading's optimistic. It is always optimistic. The interstate's ahead. I can see the on-ramp, the faded white lines that used to mean something about order and traffic laws. Now it just means a long, straight shot where we can see what's coming from a distance. I press the accelerator and Rosa responds, but there's hesitation in it, like she's thinking about whether she wants to keep going. My hands are shaking on the wheel. I notice this in a detached way, like I'm watching someone else drive. There's dirt under my fingernails from prying open the stranger's fist. His fingers had been cold. Not cool, not room temperature, cold like things get when they've been empty for a while. Gregorio? Chana says, still that flat pronunciation. Your heartbeat. What about it? I can hear it from here. She's exaggerating, but only slightly. My pulse is hammering in my ears and my wrists where they're locked against the steering wheel. It's been doing this since Bogota, since the bridge. Since I made a different calculation about who could run faster and who I could carry and who I had to leave behind. Count with me, Chana says. Count what? Anything. Just count. So I do, out loud in Spanish because that's what comes naturally when I'm not thinking about it. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. The numbers fill up the space in my head where the panic's trying to grow roots. By the time I hit 20, my hands have stopped shaking. By 30, I can breathe without feeling like my ribs are going to crack. The interstate stretches out ahead of us, empty except for the abandoned cars we're going to have to navigate around. In the rear view, the megastore's getting smaller. The Unhinged are nowhere to be seen. The peach can's still in my pocket. I can feel it every time Rosa hits a bump in the broken asphalt. Shauna's watching me. I know this without looking. She's cataloging something. Whether I'm a liability, whether the math I did back in that stockroom is the kind of math that gets people left behind when things get complicated. The map, she says, on your skin. What if it is a trap? Then we spring it and deal with what happens. That is not a plan, Gregorio. It's the only plan we have. She makes a sound that might be agreement or might be disgust. With Chana, it's hard to tell. She doesn't waste energy on expressions that aren't strictly necessary. The sun's dropping toward the horizon, turning everything orange and red. In another hour, it'll be dark, and we'll have to decide whether to keep driving or find somewhere to stop. Rose's headlights work, but they announce our position to everything in a half-mile radius. Darkness is safer if you know how to navigate it, but darkness also means I can't see the map inked into my ribs without a light source, and I've been checking it compulsively every 20 minutes to make sure it's not fading. The stranger who carved it into me said it wouldn't fade, said he used ink that binds to scar tissue, the kind that lasts. But people say a lot of things when they're bleeding out in rest stop bathrooms, and not all of it turns out to be true. We need to fix the radiator soon, Chana says. I know. Before it ruptures completely. I know. So we stop. Next overpass with tools, I nod. My throat's dry. I haven't had water since this morning, and that was just a few swallows from a bottle we found in an abandoned gas station. Tasted like plastic and chemicals, but it was wet, and that's what mattered. The peach compresses against my ribs with every breath. A reminder. A question I didn't ask out loud, but that's sitting in the space between Chana and me now. Heavy and uncomfortable. What kind of person chooses ammunition over food? The kind who's still breathing, probably. The kind who's learned that sentiment is expensive and only the necessary survive. But necessary doesn't mean right, and it doesn't mean human. Rose's engine grinds again, louder this time, and I know we're not going to make it much further without stopping. The radiator's going to blow. The question is just whether it blows somewhere we can defend or somewhere that leaves us exposed. Ahead I can see an overpass. Concrete and shadow. Could be nothing. Could be 30 unhinged waiting underneath where it's dark enough to keep them dormant. There, Chana says, pointing. I see it too. The service station, half collapsed, but with a garage bay that might still have tools. Maybe a water source, if we're lucky. Maybe something worse if we're not. I don't slow down. Not yet. Because slowing down means commitment. And commitment means we're going to find out whether this decision keeps us breathing or ends with us joining the stranger back in that stockroom, fists locked around things that don't matter anymore. The tattoo burns. The map bleeding into my ribs like it's trying to become part of my skeleton. North, it says. Batteries, it promises. Rose's radiator gives one more grinding shriek, and I know we're out of time to decide. Chapter 2, Highway Roulette. The radiator gives up at mile marker 73. Not a dramatic explosion, not like in the movies where everything goes catastrophic in one spectacular moment. Just a thin jet of steam hissing from somewhere under the hood, and Rose's temperature gauge sliding into the red zone like it's giving up. I pull onto the shoulder. The highway's empty in that specific way that makes my teeth ache. Cars abandoned in lanes, doors open, no bodies. Never any bodies. Just the impression of people who stopped existing mid-thought. 12 minutes, Chana says, already out of the Humvee, already moving toward the front with the kind of efficiency that tells me she's done this before. That is how long before the coolant system fails completely. She doesn't ask how I know, doesn't need to. We've been through enough broken vehicles in the last 3 months that the timeline's carved into both our heads. 12 minutes to patch it, or we're walking. I grab the toolkit from behind my seat. It's missing half the wrenches we'd need for a proper job, but proper stopped being an option around the time the poles flipped and every compass in the world started spinning like a roulette wheel. The hood's hot when I pop it. Steam curls up, smelling like burning metal and chemicals I can't name. The leak's obvious. A split in one of the hoses, maybe 6 inches long, the kind of damage that happens when you're pushing a vehicle past every reasonable limit. Tape, I say. Chana hands me the duct tape without a word. It's the last roll. We've been rationing it like gold for 2 weeks now, using it to patch everything from boots to door seals to the crack in Rosa's windshield that keeps trying to spread. My hands are shaking again. Not panic this time, just adrenaline. The kind your body produces when it knows you're working against a clock that doesn't care about your survival. I start wrapping the hose. The tape sticks to the hot rubber, melts slightly, forms a seal that might last an hour or might last 5 minutes. Impossible to know until we're moving again and the pressure builds. 8 minutes, Chana says. The sky's doing something strange. Aurora patterns, green and purple, visible even though the sun's not fully down yet. That's been happening more since the flip. Lights in the sky at wrong times in wrong places, like the planet's magnetic field is having a conversation we're not equipped to understand. I finish the wrap. Test it with my fingers. It holds, but I can feel the hose trying to bulge underneath, the pressure wanting to find a new weak point. We need water, I say. For the reservoir. Chana's already scanning the highway. There's a rest stop maybe a quarter mile up, one of those concrete bunker-style buildings they built in the 70s. Could be empty, could be full of Unhinged, could be on fire for all we know until we check. There, she points. I see it. Small miracle. There's a water fountain on the outside wall, the kind meant for dogs and travelers. Probably dry, probably hasn't worked since the grid collapsed, but probably isn't certainty. 5 minutes, Chana says. I grab 2 empty bottles from the back and start running. Not a full sprint. Learned that lesson in Bogota, how sprinting makes you sloppy and sloppy makes you end, but fast enough that my ribs hurt where the map's still fresh, still bleeding ink into my system. The fountain's not dry. Some kind of miracle involving water tables and gravity and infrastructure that refuses to admit it's supposed to be dead. I fill both bottles, watching the water run clear and cold. Don't let myself think about whether it's safe. Safe is relative now. Safe is just another word for hasn't gone wrong yet. Behind me, something moves in the rest stop's shadow. I freeze, bottles half full, and wait. The movement doesn't repeat. Might have been wind. Might have been my imagination processing shadows into threats, because that's what my brain does now. Converts uncertainty into danger because danger keeps you breathing. I finish filling the bottles and run back. Chana's got Prudencia up, aimed at something I can't see from this angle. What, I say, breathless. Nothing. Just the wind. She's lying. I know this because her breathing's changed rhythm, gone shallow and controlled. But I don't call her on it because we've got 2 minutes left and I need to get this water into Rosa before the seal I made becomes academic. I pour the first bottle into the reservoir. The coolant's low enough that it takes both bottles and we're still not at the minimum line, but it's better than empty. Better than walking. Start her up, I say. Chana drops into the driver's seat. Turns the key. Rosa coughs, hesitates. Come on, and catches. The engine settles into its normal rattle with only a slight undertone of that grinding sound from before. The temperature gauge stays in the green. The patch holds. I climb into the passenger seat and we're moving again before I've even closed the door. Chana drives like she does everything else. No wasted motion, no hesitation, just pure function. 11 minutes, she says. Not 12. Close enough? Close gets you ended. She's right, but I'm too tired to acknowledge it. The adrenaline's wearing off and leaving behind that hollow feeling where you realize how many times you almost stopped existing today and it's not even dark yet. The highway opens up ahead. Long straightaway, no obstructions, just cracked asphalt and the kind of visibility that should feel safe, but doesn't. Because visibility goes both ways. If we can see far, anything out there can see us. The rosary swinging from Rosa's mirror catches the dying light. Plastic beads, cheap metal crucifix, the kind of thing you buy at a gas station because you need to believe something's watching over you, even if you stopped going to church years ago. My mother had one like it. Probably still does if she's still breathing. If Cartagena wasn't as bad as the radio made it sound before the radio stopped making any sounds at all. You are thinking about Bogota, Chana says. No. Your jaw does this thing when you think about Bogota. I touch my face without meaning to. She's right. There's tension there. Muscles locked tight like they're trying to hold something in. The bridge, she says. Not a question. I don't want to talk about the bridge. Talking would help. Talking would make it real. Gregorio, it is already real. The flashback hits without warning. That's how they work now. No build-up, no chance to brace. Just suddenly I'm back there like on the Puente de la Concordia, watching the detonation charges bloom orange against the morning sky. Watching the roadbed crack and fold and take 300 people with it into the river. Watching my baby sister's face in the crowd on the wrong side of the blast radius. I'd made a calculation then too. Same kind of math as the peach can. Same cold assessment of who could make it across before the charges blew and who couldn't, and which direction I was going to run. Rosa swerves. I'm gripping the dashboard hard enough to hurt, breathing in short gasps that aren't pulling in enough air. Count, Chana says. Sharp. Commanding. I can't remember numbers, can't remember anything except the sound the bridge made when it started to go, like the world groaning. Gregorio, count with me, in Spanish. Uno, I manage. My voice sounds wrong, distant. Dos, Chana says. Tres. The word comes out steadier. Cuatro. We keep going. Cinco, seis, siete. By the time we hit veinte, my hands have unlocked from the dashboard. By treinta, I can see the highway again instead of the bridge. Better, Chana says. Yeah. The bridge, you were going to tell me. No, I wasn't. She doesn't push. That's one thing about Chana. She knows when to leave things alone. Knows there are some stories that don't get better by being spoken out loud. Rosa's engine pitch changes. Not the grinding from before. Something else. A high whine buried underneath the diesel rattle, like something spinning too fast. You hear that, I say. Yes. That's new. That is very bad. The whine gets louder. I can feel it through the steering column now, a vibration that wasn't there before. Something in the transmission maybe, or the differential, or any of the 1,000 moving parts that keep Rosa from being an expensive paperweight. How far to the next exit? Chana asks. I check the map in my head. The paper one, not the tattoo. 15 miles, maybe 20. We will not make 20 miles. The whine turns into a shriek. Metal on metal, something shearing that shouldn't be shearing. The kind of sound that means catastrophic is coming. It's just a question of when. There, I point. Overpass ahead, concrete support columns thick enough to hide Rosa if we can get her under cover before she gives up completely. Chana doesn't slow down. If anything, she accelerates, coaxing every last bit of momentum out of Rosa before physics and entropy have their say. Okay, we make it to the shadow of the overpass. The engine's screaming now. That whine turned into something almost human sounding, almost like crying. Chana kills the ignition. The sudden silence is worse than the noise was. In the quiet, I can hear things. Wind through the overpass supports, something dripping, the tick-tick-tick of hot metal cooling. Get out, Chana says. Check the transmission. I'm already moving. The undercarriage is hot when I drop down to look. There's fluid leaking, dark and thick. Transmission fluid, differential oil, something vital mixing with the road dirt in a puddle that smells like the end of our mobility. How bad? Chana calls down. Bad. Can you fix it? Not here. Not without parts we don't have. She swears in Polish. I don't know the words, but the tone translates just fine. I crawl out from under Rosa and stand up. The sun's almost gone now, just a red rim on the horizon. In maybe 30 minutes it'll be full dark and we'll need to decide, stay with the Humvee or start walking. The peach can's still in my pocket. I pull it out, turn it over in my hands. The label's partially torn, but I can still read part of it. Del Monte, packed in 2019, 7 years ago, back when 2019 was just another year, not the last time things made sense. You are still carrying that, Chana says. Yeah. Why? Because it's from before. Before is gone, Gregorio. I know. But I put it back in my pocket anyway. Because maybe Chana's right. Maybe I'm choosing wrong again, but some part of me needs to believe that objects from the old world still have meaning. That if I keep this one thing intact, I stay human, instead of turning into whatever I was in that stockroom when I picked ammunition over food. The map on my ribs itches. I press my hand against my shirt, feeling the raised edges of the tattoo through the fabric. North, it says. Batteries. It promises. We walk, Chana says. Not a question. We walk. She pulls the duffel of ammunition from the back. I grab what food we have left. 3 protein bars, a bag of stale chips, a can of something unlabeled we found in a basement. Not enough for more than 2 days if we're rationing, maybe 3 if we're desperate. The rosary's still swinging from Rosa's mirror. I reach in and take it, loop it around my neck. Feels presumptuous, like I'm claiming protection I haven't earned, but I take it anyway. Ready, Chana says. I'm not. Not even close. But ready. Stop being a prerequisite for survival sometime around the bridge. We start walking north, leaving Rosa behind in the shadow of the overpass. Behind us, the transmission drips its vital fluids onto the pavement, and I don't let myself look back because looking back never helps anyone. The engine's whine has faded to nothing, replaced by the sound of our boots on asphalt and the wind moving through spaces where people used to drive toward futures that made sense. My heart's hammering again. The rhythm Chana can supposedly hear from across the Humvee cab. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. I count silently, trying to slow it down. Somewhere in the darkness ahead, something makes a wet clicking sound. The kind the Unhinged make when they're still too far away to be a problem but close enough to be aware of. Chana's hand moves to Prudencia. 43 notches, not 44. I wonder if tonight's the night that number changes. The peach compresses against my ribs with every step, right next to the map that's still bleeding ink into my bones, and I realize I never actually answered Chana's question from the stockroom. Not the question she asked out loud anyway. The real question was, what kind of person are you going to be? And I still don't know. Chapter 3. The Cartographer's Rib. The compass is lying. I'm watching it spin on the hood of an abandoned sedan, needles whipping in circles like it can't decide which way north is supposed to be. Sometimes it settles for a few seconds, pointing confidently at nothing, then jerks 90 degrees and starts over. Magnetic poles, Chana says. She's standing on top of a rusted truck cab, scanning the overpass ahead with Prudencia resting against her shoulder. They flipped. Everyone knows this. Knowing and seeing are different. Everything is different, Gregorio. You should accept this by now. The sedan's windshield has a handprint on it. Small, child-sized. I don't let myself look at it too long. We've been walking for 6 hours. My feet hurt in ways that feel permanent, like my bones are learning a new shape. The ammunition duffel's heavy enough that we've been taking turns carrying it every 30 minutes, and my shoulders have the strap marks to prove it. The map on my ribs has settled into a low, constant burn. Not infected, I checked during the last water break, just angry that I'm asking my skin to hold information it wasn't designed for. We need tools, I say, looking at the overpass. There's a gas station underneath it, half collapsed but with a garage bay that's still standing. Might have a hydraulic jack, might have a wrench set, might have something we can use to convince ourselves Rosa wasn't our last option. We need to keep moving, Chana counters. The radiator patch won't hold forever. The radiator is 40 kilometers behind us and leaking its life onto a highway we will never see again. This is not about the radiator. She's right. It's about the map. About the fact that without instruments or roads that make sense, The only navigation we have is the tattoo that some dying stranger carved into my torso with questionable motives and worse hygiene. I pull my shirt up, the ink swollen, raised, each line of the map visible in profile like it's trying to escape my skin. Ribs 7 through 12, just like he said. The valley's supposed to be here. I trace the line with my finger, somewhere north of the mountain range that might be the Rockies or might be symbolic or might be nothing. You should cut it off, Chana says. She's climbed down from the truck, moved closer without me noticing. That's a skill she has, being elsewhere and then being here without the transition making sound. Cut what off? The map. It is clearly infected. It will make you sick. It's not infected, just healing. Gregorio, a stranger drew this on your skin in a bathroom that smelled like the end. You do not know what was on that pen. You do not know if he even knew where north was. I pull my shirt down. We don't have another option. We always have options. We can go west to the coast, or south where it is warmer, or east to. To what? More of the same? More empty towns and broken roads and people who aren't people anymore? Yes, but at least we would not be following a map that might be a trap. The word trap hangs there between us. I haven't let myself think it before, but now that she said it out loud, I can't unthink it. What if the stranger wasn't trying to help? What if he was bait, or crazy, or drawing maps to places that don't exist because his brain was already halfway gone? But then what? What do we do if the map's worthless? Just pick a direction and walk until our legs give out or something ends us? At least the map is a direction. At least it's something. I'm keeping it, I say. Chana makes a sound that might be agreement or disgust. Then I am making a copy. She pulls out her knife, not Prudencia's companion, something smaller meant for detail work, and walks to the sedan, starts scratching lines into the dashboard. Careful, precise, copying the tattoo from memory even though she's only seen it twice. I watch her work. The way her hand moves is methodical, no wasted motion. Every line serves a purpose. After maybe 10 minutes, she's reproduced the whole map, had burned it into plastic and metal where I can't lose it by bleeding out or making another bad decision. There, she says. Now if you insist on being stupid, at least we have backup. Thanks. Do not thank me. If this kills us, I want you to know I tried. Movement on the overpass. We both see it at the same time. Figures silhouetted against the sky, too far away to count but close enough to be a problem. Chana drops into a crouch behind the sedan. I follow, pressing against the tire well. The rubber's rotted, crumbling under my fingers. How many? I whisper. At least 4. Maybe 6. Unhinged? No. These are moving wrong. Too controlled. Which means people. Which might be worse depending on what kind of people they've decided to become. One of them calls down. Hey, you down there. Male voice. Young, maybe 20. Accent I can't place. Could be Midwest, could be nowhere, could be anywhere that used to have different regional variations before everyone became refugees. I don't answer. Answering gives away position, intention, weakness. We're not going to hurt you, he continues. We just want to talk. People who just want to talk do not stand on overpasses with rifles, Chana mutters. She's right. I can see them better now. 4 visible figures, all armed, positioned like they've done this before. Classic ambush setup. High ground, bottleneck below, multiple firing angles. We saw your Humvee, the voice calls. The one back at marker 73. You left it running. My stomach drops. We definitely didn't leave it running, which means they found Rosa, killed the engine, and tracked us here, which means they're organized enough to be dangerous. What do you want? I call back. Might as well engage, they know we're here. Already told you, just want to talk. About what? A pause, conferring amongst themselves, too quiet to hear. Then, about the map on your skin. Everything goes cold. The only people who know about the map are dead. The stranger who carved it, and Chana, and me. Unless the stranger told someone before he stopped breathing. Unless there are others looking for the same thing. Unless, How do you know about that? I shout. Old man at a rest stop said he marked someone, said they were heading north. He say anything else? Another pause. Said the valley's real. Said batteries can't run themselves. That's word for word what the stranger said to me. Which means either these people talked to him recently, or they're very good at guessing things they shouldn't know. We need to see the map, the voice continues, to verify. Then we'll trade you supplies for safe passage. Chana's looking at me. I can feel the question in her stare even though she's not asking it out loud. Do we trust this? I don't. Not even a little. But we're out of food, out of transportation, and out of options that don't involve walking until we collapse. What kind of supplies? I call. Food, water, medical gear. And what do you want from us? Just the map. We copy it. You keep moving. Why do you need it? Same reason as you. Valley's the only place left with power. You think we want to keep living like this? The logic tracks. Doesn't mean it's true, but it tracks. Give me a minute, I shout. Clock's ticking. You got 30 seconds before we come down there. I look at Chana. She shakes her head. No. Absolutely not. They have high ground, I whisper. If we run, they'll pick us off. If we trust them, they will take the map and leave us here. Maybe. Or maybe they're telling the truth. Gregorio, when was the last time someone told the truth? Good question. Can't remember. Everyone lies now about how much food they have, about where they've been, about whether they've been bitten or touched or changed. But everyone also needs to believe in something. And right now, the valley's the only thing that sounds like a future. I'm going to show them, I say. You are insane, probably, but insanity's worked so far. I stand up slowly, hands visible, no sudden movements. I'm coming out. Don't shoot. Smart man, the voice calls. Walk forward, slow. I do. What? One step, then another, the ammunition duffel left behind with Chana. If this goes wrong, she can at least shoot her way out. The figures on the overpass become clearer. 4 of them, definitely armed, 2 with rifles, 1 with what looks like a shotgun, 1 with just a pistol. The one calling down is the shotgun holder. He's got that casual confidence of someone who's used to being obeyed. Stop there. I stop. We're maybe 30 feet apart now. Me at ground level, them elevated. Terrible tactical position. If they wanted to end me, they could do it easy. Lift your shirt. I hesitate. The map's personal in a way I can't articulate. Letting strangers see it feels like exposure, like I'm giving away some essential part of myself. Shirt! Now! I pull it up. The map's visible in the fading light. All those lines and markers carved into skin that wasn't meant to hold them. The shotgun holder leans forward, squinting. I'll be damned. It's real. One of the rifle holders, woman, older, hard to see details from here, says something I can't make out. Yeah, shotgun replies. Matches what the old man said. Then he raises the barrel, points it at my chest. Thanks for confirming. We'll take it from here. Time slows. I can see his finger moving toward the trigger. Can hear Chana behind me, chambering around into Prudencia. Can feel my legs wanting to run, but knowing I won't make it. The riflewoman says something sharp. Shotgun hesitates. What? He calls back to her. She says it again, louder. Still can't make out the words, but the tone's clear. Disagreement. He's seen us, Shotgun argues. She responds. Shotgun lowers the barrel slightly. Fine, he shouts down to me. You get one chance. Answer straight and maybe you walk away. What's the question? I manage. My voice is steadier than it should be. The valley. What are you planning to do when you get there? Honest answer, I don't know. Haven't thought that far ahead. The map's been enough of a goal without worrying about what happens after. But I can't say that. Can't show weakness. Secure power, I say. Get batteries working again. Help rebuild. Shotgun laughs. Help rebuild. Listen to this guy. The riflewoman says something else. Shotgun's laugh cuts off. You really believe that? He calls down. You really think the valley's just going to let you walk in and help? Why wouldn't they? Because the valley doesn't want helpers, friend. It wants inventory. The word hits strange. Inventory, like people are items to be counted and sorted. What does that mean, I say? But they're already moving, backing away from the overpass edge, disappearing from sight. Wait, I call. What does that mean? No answer. Just footsteps fading to distance, and then silence. I stand there, shirt still up, map exposed to the cooling air. Above me, the overpass is empty. No snipers. No shotgun. Just concrete and shadow. Chana appears beside me. We need to leave. Now. They're gone. They are repositioning. Standard ambush tactics. We have maybe 2 minutes before they come from another angle. She's right. I can feel it. The prickle on the back of my neck that says someone's watching, lining up a shot, waiting for the optimal moment. We grab the duffel and run. Not toward the gas station. That's where they'll expect us. Instead, we cut through a gap in the barrier, slide down the embankment on the other side, come out in a drainage ditch that smells like rot and old water. Behind us, shouts. They figured out we moved. But we've got cover now, and darkness coming fast, and the kind of motivation you only get when staying still means ending. The ditch runs parallel to the highway for maybe half a mile before it curves into scrubland. We follow it, boots splashing through water I don't want to think about until the sounds of pursuit fade behind us. Only then do I pull my shirt down, cover the map, feel the burn of it against my ribs like it's angry about being exposed. Inventory, Chana says. We're walking now, catching our breath. He said the valley wants inventory. Yeah, that is not promising, Gregorio. I know, but you still want to go. You got a better option? She doesn't answer, because there isn't one. There's just north and the map and the stranger's last words echoing in my head. Batteries can't run themselves. Maybe that's a promise. Maybe it's a warning. Maybe it doesn't matter which. The moon's rising now, thin crescent barely giving light. In its glow, I can see something ahead. Structure, deliberate, man-made. As we get closer, it resolves into a bridge. Not highway scale. Something smaller. Pedestrian, maybe. There, I point. We approach carefully. The bridge crosses what used to be a creek, now just cracked mud and dead grass. It's made from wrecked cars, sedans and trucks and SUVs, all welded together into a kind of mad sculpture. Twisted metal forming a path across empty space, and every car has something attached to it. Small white boxes. Baby monitors, I realize. Dozens of them, wired together, speakers pointing outward. Do not touch anything, Chana whispers. I wasn't planning to. The monitors look jury-rigged, unstable, the kind of setup that's meant to serve a purpose I don't understand yet. We step onto the bridge. Our weight makes it sway slightly. The monitors rattle in their mounts. Then they start playing. Voices, human voices, screaming, crying, begging. Dozens of them overlapping, creating a chorus of final moments. A child calling for their mother, a man pleading in Spanish, a woman's voice cutting off mid-word. Last sounds, last transmissions. Someone recorded them and built this place to play them on repeat. Chana's face has gone pale. We need to leave. But we're halfway across, and turning back means going through it all again. The only way out is through. I start walking faster. The voices follow. A baby crying. Can't be more than a few months old, that particular pitch of newborn distress. An elderly woman praying in a language I don't recognize. Chana's beside me, moving mechanically, and I realize she's counting. Polish numbers again, same rhythm as before, using it to block out the sounds. We're almost to the other side when she speaks. I did this, she says. What? Recorded civilians, to lure them away from children. This was my unit's protocol. I don't know what to say. The baby's still crying through the monitors. The prayers are still cycling. We step off the bridge onto solid ground and the sound cuts off like someone flipped a switch. Chana stops walking, just stands there, staring back at the bridge. We saved 43 children, she says. Her hand touches Prudencia's stock, traces the notches. But to do it, we had to use everyone else as bait. You were following orders. Orders do not make it less true. The bridge looms behind us, silent now except for the wind moving through the metal. I look at it and understand something about the world we're walking through. Every signal is weaponized. Every sound is a trap. Every moment of humanity can be turned into a tool for something inhuman. The valley, I say. If they want inventory, then we are already compromised, Chana finishes, because we are carrying the map, because we were marked, because we chose to believe a dying man in a rest stop. So what do? She looks at me. Really looks like she's seeing past the dirt and exhaustion to whatever's underneath. We keep moving north, she says, but we do not forget what we heard. We do not forget that everywhere we go, someone is listening. The map burns against my ribs. The peach compresses against my other side, balanced weight of the past and the future. Behind us, the bridge starts playing again. Different voices this time. Different last words. Same message. Everyone who trusted became signal, became weapon, became gone. We walk away from it. Don't run. Running wastes energy and draws attention. Just walk, steady and measured, into the darkness that at least doesn't lie about what it is. The moon's climbing higher. By its light, I can see snipers on the overpass behind us, distant silhouettes watching us leave. They don't shoot, just watch. And somehow that's worse than if they had. Chapter 4, Glass Rain Choir. The church bells shouldn't work, but they do. We hear them first from maybe 2 miles out, sharp metallic percussion cutting through the pre-dawn quiet. Not musical, not the kind of organized chiming you'd get from functioning bells. This is something else, rhythmic, deliberate, wrong. Someone is signaling, Chana says. She's walking with Prudencia ready, has been since we left the bridge 3 hours ago. Haven't stopped up except to drink water from a culvert that tasted like rust and regret, or warning us away. Either way, we need to know. She's right, the bells are too intentional to ignore. In a world where most sounds are either wind or unhinged or both, organized noise means people, takil, and people means possibility, even if that possibility is hostile. The church emerges from the morning fog like something from a postcard someone left in the rain. White siding, steeple tilted at an angle that suggests foundation failure, stained glass windows all shattered into frames of nothing. The bells are in the tower. I can see them swaying through the empty arch where louvers used to be. Shell casings, I realize as we get closer. Spent rifle casings, hundreds of them, strung on wire and hung in clusters. When the wind catches them, they clatter against each other, creating that sharp percussion we heard from miles away. Shell casing bells, I say. That's new. Chana's already circling the building, checking sight lines and exits, old habit from whatever military work she did before everything collapsed. The door is open. That is either very good or very bad. We approach from the side, avoiding the main entrance. The stained glass crunches under our boots, fragments of what might have been saints or angels or just colored geometry, now all reduced to the same basic material, sharp edges and broken expectations. Inside, the church is dark. Not naturally dark, intentionally dark. Someone's hung blackout curtains over every window, sealed every crack where light might enter. Only illumination comes from the open door behind us, cutting a wedge of gray morning across empty pews. Hello? I call. My voice echoes strange in the space, like the acoustics are designed for something other than human speech. Movement at the front of the church, near where the altar should be. Close the door, a woman's voice says. Old. Eastern European accent, thick enough that I have to process each word separately. The light brings them. I pull the door shut. Darkness swallows everything. I can't see my hand in front of my face. Can't see Chana, even though I know she's right beside me. The disorientation is immediate and complete. Wait, the voice says. Let your eyes adjust. It will take a few minutes. So we wait. Stand there in blackness, listening to the shell casing bells outside continue their rhythm. Slow, irregular, but not random. There's a pattern to it. 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, pause, repeat. You're teaching them, Chana says. Teaching who? I ask. The unhinged, the old woman responds. They learn from sound. Echolocation, like bats. The bells teach them where the walls are, where the glass is. They do not see in the dark, but they can hear the shape of things if you give them the right sounds. My eyes are starting to adjust. Shapes resolving from nothing. Pews, pillars, and at the front, a woman, maybe 70, sitting in what used to be the priest's chair. She's blind, I realize, eyes open but clouded, staring at nothing in particular. Sister Faustina, what Chana says, recognition in her voice. The old woman tilts her head. You know me? I knew of you, in Poland, before. Ah, then you know what I did. I know what they said you did, and do you believe it? I believe everyone did things. To survive. Sister Faustina makes a sound that might be laughter or might be something sadder. Survival. Yes, that is the word we use when we cannot say the truth. I'm lost in this conversation. What did she do? Chana doesn't answer. The old woman does. I rang the bells in Krakow when they came. I rang and rang, thinking God might hear, thinking the sound would drive them away. She pauses. Instead, the sound taught them. They learned to move between the notes, to find the spaces where the echo wasn't. After 3 days, they could navigate the cathedral better than I could. But you survived, I say, because I learned faster. I started ringing patterns, Morse-code at first, then more complex rhythms. The ones that could learn followed the sound away from the children hiding in the crypt. The ones that couldn't learn became confused, walked into walls, into windows, into each other. The shell casings outside shift pattern. Now it's 1, 2, pause, 1, 2, 3, pause, 1. There, Sister Faustina says, that one is getting closer, hearing the bells, following them. You're calling them here? I step back toward the door without meaning to. Calling them past. There is a difference. Watch. She stands, moves with the kind of certainty that says she knows this space better than sight could teach her, and walks to a side door I didn't see before. Opens it carefully, quietly, points outside. In the pre-dawn gray I can see it. One of the Unhinged, maybe 50 yards away, moving toward the church, walking straight forward, not shambling, purposeful. Listening to the bells, then the pattern changes. The shell casings shift from their rhythm to something faster, more chaotic. The Unhinged stops, turns, starts walking perpendicular to the church, following the new sound away. Sister Faustina closes the door. The bells tell them where the walls are, where it is safe to move, where it is dangerous. They trust the sound because sound does not lie. But you lie with it, Chana says. I teach with it. Truth, lies, these are human concepts. The Unhinged only know, follow sound, avoid silence. The old woman walks back to her chair, sits with the careful deliberation of someone who's mapped every step of this room in darkness. You came for the generator, she says. Not a question. How did you? I start. Because everyone comes for the generator. It is the only hand crank model within 50 kilometers that still works, and you need power for something. Radio, maybe, or lights, or hope. Do you have it? I ask. Yes. Can we trade for it? What do you have to trade? I pull out the ammunition duffel. Rounds, various calibers, maybe 300 total. Sister Faustina shakes her head. I have no use for ammunition. I cannot see to shoot. Then what do you want? To teach you the bells. Chana and I exchange a look in the dark. Why? Because where you are going, you will need to move without being seen. The map on your ribs, yes, I know about it. The old man told me before he stopped breathing. It leads north, through territories where light is weaponized, where the Unhinged are chained in arrays generating power through distress. You will not survive by shooting. You will survive by learning to move like I do, by teaching them to hear you somewhere you are not. She stands again, walks to the bell tower entrance. Come, I will show you. We follow. Chana first, me behind, both of us moving carefully in the dark. The tower stairs are narrow, wooden, creaking with every step. The shell casing bells get louder as we climb. At the top, Sister Faustina stops. The bells are right there, hundreds of casings hanging from a wooden frame, swaying in the wind that cuts through the empty tower walls. Listen, she says, reaches out and touches one string of casings. They chime against each other, high and clear. Then she touches another string, lower tone, different resonance. Each string is tuned differently. Caliber, length, thickness of the casing all affect the sound. When you strike them in patterns, the unhinged hear shape. When you strike them in sequence, they hear direction. She demonstrates. Touching casings in a specific order, high, low, middle, high, high, low. The sound moves through the tower like something physical. Now you, she says to Chana, repeat it. Chana tries, gets the pattern wrong on the third note. The sound collapses into chaos. Again, she tries again, closer this time. Not perfect, but the shape of it is there. Good. Now, walk while you play. Chana moves through the tower, touching casings as she goes. The pattern follows her, creates an echo map of her movement. Below, through the empty tower arch, I can see Unhinged in the distance changing direction, following the sound, clustering toward where they think she is. But she's 10 feet from where the sound says she should be. You see? You see? Sister Faustina says to me. The sound lies, but it lies with such that they believe it. She hands me a small pouch. Inside, 6 hand-picked shell casings, each a different caliber, strung on thin wire. A portable version of the tower bells. Practice, she says. Learn which sounds make which shapes. When you reach the valley, you will need this. The arrays there, they use sound to control the unhinged, to direct them into the harnesses. If you can speak their language, you can confuse their system. The generator, I say. Feels transactional to remind her, but we need it. In the basement, behind the baptismal font, weighs 6 kilograms. Take it. I have no use for it anymore. My power comes from different sources now. We spend the next hour in that tower, learning the bells, learning how sound moves through space, how it can create false locations, how the unhinged navigate by trusting audio over their other failing senses. Chana picks it up faster than I do. She's got rhythm, can hold patterns in her head. I keep getting lost in the middle, mixing up the sequence. But by the time the sun's actually rising, real dawn, not the pre-dawn gray, I can make a pattern that sounds vaguely convincing. Enough, Sister Faustina says. You learn slow, but you learn true. That is better than fast and sloppy. We descend the stairs, find the generator right where she said, heavy metal box with a hand crank, wired to a battery pack that might hold charge for an hour, if we're lucky. One more thing, the old woman says as we're leaving. The glass. What about it? Outside, the stained glass. It fell in a pattern. I have mapped it by sound, where the sharp pieces are, where the safe paths run. If you leave now, before full light, the unhinged will not see you walk through it. But you must make the bells ring one more time. A specific pattern. It will guide them to the south side of the church while you exit north. What's the pattern? She tells us. 7 notes, specific order, specific timing. Chana memorizes it immediately. I write it on my palm with charcoal from the altar candles. We climb back to the tower, strike the bells in sequence. Below, the unhinged shift. Start moving south, clustering where the sounds them there's an opening, a path, a way forward. Now, Sister Faustina whispers. She's back at ground level, holding the north door open. Walk exactly where I tell you. She calls out directions. 2 steps forward, 1 to the left. 3 forward, stop, 1 to the right. The glass crunches under our boots, but we don't cut ourselves, don't even tear our clothes. She's mapped it perfectly, sound-wise, knows where every piece landed by the way it reflects her voice. When we're clear of the glass field, she calls out one last instruction. Run. The bells will fade in 30 seconds. When they do, everything changes. We run, not looking back, not questioning. Just trusting that this blind woman who teaches Unhinged to navigate by sound knows what she's talking about. Behind us, the bells stop. The sudden silence is worse than noise. And in that silence, I hear them. Multiple Unhinged, maybe a dozen, realizing the sound map they were following just disappeared. We're 200 yards from the church when the screaming starts. Not human screaming, the other kind. The sound the unhinged make when they're confused, disoriented, when the rules they understand suddenly stop applying. Chana has the generator. I have the shell casing bells in my pocket next to the peach can. We keep running until the screaming fades, until it's just wind and our breathing and the weight of everything Sister Faustina taught us sitting heavy in my chest. She won't survive this, Chana says, when we finally stop. They will come back to the church. They will find her. She knows that. Then why did she help us? I don't have an answer. Maybe because helping means something survives even when you don't. Maybe because teaching is its own kind of immortality. Maybe because Sister Faustina learned a long time ago that sound doesn't lie, but people do, and she chose to be the exception. The sun's fully up now, real daylight, harsh and exposing. We need to find cover soon. But first I pull out the shell casings, hold them up to my ear, shake them gently. They chime. High and clear. A language I'm just starting to understand. We should practice, I say to Chana, the patterns before we need them. Later. First we need to put distance between us and hear. How much distance is enough? However far sound travels. Then a little further. We walk. The generator's heavy, slowing us down. But it's proof that some things still work, that power is possible, that the valley might not be a lie. The map on my ribs burns with each step. The shell casings rattle in my pocket in rhythm with the peach can, creating their own pattern. Behind us, the church bells have gone silent. Sister Faustina's either gone or hiding or become part of the sound map herself. I don't let myself wonder which. The generator weighs exactly 6 kilograms, just like she said. Some truths are precise. Some truths you can measure. The rest you navigate by sound and hope the echo doesn't lie. Chapter 5. Static Lullaby. The bridge ahead shouldn't exist. It's made from crashed cars, sedans welded to pickup trucks, welded to SUVs, all stacked and bolted into something that almost looks structural. Spans maybe 60 feet across a ravine that shouldn't have water at the bottom, but does. Dark and slow moving. This is new, Chana says, or we've been walking the wrong direction for 3 days. We have not. The map's a tattoo made by a dying man with a ballpoint pen. Maybe directional accuracy wasn't his priority. We're both exhausted. That's what's making us snap at each other. 5 hours of walking since the church. No food except a protein bar split between us, and the generator getting heavier with every kilometer. The shell casing bells keep chiming in my pocket, marking our steps like they're counting down to something. The car bridge has white boxes mounted on every vehicle. Baby monitors, same as before. Except these aren't just attached, they're wired together. A whole networked system of speakers and receivers, creating something I don't want to understand yet. We need to cross, I say. Obviously we need to cross. The question is whether we survive crossing. You see another way? She scans the ravine. Steep sides, loose rock, that dark water at the bottom that could be 3 feet deep or 30. No, but I do not like this. Add it to the list. We approach the bridge. Up close, I can see how it was built. Vehicles stripped of everything except frame and body, then welded at stress points. Someone knew what they were doing. This isn't improvised survivor engineering. This is deliberate, professional, which makes it worse somehow. I step onto the first car, a Honda Civic, blue paint faded to gray. The whole structure sways slightly under my weight, but holds. The baby monitors rattle in their mounts. Then they start playing. Voices. Children's voices first. Mama? Mama, where are you? A little girl, maybe 5, vocal cords still forming. Then an adult, man, deep voice breaking on the last word. Please, if anyone can hear this, we're at the cutoff. More voices layer in, dozens of them. Last transmissions, final messages, the audio equivalent of found footage. A teenage boy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. A woman singing a lullaby, voice shaking. An elderly man praying in what might be Italian. Chana's stopped moving. She's standing on the hood of a Ford pickup, head tilted like she's listening to something specific in the chaos. Chana, we need to keep moving. She doesn't respond, just stands there as the voices wash over us. Someone's laughing in one of the recordings. High, hysterical, the kind of laugh that says everything's already broken, so why not find humor in the collapse? I walk back to her, touch her shoulder. She flinches like I've burned her. "This is what we did," she says. Her voice is barely audible under the broadcast. "In Poland, when we needed to move the unhinged away from civilian populations, we recorded them, played their voices through loudspeakers in directions we wanted them to move. That was different. How? We recorded screaming, we recorded begging, we used human distress as a navigation tool. You were following orders." Orders, she spits the word. Yes, orders made it acceptable. Orders made it strategy instead of evil. The voices keep playing, a mother counting to 3, trying to keep her voice steady. 1, 2, 3, we're going to be okay. 1, 2, 3. 43, Chana whispers. What? Children. We saved 43 children by using their parents as bait. I counted each one, put a notch in Prudencia's stock. 43 reasons to believe the math was right. The math was right. They're alive because we turned everyone else into signal. She looks at me and her eyes are doing something I haven't seen before. Wet. Not crying exactly, but close. We convinced ourselves it was sacrifice, nobility, strategy, but it was just using people as tools. Same as this bridge, same as whoever built this. The voices cycle. A new batch starts playing. A baby crying. Newborn fresh, that particular pitch that makes your spine react even when you don't want it to. We're halfway across now. The bridge sways with each step, metal groaning against metal. The monitors keep broadcasting. Someone proposing marriage, someone reading a bedtime story, someone just breathing into a microphone like they wanted proof they'd existed even if they couldn't form words. Sister Faustina's bells, I say. They were the same thing, using sound to manipulate movement. No, she taught them, gave them a language. This. Chana gestures at the monitors. This is theft, taking last moments and weaponizing them. She's right, but I don't know what to do with her being right. We're on the bridge, we're crossing, we're using the path built by someone who thought human voices were structural materials. We reach the other side as the baby's crying hits a peak and then cuts off. The sudden silence is worse than the broadcast. In that quiet, I can hear the water below moving faster than it looked from above. And something else. Movement in the vehicles behind us. Run, Chana says. We don't argue, just run. The bridge shakes with our steps, the whole structure swaying like it's considering collapse. The monitors start again. Different recording, different voices, same desperation. We're 20 feet from solid ground when Chana stops. Actually stops, turns around. What are you doing? I shout. She's counting. Out loud. Jeden, dwa, trzy, cztery. Polish numbers, the same rhythm she used after the megastore. The same cadence Sister Faustina taught us with the bells. Chana, we need to... 5, 6, 7. The monitor's broadcast is syncing with her counting. I don't know if she's doing it deliberately or if her brain is just pattern matching, but the effect is undeniable. The voices on the monitors are fading into her rhythm, being overwritten by it. She keeps counting, gets to 20 in Polish, and starts over. Her voice is flat, mechanical, nothing like the emotional recordings playing through the speakers. And somehow that contrast, her precision against their desperation, creates a space between the sounds. The movement in the vehicles stops. Whatever was tracking us has lost the signal. Chana finishes count at 30, stops, looks at me. That is how you do it, she says. You do not fight the signal. You give them a better one. We step off the bridge. The moment our boots hit solid ground, the monitors go silent. Just like at Sister Faustina's church, like someone flipped a switch. I look back. The car bridge stretches across the ravine, baby monitors mounted like prayer flags on every surface. In the dimming light, I can see shapes in some of the vehicles. Not unhinged, not alive, just remnants. Evidence of the people whose voices got turned into navigation. How many do you think are on there? I ask. Do not ask questions you do not want answered, Gregorio. The generator weighs 6 kilograms. The shell casing bells rattle in my pocket. The peach compresses against my other side. My ribs hurt where the map's still healing. Each line of ink a reminder that we're following directions from someone who might have been crazy or might have been seeing clearer than the rest of us. We walk away from the bridge. Don't run anymore. The immediate threat's past. Just walk, steady and measured, putting distance between us and that monument to recycled suffering. The notches on Prudencia, I say, after maybe 10 minutes of silence. Why 43 and not 44? Chana doesn't answer right away. We walk another 100 yards before she speaks. Because the 44th was me, the child I could have saved by not signing the deportation orders, by not enabling the system that turned civilians into subjects. I cannot put that notch on Prudencia because I would have to carve it into my own skin. The tattoo on my ribs burns. Not infection, just recognition. We're both carrying maps made from bad decisions. Mine's just more literal. The valley, Chana says. When we reach it, if the old man was telling truth, we don't know what we'll find. Exactly. We do not know, but we keep walking toward it anyway. Why? Because the alternative is walking in circles until we run out of resources. That is not a reason. That is an excuse. She's right, again. But I don't have a better answer. The truth is, I need the valley to be real because if it's not, then the map on my ribs is just scar tissue, and every step north is another step away from anything resembling purpose. The sun's setting behind us, long shadows stretching across dead grass and cracked earth. In another hour it'll be full dark and we'll need to decide whether to keep moving or find shelter. Ahead I can see something. Structure on the horizon. Too far to make out details, but it's there. Vertical. Deliberate. You see that? I point. Chana follows my gesture. Yes, tower maybe, or steeple. How far? 5 kilometers, maybe 6, which means 2 hours of walking in darkness or we camp here and approach at dawn. Both options have problems. We camp, Chana decides. I do not trust approaching unknown structures at night. She's right. 3rd time today. I'm keeping count even though I shouldn't. We find a depression in the ground. Might have been a drainage ditch once, now just a slight dip in the landscape. Offers minimal cover, but it's better than nothing. We settle in, backs against the dirt, generator between us. Chana pulls out the dashboard map. The one she carved while I was being stubborn about keeping the tattoo. Studies it by the last of the daylight. Sister Faustina said the arrays in the valley use sound to control the Unhinged, she says, to direct them into harnesses. Yeah. If that is true, then the valley is doing the same thing we did, same thing this bridge did, using humans as tools. Bio-batteries, the old man mentioned it, said the Unhinged generate voltage when they're in distress. And you did not think this was important information to share earlier? I didn't want to believe it was real. Believing does not change reality, Gregorio. The darkness is almost complete now. I can barely see Chana's face, just the outline of her against slightly lighter sky. Somewhere in the distance, something makes that wet clicking sound. The Unhinged, navigating by senses we can't comprehend. The shell casings, I say. Pull them from my pocket, hold them up even though she can't see them. We should practice. The patterns Sister Faustina taught us. Now? Unless you have something better to do, she considers. Then, okay, but quietly. We do not want to call attention. So we practice, taking turns shaking the casings in specific sequences, learning how each caliber sounds different, how the patterns can create the illusion of movement or direction or shape. Chana's better at it, but I'm improving. By the time the moon rises, that thin crescent again, barely enough to see by, I can make a pattern that suggests something moving from east to west without actually being there. Good, Chana says. Now try the one that suggests vertical movement. I try. Mess it up. The casings clatter wrong, the pattern collapses. Again. I try again, better this time. The sound moves upward in pitch and rhythm, creating the impression of something climbing. Acceptable. Once more, but add the pause Sister Faustina taught, the one that makes them think there is a barrier. We practice for maybe an hour. Then Chana puts her hand on mine, stopping the next pattern. Enough. We need to rest. Tomorrow will be hard. She's probably right. Fourth time. But who's counting? We settle into the dip. No sleeping bags, no blankets. Just us and the generator and the cold ground. Chana takes first watch because she always takes first watch. I lie there staring up at stars that are visible because all the light pollution in the world ended months ago. The bridge is behind us. Rosa's behind us. The megastore, the highway, the church, Sister Faustina's glass field, everything's behind us. The only thing ahead is that structure on the horizon, and whatever the map says comes after that. I touch my ribs through my shirt, feel the raised lines of the tattoo. Wonder if the valley really exists, or if we're navigating toward nothing, guided by ink that was never meant to be permanent. Gregorio, Chana whispers, you are not sleeping. Can't. Try counting. Polish numbers. The rhythm helps. So I do. Jeden, dwa, trzy. The same sequence she used on the bridge. The same rhythm that cut through the broadcast voices and created space for us to move. Somewhere around 20, I feel myself drifting. The numbers turn into the shell casing patterns, which turn into the baby monitor voices, which turn into something that might be sleep, or might just be exhaustion too deep to fight. When I wake up, it's still dark. Chana's standing at the edge of our dip, Prudencia raised, aiming at something I can't see. What is it? I whisper. Lights. On the structure. They just came on. I look. She's right. Whatever's on the horizon is glowing now. Not bright, just enough to be visible. Artificial light in a world where artificial light means power, means purpose, means maybe we're actually heading towards something real. We move at first light, Chana says. Be ready. I'm already ready. Have been since Bogota, since the bridge. Since I chose ammunition over peaches and learned that sometimes being human means making calculations that feel inhuman. The map burns against my ribs. The shell casings are silent in my pocket next to the peach can. Dawn's maybe 2 hours away. Then we'll know if the structure is refuge or trap or something else entirely. The voices from the bridge echo in my head. Last words, last moments, last transmissions turned into directional tools. Chana's right. Every signal is weaponized now. The question is, are we wielding the weapons or becoming them? I don't ask out loud. Some questions live better in the dark. Chapter 6. The Battery Gospel. The structure is a compound. We see it clearly in dawn light. Chain link fence topped with barbed wire, guard towers that actually have guards in them, and at the center, a radio tower painted white like someone still cares about aesthetics. That is either very good or catastrophic, Chana says. Helpful. I am simply observing facts. We're crouched behind an overturned semi-truck about 200 yards out. The compound's bigger than it looked from 5 kilometers away. Maybe 3 acres with multiple buildings inside the fence. One looks residential. One looks like storage. The third is harder to read. Low and windowless. Could be anything. The generator's at our feet. We've been taking turns carrying it all morning, and my shoulders feel like they're learning what permanent damage means. We need a plan, I say. The plan is, do not get shot. More specific than that. Chana scans the compound through a crack in the truck's cargo area. 2 guards visible. Rifles. Neither looks alert. 3rd guard in the radio tower. He has binoculars and is using them. We will be spotted if we approach directly. So we don't approach directly. Gregorio. There is no indirect approach to a fenced compound in open terrain. She's right, but I'm tired of her being right. The radio tower. They have power, which means they might have intel, coordinates, maybe even contact with the valley. Or they are territorial and shoot anyone who comes close. Only one way to find out. I stand up before Chana can stop me. Walk toward the compound with my hands visible, empty. The generator stays behind. No point looking like we're trying to steal their equipment before we've even talked. A voice booms from the radio tower, amplified. That's far enough. I stop, maybe 100 yards out now. We're not looking for trouble, I shout back. Nobody looks for trouble. It finds them anyway. Fair point. We need information. About the valley. A pause, conferring happening up in that tower, too quiet to hear. Then, show your weapons. I pull my jacket open, no gun, no knife, just the peach can and shell casings in my pockets, which probably don't count as weapons unless you're very creative. The woman. She armed? I glance back. Chana's visible now, Prudencia held low but ready. She's not hiding the gun because hiding it would be insulting their intelligence. Another pause. Longer this time. Wait there. Someone's coming out. The compound gate opens. A man emerges. 50-ish, heavy build, wearing clothes that are too clean to be natural. Behind him, 2 more guards with rifles. They approach us with the kind of caution that says they've done this before and learned lessons the hard way. The clean man stops maybe 20 feet out, close enough to talk without shouting, far enough to react if this goes wrong. Brother Duvan, he says, not introducing himself, stating identity like it should mean something. Greg, that's Chana. You came asking about the valley. Yeah. Why? I pull my shirt up, show him the map. The tattoo's clearer now that it's healing, each line distinct against skin that's stopped trying to reject the ink. Brother Duvan leans forward, studies it. His eyes widen slightly. Where did you get this, man? Rest stop south of here said it would lead north, said the valley has batteries. Batteries. Brother Duvan smiles, and it's the kind of smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Yes, the valley has batteries, among other things. You've been there? Not personally, but we've had contact. Radio transmissions. They broadcast on encrypted frequencies. Claim they're rebuilding. Claim they have power to spare. You believe them? Brother Duvan shrugs. I believe everyone lies. The question is whether their lies are useful. One of the guards shifts his rifle slightly. Not threatening, just adjusting. But the movement draws my attention to where he's aiming. Not at my chest. At my legs. Kneecaps specifically. Chana's noticed too. I can tell by the way she's redistributed her weight, ready to move fast if needed. You want the coordinates, I say to Duvan. Not a question. I want verification that your map matches what we've decoded. If it does, then yes, we have coordinates. Precise ones, updated weekly via their broadcasts. And in exchange, half your ammunition. My stomach drops. The duffel's back at the semi-truck, which means they've either scouted us from a distance or they're very good at reading what people traveling long distances typically carry. That's steep, I say. That's survival. Coordinates get you to the valley. Getting there without ammunition means you die in transit. I'm actually being generous. Most settlements would take everything and leave you with nothing. Most settlements aren't broadcasting salvation through radio sermons. Brother Duvan's smile gets wider. You've been listening. Hard not to. You're on every frequency that still works. Salvation by electron, that's our message. Power brings order. Order brings civilization. Civilization brings hope. He says it like he's recited this speech 1,000 times. The valley is the best example we have. They've got solar arrays functioning, bio-battery backups, infrastructure that works. If anyone's going to rebuild properly, it's them. Bio-battery backups, Chana says. First time she's spoken, her voice is flat, careful. Explain. The Unhinged generate voltage when stressed. 0.7 volts per kilo of muscle mass, give or take. Chain enough of them together, you've got a functional power source. Inhumane? Sure. But humanity's a luxury we lost when the poles flipped. The math in my head is automatic. 12 bodies at average weight generating maybe 70 kilos of distress each. That's enough voltage to run lights, basic electronics, not enough for a full grid, but enough for survival. You approve of this, Chana says. I approve of practicality. You want to judge me for it, go ahead. But you're the one standing here asking for directions to the place that does it. He's got us there. Can't claim moral high ground while actively seeking the place our morals tell us we should avoid. The coordinates, I say. Half our ammo gets us what exactly? Precise GPS data, updated as of 4 days ago, includes safe routes, avoid zones, checkpoint locations, everything you need to reach the valley without being processed by the scavenger groups between here and there. Processed. Harvested, recruited, turned into inventory. Pick your euphemism. I look at Chana. She's doing math too, weighing the ammunition against the coordinates against the likelihood we find the valley without help. Show us the data first, she says. Brother Duvon laughs. You think I'm stupid? You see the data, you memorize it, you walk away with full ammunition, and I get nothing. Then we are at an impasse. No, we're at a negotiation, which means somebody compromises. He reaches into his jacket. The guards' rifles come up slightly. Duvon pulls out a piece of paper. Actual paper, expensive now that trees are mostly just memory, and unfolds it. Holds it up where I can see but not reach. It's a map. Professional quality with coordinates marked in degrees and minutes. The valley's location is circled in red along with 3 approach routes and 6 marked danger zones. This is the real deal, Duvon says. Updated via their transmission 4 days ago. They broadcast position verification every week so that anyone with the right equipment can find them. But here's the thing. They also broadcast warnings. Areas they've seeded with deterrents, routes they've closed off. Try to navigate blind and you'll end up in one of their collection zones. Collection zones? Where they gather raw materials. Unhinged, mainly. But also people who wander in unprepared. The valley believes in resource efficiency. Chana's face has gone careful. That expression she gets when she's processing something she doesn't want to accept. We will give you 1/4 of the ammunition, she says, plus the generator we are carrying. 6 kilograms. Hand crank model. Still functional. Duvon's eyebrows rise. Where'd you get a working hand crank? We traded for it. From someone who valued teaching over hoarding. Sister Faustina. Not a question. I've heard the stories. Blind woman teaching Unhinged to navigate by sound. Probably ended by now. That church was in the middle of a high-density zone. Something in my chest tightens. We left her there. Knew she wouldn't survive. Kept walking anyway because that's what survival means. 1/4 ammunition plus the generator, Duvon repeats. That's not enough. Then we walk away, Chana says. You won't make it to the valley without coordinates. Perhaps, but we will make it somewhere with our ammunition intact. They stare at each other. Brother Duvon's smile is gone now. He's calculating, same as we are, weighing what he gains against what he risks. Third option, he finally says. Half the ammunition, the generator, and you perform a small service. What service, I ask? Tomorrow's broadcast. I need someone to testify, someone who's seen the map, someone who can authenticate it for the listeners. You do that, 5 minutes on air, and I give you the coordinates plus safe passage through our territory. Why do you need testimony? Because faith requires witnesses. My listeners need to believe the valley is real, that the map is genuine, that salvation by electron isn't just pretty words. I should say no, should recognize this for what it is, propaganda, recruitment, using us to legitimize whatever Brother Duvon's selling through his radio tower. But the coordinates are real. The map on his paper matches the one on my ribs, which means the dying stranger wasn't crazy or lying. The valley exists. Fine, I say. 1 broadcast, 5 minutes. Then we get the coordinates and leave. And the ammunition, Duvon adds. Don't forget that part. Chana's looking at me like I've made a mistake. Might have. Probably have. But we need those coordinates. Deal, I say. Brother Duvon's smile returns. Excellent. Come inside. Taff will get you cleaned up before the broadcast. Can't have you looking like refugees. Ruins the narrative. The guards lower their rifles. The compound gate opens wider. We walk through, carrying the generator, leaving the ammunition duffel where the guards can retrieve it later. Inside the compound, it's cleaner than anywhere I've been in months. Grass, actual living grass, growing in patches between buildings. Solar panels on every roof, probably why they have power for radio broadcasts. People moving around doing tasks that suggest routine, structure, normalcy. Brother Duvon leads us to the residential building. Inside, bunks, a common area, even a shower that allegedly works. Broadcasts at noon, he says. 3 hours from now. Get clean, get ready. I'll send someone with the script. Script? Just talking points. The story you tell needs to be consistent, inspiring. It needs to give people hope that reaching the valley is possible, but only if they believe your message along the way. Exactly, you're learning how this works. He leaves. The door closes, and I realize with a cold twist that it's locked from outside. Chana tries the handle, confirms. We are prisoners. Temporary guests. Gregorio, the guards outside have orders. This is not hospitality. She's right. Again, I've lost count of how many times today. I sit on one of the bunks. The mattress is thin but clean. First time in weeks I've sat on something that wasn't dirt or metal. Should feel good. Doesn't. The broadcast, I say. We do it. We get the coordinates. We leave. And if they do not release us after, then we break out. With what? They have our ammunition. They have guards. They have guns pointed at exits. They have our ammunition, I correct. We still have these. I pull out the shell casings. Sister Faustina taught us. We can use sound. Chana considers this. Maybe. Or maybe we make everything worse. The generator sits between us. 6 kilograms of hand-crank power we just traded for coordinates we don't have yet. 3 hours until the broadcast. 3 hours to decide if we're witnesses, or propaganda, or both. Outside the locked door, I hear Brother Duvon's voice, amplified through speakers. Brothers and sisters, today we have a gift, proof that the valley is real, proof that salvation waits for those with faith enough to reach for it. Chana closes her eyes. We should not have come here. Too late now. That is not a plan, Gregorio. It's the only plan we have. The peach cans in my pocket, the maps on my ribs, the shell casings are waiting to be used. 3 hours until noon. 3 hours until we find out if Brother Duvon's selling hope or collecting inventory. Outside, the radio tower hums with power we don't have anymore. And somewhere north of here, the valley supposedly waits with batteries that can't run themselves. The question is whether we're heading toward it or being herded into it. I don't ask Chana's opinion. Some questions live better unspoken. Chapter 7, Rotten Compass. The subway entrance appears like a wound in the ground. We've been walking for 6 hours since leaving Brother Duvon's compound. With coordinates, with half our ammunition gone, with the taste of propaganda still bitter in my mouth from that broadcast. The coordinates led us here. To this. That was not on the map, Chana says. She's right. The paper map Duvon gave us showed the border wall as the next major landmark. The subway wasn't mentioned, which means either his intel is incomplete or he deliberately left this part out. Could be a shortcut, I say, or a trap, or both. The entrance is old transit infrastructure, cracked concrete steps leading down into darkness, turnstiles rusted into permanent openness, signage too faded to read. Pre-collapse architecture designed for a world where underground movement made sense. How far does it go, I ask. Chana pulls out the coordinates, studies them against the angle of the dying sun. If we follow the tunnel north, we should emerge maybe 15 kilometers closer to the border wall. Save us a full day of walking. If we survive the 15 kilometers underground. Yes, that is the relevant variable. I pull out the shell casings, give them a test shake. The sound they make echoes down the subway entrance, comes back distorted. The acoustics down there will be different. Whatever Sister Faustina taught us might not work the same way. We still have the flashlight, Chana says, from the compound. It's true. Brother Duvon gave us basic supplies after the broadcast. Water, some food, a wind-up flashlight that works for maybe 20 minutes per crank. Generous for someone who just took half our ammunition. Or suspicious, might be both. Dark freeze rule, I say. If the unhinged are down there, light will wake them, and darkness will keep them dormant, so we navigate blind. Not blind, by sound, the patterns. Chana looks at me. You want to walk 15 kilometers underground using shell-casing bells to avoid touching magnetized railings while hoping we do not wake dormant unhinged. This is your plan. You have a better one? No, which is why I hate this. We stand at the entrance. The dark below isn't natural darkness. It's the kind that feels dense, physical, like it has weight. The compass in my hand spins uselessly. Magnetic north isn't north anymore. Hasn't been since the poles flipped. I navigate by names, Chana says suddenly. What? My squad mates, the ones who did not survive. I count them. In order, from first to last, 43 names. When I finish, I start over. It keeps me oriented. This is new. Personal. Chana doesn't do personal. You want to share the names? I ask. No, but I need you to know the system in case we get separated, in case I cannot lead. We won't get separated. Gregorio, we are about to walk into a subway tunnel with no light source and no magnetic navigation and no guarantee of exit. Separation is likely. She's right. I'm tired of counting how many times. First name, she says. Powell. He was 19. Good with radios. Stepped on a mine the second week of deployment. Chana, you don't have to. Second, Anya, 23. Sniper. Very good shot. Something got her in the dark while she was on watch. We found her rifle. Not her. She keeps going. Lists them methodically. Powell, Anya, Carol, Magdalena, names attached to ages, attached to methods of ending. By the time she hits 20, I've stopped trying to memorize them. There are too many. Each one a person she couldn't save or shouldn't have trusted or made a calculation about. 43. Jarek. He was my commanding officer. I signed the deportation orders he told me to sign. 3 months later, those deportations fed the Valley's early experiments. Jarek ended himself when he learned what happened to the civilians, left a note saying numbers lie. The wind moves through the subway entrance. Brings up a smell I don't want to identify. That is how I navigate, Chana says. Not by north, by remembering everyone who cannot navigate anymore. I want to say something meaningful, something about how keeping them alive in memory matters. But platitudes feel wrong, so I just nod. The map on your ribs, she says, that is your navigation system, physical, permanent. You cannot lose it without losing yourself. Yeah, so we both carry our directions in our skin, mine metaphorical, yours literal. When you put it that way, it sounds almost poetic. I was not attempting poetry, I was observing fact. We stand there another minute. Then Chana starts down the steps. No ceremony, no hesitation, just movement toward the next problem. I follow. The darkness swallows us by the third step. The wind-up flashlight stays in my pocket. We agreed, no light unless absolutely necessary. Instead, I pull out the shell casings, hold them ready. Remember the pattern, Chana whispers. 1, 2, 3. Pause, 1, 2, 3, 4. That tells them where the walls are. And if we mess up the pattern, then they walk into us instead of around us. Encouraging. The subway tunnel levels out. I can feel the space changing, air pressure, acoustic response to the way our footsteps echo different. We're in the main passage now. I shake the casings. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4. The sound bounces off walls I can't see, creating a map made of reverb. Something ahead makes that wet clicking sound. Close, maybe 30 feet. Chana's hand finds my shoulder, squeezes once. Signal, freeze. We stand there in absolute dark. The clicking gets closer. I can hear it navigating, using some sense we don't have. The shell casings in my hand feel suddenly inadequate. What if Sister Faustina was wrong? What if teaching them is impossible? What if Chana starts counting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The clicking stops. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The clicking starts again, but it's moving away now, following her voice like it's a path. She counts to 20, then starts over. The rhythm is steady, hypnotic. Same cadence as the bridge, same precision. Keep walking, she whispers between counts. Slowly. I will navigate us. So I walk. One hand on the tunnel wall, concrete slick with moisture, the other holding the shell casings ready. Chana's counting fills the space, gives the darkness structure. We walk for maybe 20 minutes. The clicking sounds appear and disappear, always at a distance now. Chana's voice guides them away like she's conducting an orchestra of things that used to be people. Then the tunnel floor changes, metallic instead of concrete, rails. Stop, I whisper. What is it? Rails. We're at the tracks. The coordinates said avoid metallic surfaces, magnetized. Yeah, but if we go around, we lose the direct route, add hours to the journey. Chana stops counting. In the silence that follows, I can hear multiple clicking sounds. More unhinged, closer than before. Her voice was keeping them distributed. Without it, they're clustering. We cross fast, she decides. I count continuously. You shake the casings in pattern. We give them so much signal they cannot distinguish location. That's not a plan, that's chaos. Chaos is better than magnetic imprisonment. Ready? No. Good. Move. We step onto the tracks. Immediately I feel it. Pull on my jacket zipper, on the rivets in my jeans, on anything metal. The rails are heavily magnetized, probably from the pole flip. One wrong step and we'll be stuck here, pinned by our own clothing. Chana's counting loud now. Jeden, doit, tri, terry. I shake the casings. 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, 2, 3, 4. The two rhythms overlap, create interference patterns. The clicking sounds go crazy. Multiple unhinged, confused by the dual signals, moving erratically. I can hear them colliding with walls, with each other, with obstacles I can't see. We're halfway across the tracks when my boot heel catches. Magnetic pull, strong enough to stop me mid-step. Stuck, I manage. Chana doesn't stop counting, just grabs my arm and pulls. The magnetic force is stronger than her strength. I'm going to be pinned here. I drop the shell casings, use both hands to pry my boot loose. The magnetic pull is incredible, feels like the earth wants to keep me. But the boot's rubber sole isn't metal, it's just the heel plate that's caught. I twist, pull. The heel plate tears free with a sound like metal screaming. We stumble off the tracks onto the far platform. Behind us, the unhinged are clustering around where we just were, drawn by the metal noise. The shell casings I dropped are rattling against the magnetized rails, creating their own pattern. Leave them, Chana says. She's breathing hard. We keep moving, but Sister Faustina's bells are gone. We adapt. The tunnel continues ahead. No casings now, no portable echolocation, just Chana's counting and whatever navigation instinct we can muster from pure darkness. We walk. Chana cycles through her list of names. Powell, Anya, Carol, Magdalena. Every 43 counts she starts over. The rhythm becomes familiar. I start matching my steps to it, using her memorial cadence as a walking beat. Time loses meaning underground. Could be an hour, could be 4. The tunnel seems endless, and my internal compass, the one that should track progress, has nothing to lock onto. Then Chana stops counting. What is it? I whisper. Listen. I do. And hear it, low-frequency hum, deep enough to feel in my chest before my ears register it. Coming from ahead. Magnetic storm, Chana says. The coordinates mention these. Happens when the aurora patterns hit certain frequencies. What do? Nothing. We cannot stop a magnetic storm. We can only endure it. The hum gets louder. I can see it now. Faint green light filtering through grates above us. Aurora visible even through the subway ceiling. The whole tunnel is starting to glow, which means the unhinged will wake up. Run, Chana says. We run. The green light is getting brighter, turning the tunnel from black to dim to visible. And that I can see the walls now, the rails, the shapes clustering behind us, they're waking up. The dark freeze rule is breaking. At 7 lux they reanimate, Sister Faustina said. We're probably past 7 now, probably past 15. Ahead, something that might be stairs. An exit. Has to be an exit. The clicking sounds are everywhere now. Not wet clicking anymore. Active clicking. Hunting clicking. They can see us in this aurora glow. Chana reaches the stairs first. Starts climbing 3 at a time. I follow, can feel them behind me. Close enough that their movement displaces air against my neck. We burst out of the subway into open air. Real air, cold and clean and achingly bright even though it's still night outside. The aurora is overhead, green and purple sheets rippling across the sky like the planet's magnetic field is visible and confused. Behind us, the Unhinged are flooding up the stairs, but they slow at the threshold. The aurora light outside is too bright, brighter than 7 lux, bright enough to confuse them, make them hesitate. We don't wait to see how long the hesitation lasts. Just run across dead pavement, putting distance between us and the subway and the 15 kilometers we just survived by counting names and shaking bells we no longer have. When we finally stop, bent over and gasping, Chana looks at me. "The casings were insurance," she says. "Now we have nothing. We have your counting, your names. Names are not weapons, Gregorio. Neither are shell casings, but we turned them into one anyway." She doesn't argue, just stares up at the aurora. The green light makes her face look alien, distorted. Or maybe that's just what we've become, people who navigate by memorial and walk through darkness like it's home. The border wall should be visible from here according to the coordinates. I scan the horizon. Don't see it, just empty terrain and that impossible aurora overhead. The map on my ribs burns. The names in Chana's head cycle. We're both carrying directions toward a valley that wants to turn people into batteries, and we're still walking toward it. The aurora ripples, forms a pattern that almost looks deliberate. The magnetic storm hasn't ended, it's just paused. In the distance, something howls. Not unhinged, something else. Something that learned to navigate by the aurora instead of the dark. "We should keep moving," Chana says. "Yeah." Neither of us moves, because ahead is unknown, behind is impossible. And right here, in this moment with the aurora overhead and the names in Chana's count and the map on my ribs, we're both realizing the same thing. We stopped looking for the valley days ago. Now we're just being pulled toward it, like metal to magnet, like signal to source. The howling gets closer. We move. Chapter 8. Peach Label Confession. I'm going to open the can. We've been hiding in an abandoned parking garage for 2 hours, waiting for the aurora to fade. It's still bright outside, brighter than any night should be, and that means the Unhinged are active, confused, hunting in light they're not designed for. Chana's at the entrance, watching the street through a crack in the collapsed wall. I'm sitting against a concrete pillar, finally letting myself examine the can I've been carrying since the megastore. Peaches. Del Monte. Packed 2019, 7 years old, probably spoiled, definitely not safe to eat. But I've been thinking about it since Bogota, since I chose ammunition over this in the stock room, since I realized I'm the kind of person who makes calculations that feel like betrayals. If I keep something from the old world intact, I stay human. That's what I told myself. That's the lie I've been carrying next to my ribs where the map is. "What are you doing?" Chana asks without turning around, opening the peaches. "That is not advised." I know. They will be rotten. Probably. So why open them? Because I need to know if I can still do something irrational. Because I need to prove I'm more than survival calculus. Because this has been pressing against my ribs for days and it's either time to open it or throw it away and I can't throw it away. I don't say any of that. Just work the pull tab. It's stiff, corroded, takes real effort to get it started. The metal peels back with a sound like tearing. The smell hits immediately. Wrong. Not fruit, not sweetness. Something organic and defeated. I look inside. Black mold. The peaches have liquefied into something that might have been food once, but is definitely biohazard now. Dark fluid with fuzzy growth on top. The consistency of something that's given up on being solid. My stomach turns. I lean over and vomit. Nothing comes up except bile. Haven't eaten enough today for proper vomiting. Just dry heaves that feel like my body's rejecting the disappointment. Gregorio. I wipe my mouth. Look at the can. 7 years I could have had these. 7 years of carrying around rotted fruit as a symbol of humanity I don't even have anymore. I kept thinking, My voice cracks. I kept thinking if I could keep this one thing from before intact, then I hadn't completely become whatever I am now. Chana leaves her post, sits down next to me, close enough that our shoulders touch. You cannot preserve the past in a can, Gregorio. I know, but you tried anyway. That is very human. She picks up the can, examines it. Then she does something I don't expect, reaches in with 2 fingers, pulls out a slice of peach from the black mold. It's half dissolved, more liquid than solid, definitely toxic. She eats it. Chana, what the... If you are contaminated, I should also be contaminated. That is what partners do. That's not... You didn't have to. No, but I chose to. Same as you chose to keep this can, like, same as you chose ammunition over peaches in the stockroom. Every choice is contamination. We just decide which toxins we share. The taste must be horrific. I can see it in her face. The effort not to gag, not to spit it out, but she swallows, makes herself swallow. Then she laughs. It's not a nice laugh. It's the kind of laugh that says everything's broken, so we might as well find humor in the pieces. I start laughing too. Can't help it. We're sitting in a parking garage eating moldy peaches while the magnetic poles do impossible things overhead, and somewhere north of here, a valley wants to chain people into power arrays. We laugh until we're both crying, until the line between laughter and sobbing gets confused, until Chana's counting her name, but this time the rhythm sounds different, lighter, lighter. Like memorial can also be release. The lie you were carrying, she says when we've caught our breath. About staying human, do you still believe it? No. I think humanity's just the things we do, not the things we preserve. Good. That is progress. The can sits between us, tipped over, black fluid leaking onto the concrete. In the old world, someone would clean that up, worry about biohazard protocols. Call the health department. In this world, it's just more organic matter joining the other organic matter, decomposing everywhere. We should go, Chana says. The aurora is fading. We have maybe 30 minutes of darkness before dawn. She's right, but I don't want to move yet. I want to sit here a little longer with someone who just ate toxic peaches because I needed to stop carrying the past. Thank you, I say. For what? For the contamination. She nods, stands up, offers me her hand. I take it. We're about to head for the exit when I hear it. Sniffing. Close. Too close. Something's in the garage with us. Chana freezes, signals, silence. We both know what it is. The mold spores from the peaches, they're in the air now. Airborne. And there's a variant of Unhinged that's attracted to decay. Sporeback. Lungs full of conductive mold. If you hit them wrong, they explode into spores that spread the infection. The sniffing gets closer. I can hear it navigating, following the scent of our open can like it's a beacon. We can't run. Running means sound. Sound means more of them cluster. Sporebacks hunt in groups, unlike the regular Unhinged. Can't stay here. The smell will lead them directly to us. Chana points to the stairs. Emergency exit, 3 flights up. We move toward them, slow and careful. My boot makes a small scrape on the concrete. The sniffing stops, then starts again. Faster, excited. We're 10 feet from the stairs when I see it. Sporeback emerging from behind a minivan. Human-shaped but wrong, chest cavity distended, lungs visible through translucent skin and filled with that same black mold from the peaches. It's tracking us by scent, head tilting as it processes airborne particles. Chana has Prudencia up. I shake my head. No. Shooting it releases the spores. We need to get past without contact. The sporeback sniffs again, turns toward us, makes a sound like breathing through fluid. It knows we're here, just hasn't pinpointed exact location. Chana starts counting. Quiet, barely audible. Jedendwa tree. The sporeback's head tilts, following her voice. Chteri, pshesh. It starts moving, not toward us, toward where the sound is echoing from, the far wall. We edge toward the stairs. Slow, silent. The sporeback is at the wall now, sniffing concrete, confused by the echo. I'm 3 steps up when my foot finds a loose piece of glass. Tiny crunching sound, barely anything. The sporeback's head whips around, locks on us. It charges. We run, up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. Behind us, the sporeback is making that wet gurgling sound, lungs sloshing with every step. 2nd floor landing. The door's sealed. We keep climbing. 3rd floor. Same. Sealed. 4th floor. The sporeback's gaining. I can hear its footsteps on the stairs below, each impact making a squelching sound. Roof access. The door's not sealed. Chana hits it with her shoulder and it swings open to aurora-lit sky. We're out. The sporeback follows, bursts onto the roof 3 seconds behind us. Shoot it, I say. The spores? We're outside. Wind will carry them. Shoot it. Chana lines up the shot. Prudencia barks once. The sporeback's chest cavity erupts. Black mold explodes outward in a cloud visible against the aurora like smoke. We're downwind. The spores blow away from us out over the city, dispersing into air that's already full of impossible things. The sporeback collapses. What's left of it twitches once, then goes still. That was too close, Chana says. Add it to the list. The aurora's fading now. Real darkness returning, which means the normal Unhinged will go dormant again. Small mercy. We cross the roof to the far side. Below, the street's empty except for abandoned cars and the organic debris of a world that stopped making sense. The peaches, I say. I needed to open them. I know, even though it was stupid. Especially because it was stupid. Smart does not require courage. Stupid does. The can's still down in the garage, leaking its toxic contents onto concrete. Evidence of a choice I made that almost got us both ended. But we're laughing about it. Shared contamination. Ritual of eating something rotten because symbols only matter if you're willing to break them. We need to find the border wall, Chana says, studying the horizon. The coordinates said 3 kilometers north of the subway exit. You see it? No. But the aurora patterns, they are different in that direction. More concentrated, like something is drawing magnetic energy, or generating it. Yes, that too. We find a fire escape on the building's north side. Climb down carefully, checking each level for movement. The city's quiet now. That specific quiet that says all the active threats have either moved on or are waiting for dawn. At street level, we start walking. North by Aurora navigation and Chana's count and the map that burns on my ribs like it's trying to remind me what we're walking toward. The peach can is 43 names ago. Already memorial. Already contamination we chose to share. The spores are somewhere in the wind now, spreading. Finding new hosts. Turning decay into currency. Everything's signal. Everything's weaponized. Even the lies we tell ourselves about staying human. The border wall appears on the horizon just as the aurora finally fades to nothing. Concrete and steel, 30 feet high, topped with razor wire. And beyond it, according to coordinates bought with ammunition and propaganda, the valley waits. Batteries that can't run themselves. People who became inventory. The place where Chana's deportation orders sent civilians to become experiments. We stand at the base of the wall. Look up. The climb will be impossible. The climb will be necessary. Ready? Chana asks. No. Good. Neither am I. The first laugh we shared over moldy peaches feels like years ago instead of hours. The wall waits. The valley beyond waits. Everything waits. We start climbing. Chapter 9. Axiom of Rust. The child's pedal car sits in the middle of an overturned semi-trailer like someone left it there as a joke. Not a toy car. A real pedal car, the kind from the 40s or 50s, all metal and paint, built back when kids' toys were miniature versions of adult things. Except this one's been modified, welded to an adult motorcycle frame. Engine removed, replaced with extended pedal system. Handlebars reinforced. 2 seats instead of 1. Someone built this, Chana says. She's circling it, examining the welds. Someone with skills. These joins are professional. I touch the frame. The metal's cold, rust-free, maintained recently, which means either the builder's nearby or they abandoned it for reasons we should probably worry about. The semi-trailer we found it in is on its side, cargo scattered. Medical supplies mostly, bandages, syringes, morphine vials, already looted. This area has been picked clean. We take it, I decide. It will make us visible. It will make us fast. Fast beats invisible when you're racing winter. Chana considers this. You know how to ride? I know how to pedal. The rest we figure out. We extract the pedal car from the trailer. It's heavier than it looks, maybe 60 kilos with both of us on it, but it rolls smooth, no friction in the gears. Whoever built this knew what they were doing. I climb into the driver's seat. The pedals are positioned for someone taller, but I can reach them. Chana settles behind me, Prudencia across her lap. Go slow, she says, until you understand the steering. I start pedaling. The car lurches forward, veers left. I overcorrect, nearly tip us. Chana grabs my shoulders to keep balance. Slowly, I said. I'm trying. Third attempt goes better. The steering's responsive once I stop fighting it. Let the momentum carry, adjust angle with small inputs. We wobble down the street, gaining speed gradually. Faster, Chana says. I pedal harder. We're actually moving now. Maybe 15 kilometers per hour. Not fast by old world standards, but fast enough that the wind starts catching my face. There, Chana points. Practice turning. I lean into it. The car responds, curves around an abandoned bus. The sensation's strange, like riding a bicycle but with more weight, more commitment. You can't just hop off if something goes wrong. We spend maybe 20 minutes practicing. Turns, stops, acceleration. Chana's job is watching behind us, calling out obstacles. My job is not crashing us into debris. By the time the sun's dropping toward evening, I can navigate reasonably well. Not good, but functional. Now the hard part, Chana says. You drive. I shoot. Hands free. That sounds like a bad idea. Most survival is bad ideas executed competently. Ready? No. Good. Start pedaling. I do. We build speed. Chana lets go of my shoulders, shifts Prudencia into firing position. The weight distribution changes. The car wobbles. I adjust, find the new balance. Maintain speed, she instructs. Do not slow when I shoot. She aims at a stop sign 30 yards ahead, fires. The recoil makes her jerk backward. I compensate, keep us straight. Again, she says, fire, compensate, fire, compensate. We do this 20 times. By the end, I'm anticipating the recoil, adjusting before it happens. Acceptable, Chana says. You learn faster when consequences matter. Thanks for the vote of confidence. We're heading back toward the main road when I see them. Movement on the horizon, multiple figures moving in formation. Contact, Chana says. I squint. Can barely make them out in the dying light. Maybe a dozen people, walking alongside something. Hard to tell what. We get closer. The something becomes clear. Unhinged, but not free roaming. These are chained together, connected collar to collar, being led like livestock. Rust monks, Chana whispers. I have heard of them, never seen them. I remember now, the Bible's Satellite Allies section. Scavenger sect. Oil unhinged chains to make them faster. Rust is sacred. Speed is sin. Chain is gift. We should turn around. Should avoid contact. Should not. Too late. They've seen us. One of the monks, tall figure in rust-colored robes, raises a hand. Signal. The chained unhinged start moving faster. Not natural speed, enhanced speed. Their chains are gleaming with fresh oil, reducing friction. They're being directed toward us. Gregorio. Pedal. I'm already pedaling. Full speed. The pedal car's fast, but the unhinged are faster. They've been optimized for pursuit. Behind me, Chana fires. Once, twice. The shots hit their marks. Two unhinged go down. But they're chained to the others who drag the bodies forward. The system keeps running. They are hurting us, Chana says. She's right. The monks aren't trying to catch us. They're pushing us in a specific direction. Northwest. Toward, I see it ahead. Structure on the horizon. Vertical. Man-made. The border wall. They want us to reach the wall, I say. Why? Maybe it's not about us. Maybe they just move everything north. The monks are gaining. Their unhinged are tireless, don't need rest, run on whatever biological imperative keeps them twitching. We're going to be overtaken in maybe 5 minutes. I can shoot the monks, Chana says. Remove the handlers. Then the unhinged scatter. Might be worse. or might give us escape opportunity. She's already lining up the shot. I try to keep us steady. The pedal car's speed is maxing out. My legs can only go so fast. Chana fires. The lead monk drops. The unhinged attached to his chains stumble, lose coordination. The formation breaks apart, but the other monks adapt. They're not panicking, just adjusting. Two more take control of the loose chains, redirect the unhinged into a tighter cluster. They train for this, Chana says. These are not amateurs. The border wall's getting closer, maybe 2 kilometers now. We can see details, the razor wire, the guard towers, the gate that might or might not be functional. The monks are still behind us, not catching up anymore, but not falling back either, maintaining exact distance. Which means they've got us measured, know our top speed, are pacing us towards something. Trap ahead, I say. Obviously, question is what kind. We're 1 kilometer from the wall when I see them. More monks, coming from the east and west, flanking us. We're being boxed in, funneled. Chana, options. We fight. We have maybe 30 rounds left, then we make them count. Or we keep going, see what's at the wall. That is suicide. Maybe. But we need to cross that wall anyway. Coordinates say the valley's beyond it. She's quiet for 5 seconds. Then, you are suggesting we let them herd us toward our own objective. I'm suggesting we use their trap for our purposes. That is insane. Add it to the list. The wall's 500 meters away now. I can see the gate clearly. It's open, wide open, like someone's expecting us. The monks are tightening the box. We're down to maybe 50 meters of maneuvering room. If we try to break out laterally, we'll run directly into chained unhinged, like straight through, I decide. Full speed. We breach the gate before they close it. If it closes, then we find out if the pedal car fits under a lowering barrier. 200 meters. The monks are converging. Their unhinged are closing ranks. We're in a corridor now, only one direction available, 100 meters. I can see the gate mechanism, manual. 2 guards operating it. They're starting to push it closed. 50 meters. Chana fires both barrels at the guards. One drops. The other ducks. The gate slows but doesn't stop. 20 meters. The gap's narrowing. Maybe a meter wide now. Too small. Duck! I shout. We both flatten. The pedal car's low profile saves us. We shoot through the gap with inches to spare. The metal frame scrapes both sides, throwing sparks. We're through. We're through. The gate slams shut behind us. The monks are on the other side, their unhinged pressed against the barrier. We're in. We're also surrounded. The border wall compound is full of people, hundreds of them, armed, organized, wearing uniforms that are too clean, too coordinated. Military remnants, maybe, or something that evolved from military structure. They're not pointing weapons at us, just watching, waiting. A woman approaches, 40-ish, scarred face, carrying herself like command. She looks at our pedal car, at Chana's shotgun, at my general state of exhaustion. "Welcome," she says. "We've been expecting you." "How?" I manage. "Brother Duvon radioed ahead, said you had coordinates, said you'd be heading north." She smiles. "He didn't mention you'd arrive on a children's toy." Chana's already reading the situation. Exits blocked, too many guards, no way out except cooperation. "What do you want?" she asks. "Same thing you want. Access to the valley, but first we need to verify something." The woman nods toward me. "The map. On your ribs. Can we see it?" I pull my shirt up, show the tattoo. The woman studies it, pulls out a tablet, actual working tablet, which means they have power here, and compares the ink to something on her screen. "It's authentic," she says to her guards. Then to us. "You can cross, but you need to know what you're walking into." The valley. The valley's not salvation. It's collection. They take people, wire them into arrays, use biological distress as power generation. You go in there, you don't come out. Then why let us cross? Because everyone needs to make their own choice, and because your friend there, she nods at Chana, has old unit insignia on her gear. Polish Special Forces, the same unit that signed deportation orders feeding the valley's early experiments. Chana's face goes careful. "You know about that?" Everyone knows about that. The question is whether you're going there to fix it or become part of it. Silence. The rust monks are still on the other side of the gate. They're unhinged, creating that wet, clicking chorus. We're gonna cross, I say. Whatever's up there, we need to see it. The woman nods. Then you climb at dawn. The wall's 30 feet. Rebar hazards on the other side. Magnetic storms predicted for tomorrow afternoon. Your night vision won't work during the climb. You'll have to navigate by aurora light. Can we take the pedal car? No. It stays here. But we'll give you rope, pitons, basic climbing gear. After that, you're on your own. She walks away, leaves us with guards who aren't hostile but aren't friendly either, just professional, doing a job that used to be border security and is now sorting people into categories, those who cross and those who turn back. Chana and I sit on the pedal car, our last vehicle, the thing that got us here fast enough to outrun rust monks and arrive before the gate closed. We are really doing this, she says. Yeah. Climbing into the place that turns civilians into batteries. Yeah. The place I helped populate with deportation orders. Yeah. She's quiet for a long time. Then, I think this is where I should turn back, where I should refuse the redemption that is not actually redemption. But you won't. No. Because I am a coward, and cowards need to see the thing they enabled, even if it destroys them. The pedal car sits beneath us, built by someone who understood that children's toys could be made functional, that play could become survival, that rust was sacred but speed was possible. Dawn's maybe 4 hours away, then we climb. Then we learn if the valley's worth the price everyone paid to point us toward it. The monks are still watching from beyond the gate. Their unhinged are settling into that twitching dormancy that passes for rest. We made it to the wall we've been navigating towards since the megastore, since Rosa, since the Bridge of Screaming and the Church of Bells and the Subway of Names. Now we just have to climb over it and into whatever waits on the other side. The pedal car is staying here. Another thing left behind. First Rosa, then the shell casings, then the peaches. Now this. We're shedding weight. Getting lighter. Approaching the valley with less and less between us and the truth. Chana starts counting her names. Powell, Anya, Carol, Magdalena. I trace the map on my ribs through my shirt, feel each line of ink like it's burning directions into my bones. 4 hours until dawn. Then we climb into the place that turns people into electricity. The rust monks fade into darkness beyond the gate. Their chains stop rattling. The only sound is Chana counting and my breath, and somewhere in the distance, something that might be wind or might be the valley humming with power it shouldn't have. Chapter 10. Toward Infection. The wall is taller than it looked from a distance. Dawn's breaking, but the light's wrong. Aurora patterns still rippling overhead, even though the sun's rising. Green and purple sheets competing with natural daylight, creating illumination that doesn't behave right. The woman from last night, she never gave her name, hands us climbing rope. 30 meters should get you to the top. Rebars on the other side, 3 meters down. Don't land on it. Helpful, I say. I'm not here to be helpful. I'm here to make sure you understand you're making a choice you can't reverse. Cross that wall, there's no coming back south. Not through this checkpoint. Not through any checkpoint. Because the valley has protocols. Anyone who's been inside gets quarantined permanently. Can't risk them carrying back whatever viral modifications might be operational up there. Chana's securing the rope to her gear. She doesn't look up. What viral modifications? The biovoltaic prion. It's not just in the Unhinged. It's in the air. The water. Anyone who's been in the valley gets exposed, starts generating microvoltage whether they want to or not, makes them valuable, makes them inventory. So we are walking into infection, Chana says. You're walking into transformation. Whether that's infection depends on your perspective. The woman leaves us at the base of the wall. 2 guards remain, watching but not interfering. I look up. 30 feet of concrete and steel. razor wire at the top, gleaming in the aurora light. Beyond that, the valley, the place the map's been pointing us toward, the place Chana's deportation orders fed. Last chance to turn back, I say. There was never a chance to turn back. Not since Rosa, not since the bridge, maybe not since Bogota. She's right. We crossed the real threshold days ago. This wall's just making it physical. I start climbing. The rope's good quality, military grade. The pitons hold in the concrete. The climb should be straightforward. But 20 feet up, the aurora shifts, gets brighter. I can feel it, magnetic field intensifying. The pitons start vibrating in the wall. Gregorio, Chana calls from below. The storm, it is starting early. The tablet woman said afternoon. It's barely dawn, which means either she was wrong or the valley's doing something to the magnetic field, pulling it, manipulating it. I keep climbing, fingers on concrete, boots finding purchase. The aurora's so bright now, I can barely see the wall. Everything's washed in green and purple. My pitons pull out. Just disconnect from the wall like they're magnetized wrong. I drop 6 inches before the rope catches. Below me, Chana curses in Polish. The magnetism, I shout down. It's reversing! The pitons! Another piton pops free. I swing sideways, slam into the wall. My shoulder hits concrete. Pain shoots down my arm. Use the imperfections, Chana shouts. Cracks in the wall! Your hands! I look. She's right. The wall's not smooth. Years of weathering have created holds, tiny ones, but holds nonetheless. I switch tactics. Forget the pitons. Just climb like this is a rock face. The aurora gets brighter. I can feel my metal jacket zipper pulling toward the north, toward the valley, like the whole wall is trying to reject me back south, halfway up. The razor wire is visible now. Standard concertina configuration, probably electrified back when electricity was assumed. Chana's climbing below me, faster than I am. She's trained for this. Special forces probably included wall climbing in basic. I reach the top. The razor wire's not electrified. Small mercy. I use the rope to create a bridge over it, drape it across the worst sections. Clear, I call down. Chana joins me at the top. We're 30 feet up, straddling a wall that separates the world we've been navigating from the world we've been navigating toward. On the south side, the checkpoint, the guards, the rust monks still visible in the distance with their chained Unhinged. On the north side, the valley. It's filled with solar towers. Thousands of them. Each one maybe 50 feet high, panels gleaming even in the aurora light. They're arranged in rows, geometric precision, creating a grid that extends for kilometers. And beneath them, nothing. No people. No movement. Just the towers and the silence and the sense that we're looking at something that works too well. Where are the workers, I ask. Underground, maybe, or processed already. I pull out the coordinates Duvon gave us, check them against the valley layout. According to the map, the main facility should be 2 kilometers north, center of the grid. The aurora shifts again. Purple gives way to green. In that light, I can see something else. Flares. Discarded on the valley floor, maybe 300 meters in. Military-grade flares. Chana sees them too. Her face does something I haven't seen before. Goes pale, not scared, defeated. What? I ask. She points. The insignia. On the flares. That is my unit. You sure? I am sure. We used that specific marking, 43rd Signal Intelligence. I signed the orders, I sent the civilians, and my unit was here to receive them. The realization settles between us. This isn't just the valley that uses people as batteries. This is the specific facility Chana helped populate, the place her signature on deportation paperwork made possible. We can still turn back, I say. No. We cannot. The woman said, cross the wall, no return south. We are already exposed, already contaminated, already transformed. Then we go forward. Yes, into the place I helped build. She swings over the razor wire, starts rappelling down the north face. I follow. The rebar she warned about is visible. Twisted metal spikes jutting from the concrete, probably defensive measures from back when defense mattered. We navigate around them. Hit the ground on the valley side. The soil is different here, darker, richer. like it's been fed something organic. The solar towers hum, barely audible but present, a frequency that makes my teeth ache. We walk toward the flares. Chana picks one up, examines it. Her finger traces the marking, stylized 43 with signal wave lines. I knew 17 people in this unit, she says. 8 survived the first wave, 3 survived deportation protests. By the time orders came to support the Valley's experiments, only 1 remained. Who? Me. I was the unit, sole member, signature authority. When I signed the orders sending civilians north, I was signing as 43rd Signal Intelligence, even though 42 others were gone. She drops the flare. So this is redemption, standing in the place I helped populate, watching solar towers hum with power generated by people I sent here. The aurora's fading now, natural sunrise taking over. In better light, I can see the valley more clearly. The solar towers are pristine, professional maintenance. Someone's keeping this running. Movement, I say. 3 o'clock. Chana turns. I see it too. Helipad, maybe a kilometer north, fresh skid marks on the concrete, fuel stains. Something landed here recently. Something left. VIP evacuation, Chana says. The valley has extraction protocols. They take the valuable ones out before collapse. Collapse? All systems collapse eventually. This one just does it slower than most. We walk toward the helipad. The solar towers cast long shadows in the rising sun. Our boots on the valley floor make no sound. The soil absorbs everything. Halfway to the helipad, I see them. Wheelchairs. Empty ones, dozens of them, arranged in neat rows like they're waiting for occupants who won't return. Medical facility, Chana says. They process the weak first. Remove mobility, then remove choice. And the strong get to push the wheelchairs until they become weak too. We reach the helipad. The skid marks are fresh, maybe 24 hours old. A helicopter landed, stayed maybe 10 minutes, left. Standard extraction timeline. Next to the pad, speaker system, mounted on pole, aimed at the facility's center. It's playing something. Very quiet, barely audible. I get closer. Listen. It's a loop. Same message repeating. We are the current that heals. We are the current that heals. We are the current that heals. This up doctrine, Chana says, repeated until it becomes identity. The facility's center is visible now. Low building, brutalist architecture, no windows. Exactly the kind of structure you build when you don't want occupants seeing out. We go in, I ask. We go in. We see what my orders created. Then we decide what comes next. The aurora's completely gone now. Just natural daylight. The solar towers are generating power, feeding it somewhere. The hum is constant. We walk toward the facility. Every step is irreversible. Every step is acknowledgement that we chose this. Chana's counting her names. Powell, Anya, Carol, Magdalena. 43 names for 43 people who aren't here to see what their unit designation enabled. I touch the map on my ribs, feel the raised edges through my shirt. The stranger who carved it is gone. Sister Faustina is probably gone. Rosa is gone. The pedal car is on the other side of the wall. We can't cross back through. Everything's gone except forward. The facility's door is open. Wasn't locked, wasn't sealed, just open like it's expecting us. Chana stops at the threshold. If we go in, we do not come out the same. We haven't been the same since the megastore. No. But this is different. This is the source, the place where signal becomes weapon, becomes power, becomes doctrine. So what do? We go in. We bear witness. We count the cost of every calculation we ever made. She steps through the door. I follow. The valley swallows us. Solar towers humming. Empty wheelchairs waiting. Helipads speaking its loop to no one. We are the current that heals. We are the current that heals. We are the current that heals. Behind us, the border wall stands 30 feet high. Impassable now. Irreversible. We climbed over it knowing we couldn't climb back. That's the definition of commitment. Or madness, or both. The map on my ribs burns. The names in Chana's head cycle. We're both carrying directions that led here. Question is, what do we do now that we've arrived? The facility's interior waits, dark and humming. We walk into it together. Chapter 11, The Valley That Echoes Wrong. The wall's behind us now. Can't go back even if we wanted to. Greg checked twice, and the magnetic lock fused itself shut the second we crossed. He didn't say anything, just kept walking, but I saw his hand go to his ribs where the map used to matter. Solar towers everywhere, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They stretched toward the horizon in perfect rows, each one pristine white against the dirt, each one humming at a frequency that makes my teeth ache. The sound isn't mechanical, it's organic, like the towers are breathing in unison. "This is it," Greg says. He's smiling, actually smiling. First time since the peach can. I count wheelchairs instead of smiling back. 15, 20, 32, all empty. All abandoned in clusters near the tower bases, like someone got up mid-sentence and walked away. The seats still have impressions in them. "Where is everyone?" I say. Greg doesn't answer. He's already moving toward the nearest control station, his boots leaving prints in dust that shouldn't be this thick if people were here yesterday, or last week, or last month. The loudspeakers crackle to life overhead. Same loop we heard from outside. "We are the current that heals." I stop walking. Greg, he turns, and for a second I think he's going to listen. But his eyes aren't on me. They're on the towers, all that potential voltage just sitting there unused. He's doing the math in his head. I can see it. Batteries per tower times towers per grid times grids per valley equals salvation, equals north, equals everything we crossed the wall for. Something's wrong, I say. Something's perfect. He adjusts the straps on his pack. This is exactly what we needed. What we needed. Not what we expected. He's already rewriting the narrative, making the empty wheelchairs into a good thing because it means less competition for resources. I know because I used to do the same thing with civilian evacuation orders, frame abandonment as efficiency. The sky's too clear. That's what's bothering me. No smoke, no fires, no distant screams or static bursts or any of the white noise we've been drowning in for months. Just the towers humming and the wheelchairs waiting and that recorded voice promising healing through electrical current. I crouch next to the nearest chair. The armrests have grooves worn into them, thumb width, deep enough that whoever sat here spent hours gripping hard enough to reshape metal. The seat's angled wrong too, like it was designed to keep someone slumped forward. Straps dangle from the frame, cut clean through. "They ran," I say. Greg's already at the control station, fingers moving across a dust-covered keypad. "They evacuated. That's good. Means the system still works." He's not listening. I stand up and count more chairs. 47, 53, all of them facing the towers, all of them empty. The nearest tower's base has a panel door half open. I walk over before I can talk myself out of it. Greg calls something behind me, but I'm not stopping. If he wants batteries so bad, he can wait 30 seconds while I check why every instinct I have is screaming at me to run back to the wall. Inside the tower, it's dark, except for indicator lights. Green. All green. System operational. I let my eyes adjust and... cables. Dozens of them. Hanging from ceiling mounts like jungle vines, each one ending in a connector plug that's still wet. Not water. Something thicker. The floor's sticky under my boots. "Chana." Greg's voice, but distant now. "You need to see this." I back out of the tower, and he's got a tablet pulled from the control station, screen glowing blue in his hands. His face has changed. The smile's gone. "What?" I say. He turns the tablet toward me. It's a schematic. The valley, the towers, and underneath them, in a subterranean grid pattern, storage units. Thousands of them. Each one labeled with a number and a voltage reading. Each one currently reading 0. "They're empty," Greg says. His voice sounds wrong. Hollow. All of them. The loudspeaker crackles again. "We are the current." I grab the tablet from him and scroll through the files. Maintenance logs, power output reports, personnel rosters with names I recognize from my unit's deportation lists. 347 civilians reassigned to Valley Installation Sigma for renewable energy research. 347. I look at the wheelchairs again. Do the math I don't want to do. They didn't evacuate, I say. Greg's still staring at the schematic, at the empty storage units, at the voltage readings that should be higher if the towers are running but aren't because there's nothing down there generating power anymore. Nothing left to drain. A shadow passes overhead. We both look up at the same time. Drone. White cylindrical body, maybe 2 meters long, hovering 30 meters above us. Silent except for the faint whir of rotors adjusting for wind. The speaker underneath it is what's playing the loop. It rotates. The camera lens catches sunlight and throws it back at us in a flash that makes me squint. "Don't move," Greg whispers. Too late. The drone's already adjusting altitude, dropping lower, the speaker beneath it cutting the loop midward. Silence for 3 seconds. 4, 5. Then a different voice, human, live, definitely not recorded, comes through the speaker. "Welcome home." I grab Greg's arm. He's frozen, staring up at the drone like it might explain itself if he waits long enough. The drone rotates again, slower this time, scanning. I can see the thermal lens now, the faint shimmer of heat detection software processing our signatures. "We need to move," I say. "Where?" Good question. The valley's open ground for kilometers in every direction. Towers provide cover, but they're also probably wired with sensors. The wheelchairs are too exposed. The control stations, the drone drops another 5 meters. Close enough now that I can see the serial number stenciled on its side. Close enough that when the speaker activates again, it's loud. Body temperatures detected. Please remain stationary for processing. Processing. That's a new word. I don't like new words. Greg finally moves, pulling thermal blankets from his pack. The mylar kind, silver and crinkly, designed to trap heat. Not keep it out, keep it in. He throws one at me and we wrap ourselves fast, silver against silver, our breath already making the space between us humid and close. The drone's spotlight snaps on, white, blinding. I close my eyes and it's still white through my eyelids, hot and searching. The light passes over us once, pauses, passes again. We hold still. Greg's shoulder pressed against mine, his breathing shallow and measured like he's counting seconds. I count wheelchairs instead, 68, 71, 74, anything to keep my mind off the fact that we're wrapped in what amounts to a heat signature gift box. The spotlight clicks off. Silence. Just the hum of the towers and the drone's rotors and my pulse hammering in my ears. Then the speaker crackles again. Different voice this time. Not recorded, not processed, just human, male, calm. "I know you're there." Greg's hand finds mine under the blanket. Squeezes once. The speaker continues. "The thermal bloom gives you away. But that's fine, we're not in a hurry." A pause. "You came looking for batteries, yes? For power? For salvation through electron flow." That last phrase, salvation through electron flow, that's what Brother Duvon said. Word for word. I remember because Greg's eyes lit up when he heard it, like someone finally spoke his language. "I can offer you both," the voice says. "All the current you need, all the capacity your neural pathways can sustain. We are the current that heals. We are the voltage that sustains, and you." The drone rotates, camera lens sweeping the valley floor. You are home. The spotlight flicks back on, not pointed at us, pointed at the ground 10 meters to our left, illuminating a hatch we didn't see before. Metal, square, big enough for 2 people if they crouch. The hatch's edges glow faint blue, electromagnetically sealed. "Come inside," the voice says, "or stay out here when the night cycle begins. Your choice." The spotlight clicks off. The drone rises, rotors shifting pitch, ascending back toward whatever altitude it patrols from. We watch it go. Neither of us moves to take off the blankets. "Night cycle," Greg says finally. "You heard that too. What do you think it means?" I think it means the dark freeze rule applies here. I think it means when the sun goes down and the light levels drop below 3 lux, every unhinged in a 50-kilometer radius is going to wake up and come charging toward the only heat signatures for kilometers. I think it means we either go into that hatch or we spend the night wrapped in mylar, hoping our body heat doesn't cook us from the inside out. I don't say any of that. Just pull the blanket tighter and count more wheelchairs. 83, 97, 104. We're not going in there, I say. We might not have a choice. There's always a choice. Greg shifts beside me. The blanket crinkles. Chana, no. We don't know what's down there. Exactly. He's quiet for a long time. Long enough that I think maybe he's listening. Maybe he's finally seeing what I'm seeing. The wheelchairs, the cables, the wet connectors, the 347 names that disappeared into this valley and never came back out. Then he says, we need that map. The terminal inside will have building schematics, exit routes, weak points in the perimeter. You're serious? I'm practical. There it is. Same logic that chose the ammo over the peaches. Same math that trades lives for assets. He's already running the numbers. Risk of going into the hatch versus reward of accessing the valley's infrastructure data. And the numbers are telling him the data's worth more than whatever danger's waiting below. I should argue, should pull rank or pull his arm or pull something that makes him stop and think about the fact that we're about to walk into a hole in the ground at the invitation of a voice that knows we're here. Instead, I say, if we do this, we do it my way. Meaning? Meaning I go first. Meaning you watch my back. Meaning the second I say we leave, we leave. No arguing, no calculating, we just move. He considers this, nods once. We unwrap ourselves from the blankets. The air feels cold after the trapped heat, my skin prickling as the sweat evaporates. Greg folds the mylar carefully, stowing it back in his pack like we might need it again, like we're planning to come back out. The hatch is exactly where the spotlight showed it. Metal edges smooth and seamless. Electromagnetic lock glowing blue in the seams. No handle, no keypad. Just a flat surface waiting for... Greg puts his hand on it. The glow shifts from blue to green. The hatch hisses, pressure equalizing, and the metal plate slides sideways to reveal a ladder descending into darkness. How did you? I start. Thermal scan, he says. It read my handprint. That's supposed to make me feel better? He doesn't answer, just starts climbing down. I follow because that's what we do now. Follow each other into bad decisions because turning back means admitting we were wrong to come this far. I learned that when I signed those deportation orders, once you commit, you keep moving forward until forward stops being an option. The ladders may be 5 meters deep. At the bottom there's a corridor, concrete walls, LED strips running along the ceiling, air that smells like ozone and something else. Something organic. The hum from the towers is louder down here, resonating through the walls like we're inside an instrument being played at a frequency just below hearing. Greg's already moving down the corridor. I grab his shoulder. Wait. For what? For my eyes to adjust. For you to remember I go first. For literally anything except charging ahead like this is a supply run. He stops. Turns. And in the LED light his face looks wrong. Too eager, too focused, like he's seeing something I'm not. Like the hum's gotten inside his head and tuned him to a frequency that makes sense of all this. I'm fine, he says. You're not. Chana, you're not, I say again, and neither am I. But we're down here now, so we might as well finish it. I move past him. Take point. The corridor splits ahead, left toward what looks like living quarters, right toward a door marked operations. The hum's louder coming from the right. I go right. The door's not locked. It slides open when I push, revealing a room that's empty. Just walls lined with monitors, all of them dark except one. Center screen. Playing a feed of the valley floor from above, showing 2 figures standing next to a hatch that's now closed behind them. Us. 30 seconds ago, the screen flickers. The feed rewinds, plays forward, rewinds again, playing our approach on loop, Greg putting his hand on the hatch, the green glow, us descending. Over and over. Someone's watching, Greg says behind me. No, someone was watching. Past tense. Because the camera angles are wrong for live surveillance. Too many cuts, too much editing, like someone curated this footage specifically to show us what they wanted us to see. The screen goes black. Then, in white text across the dark, "We are the current that heals." The monitors on the left wall wake up, all of them at once. 12 screens showing 12 different angles of the same scene. Maintenance tunnels exactly like this one, filled with, "I look away. Too late. Already saw it." Bodies. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Wired together in series, cables running from spine to spine, faces slack, eyes open but not seeing, not moving, just generating. The voltage readouts in the corner of each screen show 0.7, 0.6, 0.8, fluctuating with each shallow breath. Greg's staring at the screens, not looking away, not blinking. "This is it," he whispers. "This is how they did it." "Greg, all this time we thought the batteries were the goal, but the batteries are..." He gestures at the screens, at the wired bodies, at the numbers that keep scrolling. "They're the batteries." The center monitor flickers again. New text, "Welcome to the system." And then in a voice that's definitely live, definitely close, definitely coming from speakers built into this room, "Would you like to power the future, or would you prefer to remain inventory?" A door behind us, one we didn't see coming in, slides open with a pneumatic hiss. Light spills through. Not LED strips, not emergency lighting, natural light, sunlight. We turn. Standing in the doorway is a man in a white coat, hands in his pockets, smiling like we're late for an appointment. 45 maybe. Thin. Wire-frame glasses. Behind him I can see what looks like a medical bay, examination tables, IV stands, equipment I don't recognize. "Dr. Ksaweri Tumansky," he says, extending a hand neither of us shakes. "You must be Gregorio, and you." He looks at me, keeps looking. "You signed some paperwork for me once, deportation orders. Quite efficient." My stomach drops. He smiles wider. "Don't worry, I'm grateful. Those orders provided excellent initial subjects. Your bureaucratic precision was invaluable to the program." He steps aside, gesturing to the medical bay. Which is why I think you'll both appreciate what we've accomplished here. Come, let me show you the future of human energy distribution." The door behind us, the one we came through, slides shut, locks with an electromagnetic seal that glows blue. Greg's hand goes to his ribs, to the map that's long since faded, to the goal that just inverted into complicity. Tumansky's still smiling, waiting, one hand extended toward the medical bay like he's offering salvation. The voice from the speaker comes through one more time. "We are the current that heals." Chapter 12, Saint Ampere's Ledger. The medical bay smells like antiseptic and copper. Tumansky walks ahead of us like we're colleagues on a tour. Not two people he just trapped in a locked room. His white coat's spotless. That's what I keep noticing. No stains, no wear marks, nothing that suggests he's been working down here maintaining a grid of wired bodies. "Please," he says, gesturing to examination tables. "Sit. You've come a long way." We don't sit. Greg's scanning the room, exits, equipment, anything that might be a weapon. I'm counting IVs. 12 stands. 15. All of them empty, except the ones in the corner, which have bags hanging that are definitely not saline. "You're afraid," Tumansky says. Not a question. He pulls a stool out from under a workstation and sits, crossing his legs. "That's natural. The paradigm shift requires adjustment. But let me assure you, everything you've seen, everything you fear is simply physics applied to human capacity." "Physics," Greg says. His voice is flat. "Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred." Tumansky leans back, hands folded in his lap. "The human body generates electricity constantly, nerve signals, muscle contractions. The heart alone produces enough voltage to be measured externally. We simply optimize the output." I move toward the corner where the IV bags hang. The liquid inside is dark. Not blood. Something else. "Don't touch those," Tumansky says without looking. "They're for stabilization. Keeps the subjects." He pauses. "Excuse me. Keeps the system nodes functioning at peak efficiency. Neural suppressants, muscle stimulants, nutrient suspension. Quite elegant, really." Nodes, I say. Nodes, units, subjects. Call them what you like. He stands, moving to a terminal built into the wall. The screen wakes at his touch. The terminology matters less than the function, and the function, he taps through screens, is beautiful. The display shows what looks like a power grid, not geographical, biological, interconnected points, each one pulsing with a voltage reading. The whole thing looks like a nervous system, branching and connecting, current flowing from node to node in real time. 347 initial subjects, Tumansky says. He's not reading from the screen. He's memorized this. 12 sustained nodes remaining. The others, a dismissive wave, burned out. Insufficient voltage sustainability. But those 12, he zooms in on a cluster. Those 12 have been providing consistent output for 14 months. Greg's moved closer to the terminal, staring at the screen like it might explain something if he looks hard enough. You're using people, he says. I'm using electricity. The people are simply the most efficient conductors we've discovered. Tumansky switches screens. Now it's showing voltage optimization charts, before and after comparisons. Traditional battery technology requires rare earth metals, mining, manufacturing, supply chains that collapsed years ago. But this, he gestures at the display, this is renewable, sustainable. As long as we maintain the nodes and process new subjects when necessary, the system runs indefinitely. Process, I say. He looks at me. Really looks this time, and behind the glasses, his eyes are calm, not cold, not cruel, just calm, like he's discussing crop rotation instead of turning humans into components. You processed yourself, he says, when you signed those deportation orders, when you designated civilians as expendable for the greater logistical good. We're not so different, you and I. He turns back to the terminal. The difference is efficiency. You discarded your subjects. I optimized mine. My hand goes to Prudencia without thinking. The shotgun's weight is familiar. Grounding. Tumansky notices but doesn't react. You're wondering if you can stop this, he says. If you can free the nodes, shut down the system, expose what's happening here. The answer is yes, you absolutely can. He taps the screen. This terminal controls the entire valley infrastructure, power distribution, security protocols, emergency disconnection for the bioharness arrays. One command would release every node simultaneously. He steps away from the terminal, gestures for Greg to come closer. Go ahead, Tumansky says. Access it. See for yourself. Greg hesitates, looks at me. I shake my head. Trap, obvious trap, don't touch anything, but he's already moving toward the terminal, hands hovering over the interface. What's the catch? Greg says. No catch, just consequences. Tumansky sits back down on his stool. The system maintains 14,000 unhinged in dark freeze stasis using specialized light arrays powered by the biogrid. Disconnect the power and those arrays fail. The unhinged wake up, all of them, simultaneously, in a valley with 12 living nodes and... He looks at us. 2 guests. Greg's hands stop moving. Of course, Tumansky continues, you could argue that 12 lives aren't worth 14,000 unhinged being released, that the moral equation demands sacrifice. But before you make that calculation, he taps the terminal from across the room. The screen changes. Personnel files, photographs, names and ages, and... Greg makes a sound I've never heard from him before. Not quite a word. Not quite a breath. Just air leaving his lungs all at once. On the screen, Ari, Sophia, age 11. Voltage baseline 0.74. Status converted. Below the text, a photograph. A girl with Greg's eyes and darker hair smiling at a camera that probably doesn't exist anymore. Your sister, Tumansky says softly. Node 7, one of our most stable generators. Excellent consistency. She's been powering 3 towers for, he checks the readout, 8 months now. Greg's not moving, not breathing, just staring at the screen. So you see, Tumansky says, the question isn't whether you can stop this. The question is whether you want to. Because stopping it means disconnecting your sister from life support. It means watching her systems fail in real time. means 14,000 unhinged flood this valley while you stand here with your moral certainty and your righteous grief. I move between Greg and the terminal, force him to look at me instead of the screen. Don't, I say. His eyes are wrong, hollow, like something inside him just stopped generating current. She's alive, he whispers. No, she's not. The readout says her body's generating voltage. That's not alive. I grab his shoulders. That's what he's counting on. He's counting on you caring more about the readout than the person. I can't. Greg's voice cracks. I can't just let her. She's already gone. You don't know that. Yes, I do. Because I sent people here. Because I signed the orders that turned them into numbers on a readout. And if there was anything left of them worth saving, they wouldn't need cables to keep their hearts beating. Tumansky's still sitting on his stool, watching us like we're an experiment producing interesting data. Touching, he says, but ultimately irrelevant. The system continues regardless of your emotional processing. The valley needs power. The nodes provide power. Whether you participate willingly or become nodes yourselves is simply a matter of logistics. Greg pulls away from me, goes back to the terminal. His hands move across the interface, not randomly, purposefully. Accessing files. Downloading. What are you doing, I say, getting proof? He pulls something from his pack, the wrist cam, cracked screen but still recording. He aims it at the display, at the node grid, at his sister's file. Proof for who? Tumansky sounds genuinely curious. The world ended. The infrastructure collapsed. Who exactly do you plan to show this to? Everyone. Greg's hands are shaking, but he keeps filming. Every survivor, every settlement, every person who thinks the valley is salvation. Ah! Tumansky stands. The information warfare approach. Expose the system, poison the well, ensure no one else volunteers. Clever, but flawed. He walks to a cabinet built into the wall. Opens it. Inside. Paper. Thousands of sheets, all printed with the same basic format. Consent forms. Every node signed, he says, pulling out a stack. Every single one. Full disclosure of the process, the risks, the permanence. They signed knowing exactly what they were volunteering for. Because salvation by electron flow isn't slavery. He drops the papers on the examination table. It's a choice. Trade consciousness for purpose. Trade autonomy for sustainability. Trade the burden of survival for the peace of function. He pulls one sheet from the stack, hands it to Greg. At the bottom, a signature. Sophia Ari. Greg's hands stop shaking, go completely still. The wrist cam drops. She asked for you, Tumansky says quietly. Before the procedure. Asked if her brother was coming to the valley. I told her I didn't know. She said, he pauses. She said he will. He always needs batteries. The room's quiet except for the hum, that constant resonance from the towers, from the nodes, from the grid that's running on 12 people who chose to stop being people. Greg picks up the wrist cam, pockets it without rewinding the footage. The terminal, he says, voice empty. You said I could access it. I did. Show me the emergency disconnect. Tumansky doesn't move. You understand what that means. Show me. He does. Pulls up a command interface, simple as flipping a switch. One button labeled emergency disconnect. Red. Big enough that there's no question what it does. Press that, Tumansky says, and every bioharness releases simultaneously. Every node flatlines within minutes. Every light in the valley goes dark, and every unhinged within sensor range wakes up and comes here. Greg's hand hovers over the button. I grab his wrist. Don't. Why not? Because then we're no better than him. We're already no better than him. Greg looks at me. Really looks, and his eyes are clear now. Decided. We came here for batteries. We got them. Just not the kind we expected. He pulls his hand free, reaches for the button, and Tumansky, still calm, still sitting, says, before you do, one more thing you should see. The screens on the wall wake up again, all of them, but this time they're not showing the maintenance tunnels. They're showing the surface, the valley floor, the towers, and under every tower, hatches opening. Dozens of them, hundreds. Unhinged climbing out, not attacking and not charging, just standing there in neat rows, waiting. I lied, Tumansky says, about the dark freeze arrays. We don't keep the Unhinged in stasis. We keep them ready. Every one of them chipped, controlled, waiting for the signal to defend the system. Press that button and they don't attack randomly. He gestures at the screens. They attack you, specifically, with coordination and purpose. Greg's hand hovers, not moving toward the button, not moving away. So choose, Tumansky says. Upload your footage to whatever network you think still exists. Let your sister and the other nodes continue providing power while you run. Or press the button, release them all, and find out how long you last against 4,000 unhinged who've been trained to protect the grid. The screens keep showing the valley floor. Keep showing the Unhinged standing in rows. Keep showing what's waiting outside this room. Greg lowers his hand. Tumansky smiles. Excellent choice. Now he stands, moving toward the door. Shall we discuss your integration into the system? Or would you prefer to leave and pretend you never saw what powers your salvation? The door slides open. The corridor beyond is empty. No guards, no locks. Just an open path back to the ladder, back to the surface, back to the wheelchairs and the towers and the valley that runs on a choice 12 people made and 335 people didn't survive. Greg walks toward the door, doesn't look back at the terminal, doesn't look at me, just walks. I follow because that's what we do now. Tumansky calls after us, you're welcome to return anytime. We're always processing new nodes. The system grows, the current heals, and you, his voice echoes down the corridor, you know where to find us when survival stops being optional. We climb the ladder in silence, push the hatch open, surface into sunlight that feels too bright, too clean, too wrong after what we've seen. The drones still circling overhead, the towers still hum, the wheelchairs still wait empty. Greg sits down on the nearest one, puts his head in his hands. I stand there and watch the valley that echoes wrong and wonder how many choices I've made that led here, how many orders I signed that turned into nodes, how many times I chose efficiency over humanity and called it survival. The wrist cam in Greg's pocket is still recording, still storing proof that no one will believe, because believing means admitting we built this world. We chose this. We're the current that heals. We're the voltage that sustains. And somewhere under our feet, 12 people are breathing in perfect synchronization, generating 0.7 volts per kilogram, while their consciousness dissolves into static and purpose and the peaceful hum of a system that will outlive us all. Greg looks up. We need to reboot the terminal. Download the full map, find the weak points in the perimeter. I stare at him. You can't be serious. I'm practical. Same tone he used at the megastore. Same calculation. We know what's down there now. We can use that. Use what? Your sister's voltage output? He flinches but doesn't stop. Use the system's vulnerabilities. Find a way to shut it down without triggering the unhinged response. There is no way. There's always a way. We just need the right data. The drone circles lower, speaker crackling to life. We are the current that heals. Greg stands, starts walking back toward the hatch, and I realize we crossed a line when we came into this valley. But Greg crossed a different one when he saw his sister's file. Crossed it and kept going, and now he's standing on the other side where optimization matters more than grief and data matters more than names. And the only thing that matters is finding a way to make the system give him what he wants. I grab his arm. If we go back down there, he's not letting us leave again. Then we don't leave until we have what we need. Which is what? A map? A schematic? Your sister's voltage converted to a format you can download and carry around? He pulls free. I need to know if she's really gone. I need to see for myself. She signed the form, Greg. She chose this. She was 11. She was 11 and she chose to be useful instead of inventory, just like you're choosing right now. I step in front of him, between him and the hatch. You go back down there and you're not coming out. Because the second Tumansky realizes you're serious about fighting the system, you become part of it. Node 348. Excellent logistics background, great voltage potential. He meets my eyes, and for the first time since the megastore, I don't recognize what I'm looking at. Then I guess you better decide if you're coming with me, he says, and walks past me toward the hatch that's still open, still waiting, still leading down into the medical bay, where Tumansky's probably watching on a monitor and smiling because this is how it always works. This is how people become nodes. Not forced, not dragged, not screaming, just walking down a ladder toward a terminal that might have answers. The hatch is still open. Greg's already at the bottom of the ladder, heading back into the control room. And I'm standing on the surface deciding if following him one more time makes me his partner or his enabler or just another person who chose efficiency over humanity until there was no difference left between the two. The drone's speaker crackles. We are the current that heals. I climb down the ladder. Chapter 13, The Choir of Fuse Boxes. The maintenance tunnels run deeper than the medical bay. Greg found a service elevator at the end of the control room corridor, hidden behind a panel that looked like wall until he pressed it, and the whole section slid away. No alarm, no resistance, just an open elevator car waiting like Tumansky left it running specifically for us. We're 3 levels down now, the hum's louder, not overwhelming, just present, like being inside a speaker that's always playing a note just below the frequency where it hurts. The walls down here are different, not concrete, some kind of composite material that's warm to the touch and slightly yielding, like touching a membrane instead of architecture. LED strips run along the ceiling, but they're not white anymore. They're shifting between blue and green in a pattern that's definitely not random. You seeing this? Greg whispers. I'm seeing it. The lights pulse in rhythm with the hum, heart rate rhythm, 60 beats per minute. Where are we going? I say. Master inverter. According to the schematic, it's on level 4. He's got the tablet from the control room clutched in one hand, screen showing us his 2 blue dots moving through a maze of corridors. Cut power there, and the whole grid drops. And then the Unhinged wake up. And then we run. That's not a plan. That's a suicide note with extra steps. But I don't argue, because arguing means we're having a conversation instead of moving forward. And moving forward is the only direction Greg knows anymore. The corridor branches, left toward what the schematic labels bio-maintenance, right toward inverter alpha. Greg goes right without hesitating. The hum gets louder. I count fuse boxes on the walls as we pass. 12, 18, 23. All of them marked with voltage warnings and biohazard symbols and labels that make no sense. Neural buffer zone 7. Cardiac sync array C. Consciousness suppression relay. Greg, I say, stop. He doesn't stop. Just keeps walking toward the sound of electricity being generated by bodies I can't see but know are close because the walls are warm and the air tastes metallic. Greg, he stops, turns, and his eyes are not vacant, not possessed, just focused so hard on the goal that everything else has become noise. What? He says. We need a better plan than cut power and run. That is the plan. That's how we get caught or converted. Or wired up next to your sister wondering why we thought we could fight a system designed by someone smarter than us. He's not smarter. He's patient, which is worse. Greg looks at the tablet, at the blue dots that represent us, at the red square that represents the master inverter, still 3 corridors away. You have a better idea? I don't. But I learned something in signal intelligence that Greg never had to learn in logistics. Sometimes the best way to break a system isn't to destroy it. It's to make it destroy itself. The nodes, I say, they're synchronized. Same rhythm, same voltage frequency, same I gesture at the lights, everything. So we desynchronize them. He stares at me. How? Sound. I pull my last shell casing from my pocket, the one I kept from Sister Faustina's bells, the one that rings at 256 hertz when you strike it right. Middle C, perfect tone. Sister Faustina taught the Unhinged to cluster and scatter using specific frequencies. What if the nodes work the same way? They're sedated, neural suppressants. They can't hear. Their bodies can. Bone conduction, resonance. If we can find the frequency that disrupts their synchronization, the grid fails without us having to cut anything. Greg's quiet for a long moment. Then, that's insane. Better than suicidal. He almost smiles. First time since the medical bay. You're going to break into a multi-million-dollar bioelectric system by singing at it. I'm going to interrupt the conductor, make the choir fall out of rhythm, make the system think the nodes are malfunctioning so it shuts them down safely instead of catastrophically. And if you're wrong, then we're in the maintenance tunnels when the power drops and Tumansky finds out we were here. Same outcome as your plan. Different method. He considers this. Looks at the tablet. Back at me. We'd need to get close to the nodes, find their harmonic frequency, generate a countertone loud enough to propagate through the arrays. You know someone who can do that? He does smile this time. Small. Tired. How close? As close as these tunnels get. He checks the schematic, scrolls past inverter alpha to a section marked Biomaintenance Subchamber 3, zooms in. There. Access corridor runs parallel to node array B. 12 subjects. If we can disrupt them, the system should cascade. Should. That's a word I hate. Should means maybe. Maybe means we're betting our lives on acoustic theory and a shell casing I've been carrying for 3 weeks. But Greg's already moving toward the branch corridor, toward the warmth and the hum and the 12 who signed consent forms because survival meant becoming someone else's infrastructure. We walk in silence. The LED strips keep pulsing. 60 beats per minute. Perfectly synchronized. The corridor narrows, ceiling drops lower. And the walls start to show shapes, outlines. Bodies pressed against the membrane from the other side, visible as indentations and shadows and proof that what we're walking past isn't architecture. It's biology. Don't look, Greg says. Too late, already seeing them. 12 forms suspended in whatever medium fills the spaces between the tunnels. 12 people floating in manufactured amniotic fluid while cables feed into their spines and their hearts beat in perfect unison in their consciousness. I look away. Ahead, the corridor opens into a junction point. 4 tunnels converging around a central hub, and in the center, a panel box. Industrial. Gray. Marked with voltage warnings and a label that says Audio Feedback Suppression Array. That's it, I say. Greg checks the tablet. That's audio suppression. We want audio generation. No, we want to turn off the suppression so the nodes can hear each other. If they're generating voltage through distress response, they're making sound. Subvocal, bone conducted. The system has to suppress it or the nodes would influence each other. Influence each other how? Synchronize naturally or desynchronize, depends on what they're expressing. He stares at the panel box. You're going to let 12 people who are being used as batteries start screaming at each other through bone conduction. I'm going to let them communicate. What they say is up to them. They're sedated, they're suppressed, different thing. This is still insane. It's the best option we have. He knows I'm right. Knows it because the alternative is cutting power and running hasn't worked for anyone since the world ended. At some point, you have to stand still and make the system come to you instead. I move to the panel box. It's locked with an electromagnetic seal. Greg pulls the tablet close, accesses something in the control room remotely, and the seal glows green. The panel swings open. Inside, switches. Dozens of them, all labeled with node numbers and frequency ranges, all currently set to active. I find the master control, one switch that governs the whole suppression array. Ready? I say. Greg's got his hand on my shoulder, not pulling me back, not pushing me forward, just there. No, he says, but do it anyway. I flip the switch. The hum changes, not louder. different. Like someone added harmonics that weren't there before, overtones that clash and resolve and clash again. The LED strips flicker, losing their synchronized pulse. 60 beats becomes 59, becomes 62, becomes chaos from the walls. Sound, not screaming, not voices, just vibration. 12 sources generating 12 different frequencies, all of them trying to sync and failing because they're not meant to be in unison. They're meant to be individuals. The membrane walls start to ripple, bodies pressing against the barrier, not violently, just moving, shifting, finding their own rhythm instead of the one the system imposed. Greg's watching the tablet. The grid's fluctuating, voltage dropping, rising, dropping again. Good. This is good? This is 12 people remembering they're not a circuit. The vibration gets louder, complex, and underneath it's a pattern. Not random, not synchronized, somewhere in between, like they're talking to each other, finding consensus without words. The LED strips flicker faster, red now, warning lights. And from the speakers built into the corridor ceiling, Tumansky's voice, fascinating. We both freeze. You're attempting to reintroduce individual variants into a system designed for collective output. Clever. Misguided, but clever. A pause. It won't work. The vibration from the walls suddenly stops. Goes silent, like someone hit mute on 12 people mid-conversation. Neural suppression increased to compensatory levels, Tumansky continues. His voice is calm, conversational. The nodes are sedated beyond the threshold where bone conduction can propagate signal. Your frequency disruption is noted and corrected. Thank you for the data. Greg's staring at the tablet. Voltage stabilizing, system rebalancing. I look at the panel box, at the switches that are now useless because Tumansky's already adapted, already compensated, already turned my plan into an experiment that gave him more information than it cost him. However, Tumansky's voice says, I appreciate the attempt. It demonstrates creative problem solving, exactly the kind of neural flexibility we value in potential nodes. The corridor ahead lights up. Not LED strips. Spotlights, bright enough to hurt. Please proceed to Medical Bay 2 for integration processing, Tumansky says. Or continue to Subchamber 4, where you'll find Node 7 currently undergoing maintenance cycling. I believe seeing your sister's actual condition might resolve your remaining hesitation. The lights cut out. Speakers go silent. And we're left standing in a corridor that's warm and humming and completely controlled by someone who's been 3 steps ahead this whole time. Greg looks at me. Subchamber 4. No, I need to see her. You need to accept that she's gone and get us out of here before we join her. One look. That's all. Then we leave. He's already walking before I can argue, following the schematic towards Subchamber 4, toward Node 7, toward his sister who's been generating 0.74 volts per kilogram for 8 months and probably doesn't know her own name anymore. I follow because that's what I do. Because leaving him alone in these tunnels means I'm no better than the person who signed his sister's deportation order. Because maybe if he sees her, really sees what she's become, he'll finally understand that some goals aren't worth reaching. The corridor opens into a chamber that's too big to be maintenance, too clean to be storage, too perfect to be anything except exactly what Tumansky promised. A viewing gallery. And on the other side of a transparent membrane wall, suspended in glowing fluid, wired from spine to ceiling, a girl. 11. Dark hair, Greg's eyes, breathing in perfect rhythm with a heartbeat monitor that reads 0.74 volts steady. Greg walks to the glass, puts his hand against it, and on the other side, Node 7's eyes open, not dead. Not gone. Awake, she looks at him, looks through him, and her mouth moves, speaking words that can't travel through fluid and glass, but I can read them anyway because they're the same words she probably said before the procedure. You came. Greg's hand is pressed flat against the glass. The girl's hand rises, slow, puppet-like, fighting against the cables and the fluid and the neural suppressants, and presses against his from the other side. Current flows between them. not metaphorical, actual voltage. The glass lights up where their hands meet, conducting electricity from her body to his, and for 3 seconds, they're completing a circuit that's more human than any power grid. Then the fluid drains. Fast. Emergency release. The girl drops. Cables snap taut, catching her before she hits the chamber floor. And from the speakers, cardiac override detected. Node 7 entering emergency stabilization. Please step away from the viewing barrier to allow automated recovery. Greg doesn't step away. He's staring at his sister, who's staring back, both of them connected by nothing except a pattern of voltage that says, I'm here. I remember. I chose this, or maybe I'm here, I'm sorry. I chose wrong. Impossible to tell which because she's not speaking anymore, and the monitors around her are screaming, and Greg's hand is still pressed against the glass like he can pull her through by force of will. Alarms, red lights, and the chamber starting to fill again. Not fluid this time, but something darker, thicker, sedative delivery, straight into the system to force Node 7 back into compliance. Greg, I say, we have to go. He doesn't move. The girl's eyes are closing, cables reeling her back up toward the ceiling mounts, and her hand dropping away from the glass, fingers trailing light as the voltage drains from her skin. Greg, he pulls away, finally, turns toward the exit, and I see his face and realize he's not going to leave. Not now. Not after seeing proof that she's still in there, still aware, still waiting for him to save her in whatever way salvation means when you're wired into a power grid and your consciousness is flickering between voltage output and memory. There's no way to disconnect her, I say. Not without, I know. She signed the form. She chose, I know. Then what are we doing? He looks back at the chamber, at his sister who's being pulled back into stasis, at the monitors that show her voltage stabilizing, her heart rate returning to perfect synchronization with the other 11 nodes in her array. Finding the broadcast system, he says, recording everything, making sure everyone knows what this place is before they volunteer. That's not saving her, no, but it's stopping them. He points at the membrane wall, at the shapes of other bodies visible in other chambers, at the 100 or 1,000 people who might be next if someone doesn't break the narrative that says salvation comes through electron flow. Tumansky will stop us, I say. Probably. We'll end up as nodes. Maybe. You're okay with that? He meets my eyes. And for the first time since we crossed the wall, he looks like someone I recognize. Not the logistics auditor who trades lives for assets. Not the survivor who counts calories aloud. Just someone who lost something irreplaceable and decided the only way to honor that loss is to make sure nobody else loses the same way. I'm okay with trying, he says. The alarms cut out, the lights return to normal, and from the speakers, Tumansky's voice softer now. Node 7 is stable. Voltage output optimal. She's functioning exactly as designed. A pause. I'm glad you saw her. I think it helps to understand what consciousness becomes when properly optimized. What peace looks like when the burden of choice is removed. Greg turns away from the chamber, starts walking back toward the junction point, toward the maintenance tunnels that spiral deeper into the facility. And I follow, counting footsteps instead of bodies, trying not to think about what my own node number would be if we don't find an exit before Tumansky decides observation has ended and integration should begin. The shell casing in my pocket hums, resonating with the facility's background frequency, 256 hertz, middle C, the same tone Sister Faustina's bells used to teach echolocation. Maybe we can't desynchronize the nodes, but maybe we can teach them to scream. Chapter 14. Her name is Current. The broadcast room is on level 5. Greg found it by tracing signal paths on the schematic. Every speaker in the facility connects to a central transmission hub, and that hub has to have recording equipment if Tumansky's voice is reaching every corner of this place. We take a service stairwell instead of the elevator, slower but quieter. The walls are still warm, still humming. but the membrane texture is gone, back to concrete and composite materials that don't show the shapes of people wired on the other side. 5 flights down. Greg's breathing hard but not stopping. I'm counting steps, 87, 94, 102. Anything to keep my mind off the fact that we're descending deeper into a place designed to turn people into infrastructure. The stairwell door at level 5 is locked, not electronically, physically. Heavy bolt mechanism that looks like it was installed after construction, retrofitted to control access. Can you pick it? Greg says. I examine the lock. Simple pin tumbler. 30 seconds of work if I had proper tools. I pull the shell casing from my pocket instead, thick enough to use as a tension wrench if I'm careful. Give me your tablet stylus. He hands it over. I bend the stylus at a 90-degree angle, insert the shell casing into the bottom of the keyway, apply rotational tension, and use the stylus to push pins. 3 pins. 4. The lock resists, then gives with a click that echoes down the stairwell. The door swings open onto a corridor that's different from the others, carpeted. Climate controlled. The LED strips are white instead of colored, and they're not pulsing, just steady illumination like this is a normal office building instead of a facility running on human voltage. Administrative level, Greg whispers. We move quickly. The corridor branches, but the schematic shows the broadcast room is straight ahead, last door on the right. No other exits visible. One way in, same way out. Trap obvious, walk in anyways. Story of our lives. The broadcast room door isn't locked, just open. Like Tumansky knew we were coming and decided to make it easy. The room inside is small, 10 meters square. One wall is entirely soundproofing foam. The opposite wall is equipment. Mixing boards, recording interfaces, multiple monitors showing facility status in real time. And sitting at the central console, chair turned toward the door, waiting, Dr. Ksori Tumansky. Punctual, he says. Doesn't stand. Just rotates his chair slightly to face us better. I was beginning to think you'd gotten lost in subchamber 3. Greg's hand goes to his pack, where the wrist cam is, where the proof is. Don't bother, Tumansky says. I've been recording you since you entered the medical bay. Multiple angles, better resolution than your camera. If you're planning to expose this facility, I have much better footage to offer. He taps the console. One of the monitors switches to surveillance feeds. Us in the control room, us in the maintenance tunnels, us standing outside Node 7's chamber while Greg presses his hand against glass. Everything documented, everything stored. Why? I say. Why what? Why document? Why show you? Why allow you into the broadcast room with equipment specifically designed to transmit messages to whatever remains of the outside world? He leans back. Because I'm genuinely curious what you'll say. You're letting us broadcast. I'm inviting you to broadcast. There's a difference. He gestures at the console. The system is open. The network, what's left of it, is accessible. You have approximately 412 outposts within transmission range. That's 412 chances to convince people that what we've built here is monstrous instead of miraculous. Greg moves toward the console, pulls the wrist cam from his pack, and you're just going to sit there while we upload this. I am, with one condition. What condition? Tumansky stands, moves to the soundproof wall, presses a panel that slides aside to reveal a window, one-way glass looking into an adjacent room, and in that room, people, dozens of them, sitting in chairs, wearing headphones, listening to something we can't hear. Their faces are calm, not drugged, just focused. Volunteers, Tumansky says. They arrived yesterday, seeking admission to the Valley's integration program. Full disclosure provided, consent forms signed, all of them waiting to hear whether the 2 intruders who broke into our facility will tell them this is salvation or slavery. I move closer to the window. The people inside range from teenagers to elderly, different ages, different ethnicities, all of them sitting quietly with expressions that suggest they're not being coerced. They're deciding. Your condition, Greg says. Debate me. Tumansky returns to the console, pulls up a split-screen interface. One camera feed showing Greg and me, another showing Tumansky, both feeds ready to broadcast. Tell the outposts what you saw, what you think this place is, what you believe I've done, and I'll respond in real time, with evidence, with context, with the full philosophical framework that justifies every node currently generating voltage in the arrays below us. That's not a debate, that's a trial. Good, then defend your position. He sits, folds his hands. You have proof of exploitation. I have proof of consent. You have emotional appeals about humanity and consciousness. I have pragmatic data about sustainability and survival. Let's see which argument the remaining world finds more compelling. Greg looks at me. I can see him calculating. Risk of giving Tumansky a platform versus reward of reaching 400 outposts with the truth. Except what truth? That people volunteered to become batteries? That his sister signed up? That every horror we've seen down here was preceded by a consent form and a choice? You're not worried we'll win, I say to Tumansky. What? There's no victory condition here, only information distribution and subsequent individual decisions. If the outposts hear us both and choose to avoid the valley, then our volunteer pool diminishes, but our existing system continues. If they hear us both and decide integration is preferable to starvation, then the system expands. He shrugs. Either outcome is acceptable. You're that confident. I'm that patient. The world's resources are finite. People are exhausted. Eventually the calculus will favor us. I'm simply accelerating awareness of the option. The people in the adjacent room keep listening, keep deciding. And on the console, the transmission interface keeps waiting for someone to press broadcast and start a conversation that might determine how many of them walk into node chambers by choice. Greg sets his wrist cam on the console, aims it at himself, at me, at Tumansky. How does this work, he says. Red button transmits. We'll hear a confirmation tone when outposts start receiving. Speak naturally. The network will carry full audio and compressed video to every settlement with working receivers. Tumansky adjusts his chair. I recommend stating your thesis clearly. These audiences are survivors, not philosophers. They want practical information. Greg's finger hovers over the button. He looks at me, asking permission, asking for a reason not to do this, but asking if I believe we can actually change anything by broadcasting horror to people who are living through different horrors every day. I nod. Because maybe we can't change the world, but we can at least make sure nobody walks into this valley thinking salvation is simple. Greg presses the button. The console beeps. Confirmation tone. 412 outposts now receiving. This is Gregorio Ari, Greg says. His voice is steady, clearer than I've heard it in weeks. I'm transmitting from Valley Installation Sigma, the place you know as the Solar Sanctuary, the place Brother Duvon calls salvation by electron flow. He pauses. He's right about the electron flow. He's wrong about salvation. Tumansky's watching, not interrupting, just observing. The valley runs on biovoltaic power, Greg continues. Human bodies wired into the grid, 347 people processed, 12 currently functional, and all of them, his voice cracks, steadies. All of them volunteered, signed consent forms, chose to become nodes instead of remaining survivors. He picks up the wrist cam, plays the footage of the medical bay, of the node arrays, of his sister suspended in fluid with cables feeding into her spine. That's node 7, he says. Sophia Ari, she's 11. She's my sister, and 8 months ago she decided that generating electricity was more useful than staying conscious. The footage keeps playing, shows Tumansky eating the heart, shows the node grid pulsing, shows everything we recorded compressed into 90 seconds of proof that this place is real and operational and waiting for more volunteers. When the footage ends, Greg sets the camera down, looks directly into the broadcast lens. Don't come here, he says. Don't let them tell you this is salvation. Don't let exhaustion convince you that consciousness is negotiable. Stay human. Stay awake. Stay anything except a component in someone else's system. He reaches for the button to end transmission. May I respond? Tumansky says. Greg's hand stops. That's the deal, Tumansky reminds him. Debate both perspectives. Let the outposts decide. Greg looks at me. I should say no. Should tell him to cut transmission now before Tumansky turns our evidence into a recruitment pitch. But the people in the adjacent room are still listening, and if we shut down now, we're just proving we don't trust the audience to think for themselves. Go ahead, Greg says. Tumansky leans toward his camera. His voice is calm, reasonable. The voice of someone explaining rather than defending. Everything Gregorio showed you is true, he says. The nodes, the consent forms, the integration process that turns human consciousness into electrical output. All true, all documented, all voluntary. He pauses. What he didn't mention is what happens to the people who refuse. He taps the console. A different feed appears. Surveillance footage from outside the valley shows a settlement maybe 20 kilometers away, shows people, thin, desperate, fighting over resources, shows unhinged attacks, shows bodies, shows the end result of choosing to remain fully conscious while the world collapses around you. That settlement has 43 survivors, Tumansky says. Last month it had 70, the month before 92. They're cannibalizing themselves slowly, fighting over food that's running out, watching their children die of infections they can't treat, staying human. He switches feeds again, shows a different settlement, smaller, worse. That one has 12 survivors. They ate their last ration of preserved food 3 weeks ago. Now they're eating things I won't describe to you, because some of you are listening with your children. The feeds keep switching. Settlement after settlement. All struggling, all dying differently, but dying nonetheless. The valley offers an alternative, Tumansky continues. Trade autonomy for sustainability. Trade the burden of consciousness for the peace of function. Let your body provide power that keeps lights running, water pumping, medical equipment operational. Let your sacrifice, because that's what it is, a sacrifice. Let it mean something beyond your own survival. He looks directly into the camera, at the 412 outposts, at the volunteers in the adjacent room who are hearing both sides and weighing both arguments. I won't pretend the process is painless, he says. I won't claim the nodes are happy in any way consciousness measures happiness, but I will claim they are useful, purposeful, generating voltage that keeps communities alive. And when Gregorio tells you to stay human, I ask you to consider what humanity means when you're watching your daughter starve and the only resource left is yourself. He ends his segment. Looks at Greg. Your rebuttal. Greg staring at the monitor, at the settlements, at the proof that Tumansky's offering a choice between slow death and useful death, and one of those options keeps more people alive. The system fails, Greg says finally. 347 nodes processed, 12 still functional. That's a 97% failure rate. 96.5%, Tumansky corrects. And yes, the early integrations were less successful, but those 12 remaining nodes have been stable for 8 months. The process is improving. The survival rate is increasing. Given another year of optimization, we project 70% stability. You're asking people to bet their consciousness on projected improvements. I'm offering people a choice. Stay conscious and die slowly, or integrate and die purposefully. There is no third option. The world ended. Resources are gone. We're not building toward a future where humanity thrives. We're managing the decline as gracefully as possible, by turning people into batteries, by turning death into utility. They're staring at each other across the console, two people with the same data reaching opposite conclusions, and somewhere out there, 412 settlements are listening and deciding which version of horror they can live with. I step in front of the camera. Both cameras. Turn it off, I say. Chana. Greg starts. Turn it off. We're done. Tumansky's hand goes toward the console, but I'm faster. Hit the transmission button myself. The confirmation tone beeps once. Signal ended. The adjacent room erupts, people standing, talking, arguing. I can't hear them through the glass, but I can see the body language. Half of them moving toward the exit, half of them staying seated. Deciding, debating, processing what they just heard, and weighing it against whatever circumstances brought them to the valley in the first place. Why did you stop it? Greg's voice is tight, angry. Because he was winning. He wasn't. He was. Because you're offering them noble suffering, and he's offering them useful sacrifice. And people who are exhausted don't choose noble. They choose useful. Tumansky's leaning back in his chair. Not upset, not triumphant. Just observing our argument like it's more data to process. She's right, he says to Greg. Your position requires hope. Mine requires acceptance. And acceptance is easier when you're starving. Then we failed, Greg says. No, you informed. That was the purpose. Tumansky stands, moves to the console, pulls up the transmission logs. 412 outposts. 398 received the full broadcast. 14 dropped due to technical failure. And of those 398, he scrolls through response data. 206 have flagged the valley as a destination for consideration. 43 have flagged it as a threat to avoid. The rest are undecided. 206. That's 206 settlements that heard both arguments and decided maybe becoming a node is preferable to whatever they're currently surviving through. Congratulations, Tumansky says. You've successfully advertised the valley to 2/3 of the remaining network. Volunteer intake will increase significantly. Greg's face goes blank. He picks up the wrist cam, deletes the footage, smashes the device against the console until the screen cracks and the circuits spark. Feel better? Tumansky asks. No. Good. That means you understand. The information isn't the problem. The problem is there's no good solution. Only variations of acceptable loss. He gestures to the door. You're free to leave. The hatch topside is still accessible. Or you're welcome to stay. Observe the integration process. See what happens to the 206 settlements that decide to send volunteers. Why would we stay, I say? Because you care, and people who care tend to watch. They can't help it. He returns to his chair, sits. Plus, you still haven't decided what to do about Node 7. Greg freezes. She's stable, Tumansky continues. Voltage output optimal, but her condition is reversible, theoretically, with significant risk, neural damage, cardiac complications, reduced functionality, but possible. He pulls up a different screen, medical data, procedure protocols. I'll offer you the same choice I offer every node's family. Maintain integration and preserve output, or terminate integration and recover a person who won't be the same person anymore. That's not a choice, Greg says. That's the only choice way consciousness or utility, one or the other, never both. The people in the adjacent room are leaving now, trickling out, some heading toward the exit, some heading deeper into the facility, toward medical bays, toward consent forms, toward the same decision Sophia made 8 months ago when she decided her brother needed batteries more than he needed her. Greg's hand is shaking. He's staring at the medical protocol screen, at the procedure that might return his sister's consciousness at the cost of her body's ability to generate power that keeps towers running and lights functioning and the valley operational. Save one person, or save the system that keeps hundreds alive. Same calculation, different context. How long do I have to decide? Greg says. She's scheduled for optimization cycling in 3 hours. We can postpone if you need time. Tumansky checks his console. But the longer she stays integrated, the harder recovery becomes. Neural pathways establish. Consciousness adapts. Eventually, there's nothing left to recover except a body that generates voltage and a mind that exists entirely within the rhythm of electron flow. 3 hours. Greg has 3 hours to decide if his sister's consciousness is worth the voltage loss to the grid. If saving her means letting other people die when the lights go out. He looks at me, asking the question he can't say aloud, what would you choose? I don't know, because I've already made this choice. Made it when I signed deportation orders. Made it when I decided efficiency mattered more than names. And I've spent every day since trying to figure out if that makes me pragmatic or monstrous, and I still don't have an answer. 3 hours, Greg says to Tumansky. 3 hours, Tumansky confirms. We walk out of the broadcast room, down the corridor, into the stairwell, and Greg collapses on the stairs, head in his hands, breathing like he just finished a sprint. I can't, he whispers. Can't what? Choose. I can't choose. Then don't. Walk away. Let Tumansky make the decision. That's still choosing. He's right. Not choosing is choosing. We learned that when we crossed the wall, when we walked into the valley, when we broadcast to 400 settlements, that there's a place where consciousness is negotiable, and half of them decided that sounded better than their current situation. I sit next to him. Our shoulders touch. The stairwell's concrete is cold, but the walls are still warm, still humming with the voltage generated by 12 people who chose to stop being people. Sister Faustina had a saying, I say, about sound. She said, the note you hear is never the note being played. It's the note that survived everything between the instrument and your ear. Walls, distance, interference, everything that tries to stop sound from reaching you, and what you hear is what made it through. Greg looks at me. What's your point? Sophia's been generating voltage for 8 months. That's 8 months of current flowing through her body while her consciousness gets quieter. Maybe she's still in there. Maybe she's not. But the person you'd recover wouldn't be the person who signed that form. It'd be what survived everything between then and now. So I should just leave her? I don't know, but I know forcing her to come back because you need her to be alive might be worse than letting her stay where she chose to be. She was 11. She was 11 and she made a choice, and now you're 32 and you have to decide if you respect that choice or overrule it because you know better. We sit in silence. The hum continues, 60 beats per minute, 12 people breathing in perfect synchronization. Eventually Greg stands, show me the medical protocol. I pull up the data on his tablet. The procedure is complicated, high risk. Possible outcomes range from full recovery to catastrophic seizure. And even in best case scenarios, the person who wakes up won't remember the last 8 months, won't remember choosing to integrate, won't remember any of it except the moment before and the moment after. If I do this, Greg says, she wakes up and the valley loses 0.74 volts per hour, lights dim, water pressure drops, whatever medical equipment her output was powering goes dark. Yes, and then Tumansky processes someone else to compensate. Probably. So I'm not saving anyone, I'm just transferring the burden. Yes. He closes the tablet, leans against the wall, and for a long moment I think he's going to walk back into the broadcast room and tell Tumansky to proceed with optimization, to leave Sophia in the array, to let her keep being useful instead of recovering her and forcing her to survive in a world that has no use for consciousness anymore. Instead, he says, I want to try. Greg, I want to try anyway. Even if it doesn't work, even if she wakes up and hates me for pulling her out, even if someone else takes her place. He looks at me. Because if I don't try, I'm admitting that utility matters more than her. And if I admit that, then Tumansky's right and nothing we did here mattered. It might not matter anyway. I know, but at least I'll know I tried. 3 hours. We have 3 hours to prepare for a procedure that might save one person or might do nothing except prove that some choices can't be unmade and some consciousness can't be recovered and some systems are too efficient to break without breaking yourself first. I follow Greg down the stairs, toward the medical bay, toward Node 7's chamber, toward the choice that's not really a choice, because whatever happens next Someone's consciousness is getting optimized out of existence. We're all batteries in the end. Some of us just generate voltage longer than others. The stairs end at a door marked Medical Bay 2. Greg's hand hovers over the access panel. Behind this door is his sister suspended in fluid. Behind this door is the procedure that might recover her. Behind this door is proof that salvation and slavery aren't opposites. They're the same thing viewed from different perspectives. Dirac, and which one you see depends entirely on how exhausted you are when you look. He presses the panel. The door slides open. And on the other side, in a surgical bay lit too bright and too clean, Tumansky's already prepping equipment, like he knew we'd choose to try, like he's been waiting for someone to prove that consciousness still matters enough to risk everything for. Right on time, he says. Doesn't look up from the instruments he's arranging. Neural recovery protocol requires 3 technicians. I can manage with 2 if you're both willing to assist. You want us to help you? Greg's voice is flat. I want you to understand what you're asking for, what it costs, what it requires, how many decisions you'll need to make while her systems are failing and you're choosing between preserving brain function and preserving motor control and preserving anything except the voltage output that keeps her integrated. He looks up. This isn't rescue, it's triage. And you'll be making every call. The surgical lights hum, same frequency as the towers, same rhythm as the nodes, and I realize we're not about to break the system. We're about to become part of it, because the only way to recover Sophia is to participate in the same process that turned her into Node 7. Greg's already moving toward the scrub station, washing hands. Prepping to assist in the procedure that might save his sister, or might just prove that Tumansky's right and consciousness is negotiable after all. I follow, because that's what we do. We follow each other into decisions that might be right or might be complicit, and we won't know which until we're already too deep to turn back. Behind me, the door to the surgical bay closes, locks. And somewhere above us, the broadcast we sent is reaching 400 settlements, and 206 of them are deciding that maybe the valley sounds better than whatever they're surviving through. Maybe they're right. Maybe we just advertised the end of humanity and called it information. Maybe that's what truth is in a world that ended. Just another choice between variations of acceptable loss. The surgical lights pulse. Tumansky hands me a scalpel. Ready? He says. Greg's standing over his sister's suspended body, cables feeding into her spine. Heart monitor showing perfect rhythm, voltage output steady at 0.74. He nods once and the procedure begins. Chapter 15, the broadcast that kills the stars. The first incision triggers alarms, not medical alarms, system alarms, facility-wide. Because cutting into Node 7's integration harness means cutting into the power grid, and the grid doesn't like being interrupted. Tumansky's hands don't shake. He works methodically, scalpel, clamp, suture, while monitors around us flash red and yellow and warnings scroll across screens too fast to read. The cables feeding into Sophia's spine carry voltage. Touch them wrong and you complete a circuit that wasn't designed for a grounded human operator. Hold this, Tumansky says to me. He's pointing at a retractor. I take it, position it like he shows me. The incision site is clean. No excessive response, no complications yet, but underneath the skin I can see the cable junctions. Metal interfaces grafted directly to vertebrae. The body adapted around them, grew into them, made them part of its architecture. She's been integrated 8 months, Tumansky says. He's talking while working, keeping his hands busy. At this point, removing the hardware is removing parts of her nervous system. We're not recovering who she was. We're discovering who she is now. Greg's on the other side of the table, monitoring vital signs, heart rate, blood pressure, brain activity, all of it steady, too steady, like her body forgot how to fluctuate because the system requires consistency. Brain activity normal? Greg asks. Define normal. Tumansky exposes another cable junction. Her neural patterns are synchronized with the grid. She's not thinking independently. She's processing as part of a collective output. Shutting her down means cutting her off from the pattern she's adapted to. Functionally, we're inducing traumatic brain reorganization. Will she remember anything? Memory is electrical. We're about to discharge 8 months of electrical patterns. What survives will be fragmentary at best. Greg's jaw tightens, but he doesn't stop. Doesn't argue. Just keeps monitoring while Tumansky keeps cutting, and I keep holding retractors that feel like they're vibrating with current that wants to flow somewhere and can't anymore. The first cable disconnects with a sound like snapping wire. Not loud, just final. Sophia's heart rate spikes, drops, spikes again. Compensating, Tumansky says, injects something directly into her IV line. Cardiac stabilization. Her heart's been beating to grid synchronization for months. It doesn't remember its own rhythm. Will it relearn? Unknown. This is only the second neural recovery I've attempted. The first subject. He pauses. Continues working. The first subject's heart stopped 6 minutes after final disconnection. Restarted manually. Stopped again. System dependency was too complete. You're saying she might not survive this. I'm saying survival is contextual. She'll survive as a biological organism. Whether she survives as a conscious individual is another cable disconnects, dependent on variables I can't control. The monitors are screaming now. Heart rate erratic. Blood pressure unstable. Brain activity fluctuating between normal and flatline, and patterns I don't recognize because they look like static instead of consciousness. Greg, I say, maybe we should. Keep going, he says. Tumansky removes another cable, then another. Each one triggers a cascade, Sophia's body trying to compensate for lost input, trying to find a rhythm that doesn't come from external synchronization, trying to remember what autonomous function feels like. 4 cables remaining. Tumansky says, these are the primary interfaces: spine, brainstem, cardiac nerve cluster, diaphragm. Removing them means she's no longer part of the grid, but it also means every automatic function becomes manual again. She'll need to relearn breathing, relearn heartbeat regulation, relearn everything the system was managing for her. How long does relearning take? Minutes to never. Depends on neuroplasticity. Age helps. She's young. Her brain should adapt. But 8 months is a long time to outsource consciousness. Some patterns might be permanent. The surgical bay's lights flicker. The power fluctuation we're causing is propagating through the facility. Somewhere else, other lights are dimming. Other systems are compensating. Other nodes are generating more voltage to replace what Sophia is no longer providing. Remove them, Greg says. Tumansky nods. Positions clamps. On my count. 1 cable per second. Any faster and the shock might stop her heart. Any slower and she stays conscious during disconnection, which, he meets Greg's eyes, would be worse. Worse how? Imagine being pulled out of a dream while still asleep. Consciousness trying to wake up while the body's still synchronized to a rhythm that no longer exists. Sensory hell. Best case, she doesn't remember. Worst case, it's all she remembers. He positions his instruments over the final cables. 3, he says. I hold the retractor steady. Greg's watching the monitors. Sophia's eyes are still closed, face slack, breathing synchronized to a machine rhythm that's about to disappear. 2. The facility lights flicker again. Longer this time. The system's realizing it's losing a node, preparing to compensate. Adjusting output across the remaining arrays to maintain stability. 1. Tumansky cuts the final cables simultaneously, all 4. 1 motion. Sophia's body convulses. Every muscle contracts at once, back arching off the table, fingers rigid, mouth open in a scream that has no sound because her lungs forgot how to coordinate breathing with vocalization. The monitors flatline. All of them. Not gradual. Just instant cessation of measurable activity. Starting manual override, Tumansky says. He's already moving, switching to a different set of instruments, positioning electrodes against Sophia's chest. Charging. Clear. Greg and I step back. The shock hits. Sophia's body lifts off the table, drops. Monitor still flat. Again, Tumansky says. Charging. Clear. Second shock. Nothing. Greg's staring at his sister's body, at the flat monitors, at proof that maybe some disconnections are permanent. One more, Tumansky says. After this, brain damage becomes likely. You need to decide if you want me to continue. Continue, Greg says. Doesn't hesitate. Third shock, and this time, a blip. Single heartbeat, then another. Erratic. Weak, but present. Cardiac function restored, Tumansky says. He's moving quickly now, adjusting IVs, checking oxygen saturation, monitoring brain activity that's starting to show patterns again. Not normal patterns, not healthy patterns, but patterns that indicate something's firing neurons in there. Brain activity? Greg asks. Undefined. She's generating signals, but they're not organized. No delta, no theta, no recognizable sleep stages. Just noise. Will it organize? Time will tell. Tumansky steps back from the table. She's disconnected, no longer integrated, no longer generating voltage. As of this moment, she's biologically independent. Is she conscious? Unknown. Sophia's eyes are still closed. Her chest rises and falls, unevenly, like someone learning to breathe for the first time. Her heart rate's all over the place. 40 beats, 70 beats, 50 beats. Searching for a baseline that isn't dictated by grid synchronization. Greg moves to her side, takes her hand. It's cold. Unresponsive. He squeezes anyway. He says, "Can you hear me?" Nothing. Just breathing that sounds like effort instead of automation. The lights in the surgical bay flicker again and have longer this time, and when they come back up, they're dimmer. The facility compensating for her lost output, pulling more voltage from the other nodes, making them work harder to maintain the same level of power. Somewhere else in this place, 11 people just got a little more exhausted. How long until we know if she'll wake up? Greg asks. Hours. Days. Never. Tumansky's already cleaning instruments, moving on to whatever comes next in his schedule. I'll transfer her to recovery, monitor her for 48 hours. If she doesn't show improvement by then, brain damage is likely permanent. And if it is, then you've removed a functional node and gained a body that requires constant care. Net negative for system stability. Greg doesn't respond, just stands there holding his sister's hand while her chest rises and falls in a pattern that's trying to remember what rhythm means when you're not wired to follow a grid. I move to the window, look out at the valley visible from this level. The towers are still there, still humming, still operational, but one of them is dimmer now. One of them is pulling less voltage, and eventually that tower will go dark unless someone else takes Sophia's place in the array. The door to the surgical bay opens. 3 technicians enter. They move Sophia onto a gurney, wheel her toward recovery. Greg follows. Doesn't look back at Tumansky, doesn't thank him. Doesn't acknowledge that the person who designed this system just helped us break part of it. Are you coming? Greg calls to me. I'm still at the window, still watching the towers, still counting the lights that are staying bright because 11 people are generating voltage and one person isn't anymore. Chana. I turn. Follow Greg and the gurney down corridors I'm starting to recognize. Toward a recovery bay that's too quiet and too clean and too far from the node arrays, where Sophia spent 8 months learning to be part of something bigger than herself. We pass other rooms, other patients, other people in various stages of integration or recovery. Some of them awake, some of them sedated, all of them making the same choice Sophia made. Trade consciousness for utility. Except Sophia didn't get to keep her choice. Greg made a different one for her. Recovery Bay 3 is small, 1 bed, 1 window, 1 monitor showing vital signs that are all over the place, but trending towards stable. The technicians transfer Sophia from the gurney to the bed, adjust IVs, check oxygen, then leave without speaking. Greg pulls a chair next to the bed, sits, takes Sophia's hand again. I stand by the window, watch the valley, count towers, 112, 113, all of them running on power that comes from bodies wired to believe that consciousness is negotiable. Thank you, Greg says. I don't know what he's thanking me for. Holding a retractor? Following him into a surgical bay? Not arguing when he decided to override his sister's choice with his own? She might not wake up, I say. I know. And if she does, she might not be the person you remember. I know that too. So why? Because leaving her in there meant admitting that she's only valuable if she's useful. And I've spent too long thinking like that, treating people like inventory, counting everything except what actually matters. He looks at Sophia's face, still slack, still distant. If she wakes up and hates me, fine. At least she'll be conscious enough to hate. Outside, the valley lights flicker. Longer this time. System stress. 11 nodes working harder to compensate for the one we removed. And in other settlements, 206 communities are hearing our broadcast and deciding that maybe becoming a node sounds better than staying conscious while the world ends. The monitors above Sophia's bed show brain activity. Still disorganized, still chaotic, but present. Something's happening in there. Something's trying to remember what thinking feels like when you're not synchronized to an external rhythm. I sit in the second chair, the one near the door. Greg's near the bed. Between us, a girl who might wake up or might not, and either way, we've proven that breaking the system doesn't save anyone. It just redistributes the burden. The lights flicker again. And somewhere above us, Tumansky's probably already in the broadcast room, already sending messages to the 206 settlements, already offering them the same choice Sophia made 8 months ago, when she decided her brother needed batteries more than he needed her consciousness. I pull out my shell casing, the one from Sister Faustina's bells, the one that rings at 256 hertz when you strike it right. Greg watches me. What are you doing? Testing something. I strike the shell casing against the chair's metal frame. Perfect tone, middle C. The sound resonates in the small room, and on the monitor above Sophia's bed, a spike. Single, neural response, reaction to auditory input. I strike it again, another spike. Smaller this time, like her brain's processing but not sure what to do with the information. Keep doing that, Greg says. I do. Steady rhythm, 56 hertz every 3 seconds, and each time I strike the casing, Sophia's brain activity spikes. Small, inconsistent, but present. She can hear, but Greg whispers, maybe. Or maybe her neurons are just reacting to stimulus without organizing it into consciousness. But it's more response than we've seen since disconnection. So I keep striking the casing and watching the monitor and trying not to think about how we're essentially teaching a brain to remember what input means when it's not wired to a grid. The door opens. Tumansky enters. He's carrying a tablet. Shows it to us without asking permission. Broadcast results, he says. Updated numbers. I don't want to look. Look anyway. 206 settlements flagged the valley as a destination. That number's now 219. 43 settlements flagged it as a threat. That number's now 38. Your emotional appeal convinced some people, Tumansky says, but my pragmatic one convinced more. Net positive for volunteer intake. We're not doing this now, Greg says, doesn't look away from Sophia. I'm not asking you to. I'm informing you that the broadcast worked exactly as designed. People heard both sides. They chose utility over consciousness, and tomorrow, the first wave of new volunteers will arrive at the valley entrance. He sets the tablet on the counter. You're welcome to stay. Observe the integration process. See what happens when people choose this willingly instead of having it done to them. Get out, Greg says. Tumansky doesn't move. Just stands there, looking at Sophia, at her monitor, at the brain activity that's trying to organize itself into patterns that might eventually become consciousness. She's fighting it, he says. Sounds almost impressed. Most subjects take 72 hours to show this much independent neural activity. She's been disconnected 4 hours and already processing external stimulus. He looks at me. at the shell casing in my hand. Good idea. Acoustic anchoring. Give her brain something consistent to orient around. Might speed recovery. I said get out, Greg repeats. I'm leaving. But before I do, Tumansky moves to the door. Pauses. You should know that removing node 7 dropped valley output by 0.74 volts per hour. Tower 18 is now running at 60% capacity. That tower powers water pumps for this facility. If another node fails, we'll have to choose between water and lights. Then process new volunteers, I say. I plan to. 19 of them arriving tomorrow. By next week, we'll have compensated for Sophia's output and expanded the grid. Your rescue attempt just accelerated recruitment. He opens the door. Thank you for that. He leaves. The door closes, and we're left in a recovery bay that's too quiet, except for the sound of breathing that's still learning its own rhythm and the periodic strike of a shell casing that keeps ringing at 256 hertz. Because maybe that's what consciousness sounds like when you're trying to remember how to think without a grid telling you when and how. Greg's still holding Sophia's hand. I'm still striking the casing. And outside, the valley lights are flickering because one person refused to stay useful. And now 11 others are compensating. And tomorrow 19 more will arrive to make the same choice Sophia made. Except this time, they'll do it with full information and call it salvation. The monitor spikes again, bigger this time, and Sophia's fingers twitch, just barely, but movement that came from inside instead of outside. Did you see that? Greg leans closer. I saw it. Keep striking the casing, keep giving her something to orient around. Her fingers twitch again, deliberate this time, trying to squeeze Greg's hand, trying to communicate something that her brain is processing, but her body hasn't figured out how to express yet. Sophia, Greg says. Can you hear me? No response. Just breathing and the periodic finger twitches that might be voluntary or might be random neural firing without conscious direction. But it's more response than we had 5 minutes ago. More proof that maybe consciousness can be recovered if you're patient enough. If you're willing to wait while someone's brain remembers what autonomy feels like. I keep striking the casing. Greg keeps holding her hand. And somewhere above us, Tumansky's probably already preparing integration bays for tomorrow's 19 volunteers, already updating the grid to accommodate new nodes, already proving that the system's bigger than any one person who decides to leave it. The lights flicker again, longer this time. 3 seconds of dimness before they stabilize, and I realize we didn't break the system. We just gave it proof that people will fight to stay conscious even when consciousness requires sacrifice from everyone around them. We're the current now, all of us. Every person who chooses to wake up instead of integrate. Every person who demands that their autonomy matters more than collective output. Every person who looks at a grid running on human voltage and says, not me, without asking who has to compensate. The shell casing rings. 256 hertz. Perfect tone. Sophia's eyes open. Not fully, just slits, unfocused, confused, but open. Greg leans forward. Sophia, can you see me? Her eyes track toward his voice, slowly, like she's relearning what direction means, what source means, what voice means when it's not just electrical signals propagating through a neural network. Her mouth moves, trying to form words, no sound yet, just movement. I stop striking the casing. Watch her try to remember what communication feels like when you're not synchronized to a grid that speaks through voltage instead of language. Take your time, Greg says. You're okay. You're safe. Her eyes focus on him. Recognition flickers, brief, uncertain, but present. She knows him, or her brain is accessing patterns that include him. Hard to tell which. Her mouth moves again. This time, sound. Addery? The word is slurred, barely audible, but clear enough. Greg's face crumples. What? Need? Battery? She thinks she's still integrated. Thinks she's still asking if he has batteries, thinks she's still being useful by generating voltage for a goal she doesn't remember choosing. No, Greg whispers. You don't need batteries. You don't need anything except to rest. Her eyes drift, focus fades, and just before they close again, she says, sorry, not useful. Then sleep, or unconsciousness, or whatever state her brain retreats to when it's too exhausted to process waking reality. Greg's still holding her hand, not moving, not speaking, just staring at his sister who woke up and immediately apologized for not being valuable. I pick up the shell casing, strike it once, 256 hertz, the monitor spikes. Sophia's still in there, still processing, still trying to remember what consciousness means when nobody's optimizing it for output. The valley lights flicker again, and somewhere in this facility, 11 people are generating voltage while one person is learning to breathe without rhythm, learning to think without synchronization, learning to be useless in a world that only values utility. Greg finally looks at me. We should go. Where? Away from here, before tomorrow's volunteers arrive, before Tumansky convinces 19 more people to trade consciousness for purpose. And Sophia comes with us. We'll carry her if we have to. She's not stable enough to move, then we wait until she is, and then we leave. He says it like it's simple, like we can just walk out of a valley surrounded by thousands of Unhinged that are programmed to defend the grid. Like leaving is an option when the hatch topside is monitored and the perimeter is sealed and every exit route is probably wired to trigger lockdown the second we try to use it. But I don't argue, because Greg needs to believe we can still escape. Needs to believe that rescuing one person matters, even when the system is already recruiting 19 more. The lights flicker again, the monitors keep beeping, and outside the stars are visible for the first time in years because the valley's running on reduced power and the light pollution dropped below the threshold where distant suns become visible. We're the current now. We're the voltage that sustains. And we're also the resistance that makes the system work harder. All three at once. The shell casing rings, Sophia's monitor spikes, and somewhere above us, 219 settlements are preparing to send volunteers because they heard both arguments and decided that consciousness is negotiable after all. Maybe they're right. Maybe we just proved it by choosing to save one person at the cost of making 11 others work harder. The door opens. Tumansky again, this time with something in his hands, a release form. She's cleared for discharge, he says. Brain activity suggests recovery is progressing faster than expected. You can take her anytime. He sets the form on the counter. I assume you'll be leaving before tomorrow's intake. We're leaving, Greg says. I thought so. The hatch topside will remain accessible for another 12 hours. After that, security protocol requires sealing to accommodate new arrivals. He looks at Sophia, at her monitor, at proof that consciousness can be recovered if someone's willing to override the original choice. For what it's worth, I'm glad she's waking up. It's good data. Proves the process is more reversible than previous trials suggested. He leaves before either of us can respond. The form sits on the counter. Release paperwork. Like this is a hospital of a facility that turns people into batteries. 12 hours, I say. More than enough, Greg says. We get her stable enough to walk. We pack what we can carry. We leave through the hatch. We don't look back. He makes it sound easy. It won't be. But we've been doing impossible things since the megastore, so maybe one more impossibility isn't asking too much. I strike the shell casing again. 256 hertz. Sophia's monitor spikes, and outside, the stars keep shining because the valley's lights are dimmer and the darkness is winning. And maybe that's what salvation looks like when you refuse to be part of the current that heals. We're the current now. All of us. Generating voltage or resisting it or standing somewhere in between, trying to figure out which choice is the one we can live with. The lights flicker, the monitors beep, and 12 hours feels like both too much time and not nearly enough. Chapter 16. The Sound of Powerless. Sophia can walk. Barely. Greg's supporting most of her weight while she figures out how legs work when they're not synchronized to a grid rhythm. Every step looks like a negotiation between muscle memory and conscious control. She keeps stopping, starting, forgetting to lift her foot high enough. We're in the main corridor now, level 1, closest to the surface exit. The hatch is 300 meters ahead, according to the schematic Greg memorized before we left recovery. Electronic locks failed when we disconnected Sophia, or maybe Tumansky unlocked them remotely. Either way, doors that should be sealed are standing open. Cells, holding rooms, integration prep bays, and people are pouring out. Not unhinged, not volunteers. Prisoners, the ones waiting for processing. The ones Tumansky keeps in holding until there's space in the arrays. The ones who thought they were volunteering for salvation and ended up warehoused like inventory, waiting for shelf space. They're not attacking, just moving, confused, looking for exits that weren't available before, looking for explanations nobody's giving. Greg stops. Sophia nearly falls. I catch her other arm. We need to keep moving, I say. They're trapped, Greg says. They're not our problem. They are if they're blocking the exit. He's right. The corridor ahead is filling with people. 30, 40, more emerging from cells every second, all of them heading toward the same hatch we need to reach. A woman stumbles past us, mid-40s, thin. She's wearing an integration gown, the kind they give people before processing. She looks at Greg, at Sophia, at me. You leaving, she asks. Yes, I say. Take me with you. No. Please, I didn't know what they were going to do. They said it was painless. They said I'd be helping. They didn't say I'd be, her voice breaks, batteries. More people gathering now, listening, all of them wearing integration gowns, all of them looking at us like we might have answers. How many of you are there? Greg asks. 43 in this wing, someone else says. More in the lower levels. And you all volunteered. We thought we were volunteering for shelter, for food, for safety. The woman again. They didn't explain the rest until after we signed. Greg's jaw tightens. He's calculating. I can see it. Counting heads and exits and time remaining before Tumansky decides unlocking cells was a mistake and reseals everything. Don't, I say quietly. Don't what? Whatever you're thinking, don't. He looks at the crowd, at 43 people who signed up for salvation and got informed consent that arrived too late to matter. At 43 people who need someone to tell them which direction is out. We can't help them, I say. We barely have time to get ourselves out. They're trapped. They signed forms. Same as Sophia. You going to override all of their choices too? That's different. How? Because Sophia's your sister? Because these people are strangers? You can't save everyone, Greg. You taught me that. People are inventory. Attachment is noise. Your rules. He flinches, but doesn't move, just stands there holding Sophia, while 43 people watch and wait for him to decide if they're worth the delay. Please, the woman says again, we just need someone to show us the way out. Greg shifts Sophia's weight. Looks at me. No, I say. I'm not asking permission. You should be. Because the second you start leading 43 people through these corridors, you become responsible for what happens to them. And when some of them can't keep up, when some of them get caught, when some of them end up back in integration bays because you promised them a way out and couldn't deliver, that's on you. Better than leaving them. No, just different. We're staring at each other over Sophia's slumped form, and the crowd's getting bigger. More people emerging, more cells opening, more confused prisoners realizing the locks failed and freedom might be 300 meters away if someone shows them the path. 5 minutes, Greg says. I give them directions. That's all. 5 minutes and we leave. Directions won't help. They need a guide. Then I'll guide them to the first junction point. After that, they're on their own. He's already turning toward the crowd. Already preparing to give instructions that might lead 43 people toward an exit or might lead them into whatever trap Tumansky set when he unlocked these cells. Listen, Greg says, his voice carries. The hatch to surface is 300 meters north. Straight corridor, one junction point. Take the right branch. If you see stairs going down, you're going the wrong direction. What if it's locked? Someone asks. It won't be, not for another. He checks his wrist. The watch stopped working in the Faraday cage, but he checks it anyway out of habit. Not for long, you need to move now. The crowd starts shuffling forward, slow, uncertain, but moving, and from deeper in the facility, alarms. Not medical, security, lockdown protocol activating. Tumansky, realizing his controlled release, just turned into a mass escape attempt. Go, I say to Greg. Now. We move, Greg supporting Sophia, me watching our back, and behind us, 43 people following at various speeds, some running, some limping, some helping each other like they learned something about solidarity while waiting in cells to become nodes. The junction point appears ahead, right branch toward the hatch, left branch toward deeper integration levels. Emergency lighting kicks in, red and strobing, makes everything look like a horror film, except the horror's not metaphorical. Greg points right. That way. Don't stop until you reach the hatch. The crowd splits around us. Some people take the right branch, some hesitate, some look back toward the cells like maybe being warehoused was safer than running toward an exit that might be sealed. Chana, Greg says, we have a problem. I see it. The right corridor ahead, blocked. Not by doors, by people. Other prisoners from lower levels, dozens of them, all heading toward the same exit, all converging at a choke point that's maybe 3 meters wide. And they're not cooperating. They're pushing, shoving, fighting to be first through a corridor that can't accommodate everyone simultaneously. This is why we don't help, I say. Greg doesn't respond, just adjusts Sophia's weight and starts pushing toward the crowd. I follow, because that's what we do now, follow each other into situations that prove we're still making the same mistakes, just at different scales. The crowd's getting violent, not intentionally, just desperate, people clawing over each other to reach an exit that's maybe 20 meters beyond the choke point. Someone falls, gets trampled, keeps crawling. Stop, Greg shouts. Nobody listens. Stop, he tries again. Louder. Still nothing. I fire Prudencia into the ceiling. Once. The sound echoes. Shotgun report in a concrete corridor. Everyone freezes. Single file, I say, or nobody moves. It works for about 5 seconds. Then the pushing resumes. Because fear beats compliance every time, and these people have been warehoused long enough to know that windows close fast. Greg's trying to pull Sophia through the crowd. She's not helping. Feet dragging, head lolling, consciousness flickering between present and absent. Every few seconds her eyes focus, then drift, then focus again, like she's not sure if this is real or another integration dream. Keep moving, Greg says to her. Just a little further. She mumbles something. Might be sorry again. Might be nothing. Hard to tell over the sound of 40-plus people trying to fit through a space designed for 5 at a time. The choke point clears slightly. We push through. On the other side, more corridor, emergency lights still strobing, and ahead, visible through the chaos, the hatch. Open. Ladder leading up into darkness that smells like surface air instead of facility recycling. 20 meters, 15, 10, and the hatch starts closing. Slow, mechanical, not a slam. Just steady hydraulic pressure bringing 2 halves together at a pace that says you have maybe 90 seconds before this seals and you're staying. The crowd sees it, panics. The pushing becomes charging. People running now, some of them making it to the ladder, some of them falling in the rush, some of them giving up and turning back because forward stopped being an option. Greg reaches the ladder first, starts climbing with Sophia still half-conscious over his shoulder. I'm right behind. And below us, people are screaming as the hatch keeps closing and the space keeps shrinking and the window keeps getting smaller. I look down once. See the woman who asked for help. She's at the back of the crowd, not running anymore, just standing there watching us climb while the hatch narrows and her chances drop to 0. I'm sorry, I mouth. She nods. like she expected this, like volunteering for salvation meant accepting that rescue was never part of the deal. The hatch is 3/4 closed when we reach the top. Greg shoves Sophia through, pulls himself after. I'm last, squeeze through with maybe 10 centimeters clearance. The metal edges scrape my shoulders. My pack catches. I twist, pull, get through just as the hatch seals behind me with a sound like finality. Below us, muffled screaming. People pounding on metal that won't open again until Tumansky decides they've learned the right lesson about exits and opportunities. We're on the surface, valley floor, stars overhead, solar towers humming in the distance, and behind us, sealed under our feet, 43 people who followed directions and ended up trapped anyway. Keep moving, Greg says. He's already dragging Sophia away from the hatch, toward the perimeter, toward whatever comes next that isn't here. I follow. Count steps. 83, 97, 104, trying not to think about the woman who's probably still standing at the back of the crowd, wondering why she trusted strangers who couldn't even save themselves. Sophia stumbles. Greg catches her, sets her down on the ground near a tower base. Rest, he says. 2 minutes. She nods, eyes closing, breathing hard, like climbing a ladder took everything her body could generate. I scan the perimeter, looking for movement, for drones, for anything that suggests Tumansky's monitoring our escape and planning a retrieval. Nothing. Just towers and stars and silence that's too complete. This is wrong, I say. What? Too easy. He sealed the hatch, but nothing else. No drones, no alerts, no pursuit. Maybe he's letting us go. He doesn't let people go. He processes them or studies them or uses them as data points. He doesn't just, I gesture at the empty valley, open doors and wave goodbye. Greg checks Sophia's pulse. Steady, weak but steady. Then what's he doing? Testing something, measuring something, waiting to see what we do when we think we've escaped. The towers hum. Same frequency as always, and somewhere in my pocket the shell casing resonates with the sound. 256 hertz, middle C. The note that taught Sophia to wake up. I pull it out, strike it against the tower base. Perfect tone, clear resonance, and from the tower above us, a different tone. Harmonic, lower. Responding to the shell casing like towers are designed to sing to each other. Greg, I say quietly. He hears it too. The towers aren't just power generators, they're instruments, resonating at frequencies that propagate across the valley, creating a sound field we can't fully hear, but that's definitely present. I strike the casing again. The tower responds, louder this time. Stop, Greg says. Too late. Already struck it 3 times. And now other towers are responding, creating a chain reaction of harmonic resonance that's spreading across the valley like a signal telling something that we're here. From the facility behind us, hatches opening. Not the one we used, different ones. Smaller maintenance access points and climbing out, unhinged, not attacking, not charging, just emerging, standing in neat rows facing our direction, waiting for something. We need to move, I say. Greg picks up Sophia. We run. Not toward the perimeter. Can't Unhinged are blocking that route. We run parallel to the facility, toward what the schematic showed as a transformer field on the eastern edge of the valley. Behind us, the Unhinged start moving. Not running. Walking. Synchronized. Following at a pace that's sustainable. That doesn't require speed because they know where we're going and they know we'll get tired eventually. The transformer field appears ahead, massive industrial transformers arranged in rows, metal frameworks, high voltage warning signs, and underneath everything, coolant, pools of it, dark and viscous, smells like industrial lubricant mixed with something organic. We stop at the edge. The coolant field extends maybe 50 meters. Beyond it, the actual valley perimeter. Fence, wall, something that separates this place from whatever's outside. Through the field, Greg says, the coolant's conductive. We don't have a choice. He's right. The Unhinged are closing distance, maybe 30 seconds behind, and going back means the facility. Going forward means trusting that we can cross 50 meters of transformer field without completing a circuit that fries us where we stand. Greg steps into the coolant. It's ankle deep, thick enough that walking generates ripples that spread across the surface. He's carrying Sophia. She's conscious enough to grip his shirt, but not conscious enough to understand where we are. I follow. Prudencia held high. Shells probably useless if we're standing in conductive fluid, but holding the weapon feels better than not holding it. The coolant pulls at my boots. Each step generates resistance, like walking through half-set concrete. And underneath, vibration. The transformers are active, running on the power grid that Sophia used to be part of. Humming at frequencies that make the coolant ripple. 20 meters in, 30. The Unhinged reach the edge of the field. They stop. Don't enter. Just stand there watching like they're waiting for something specific. Why aren't they following? Greg says. They know something we don't. 40 meters, almost across. The perimeter fence is visible now. Chain link, topped with razor wire, old construction, pre-collapse. Probably didn't work anymore, but it was still a barrier. And then spark. Small from one of the transformer frames above us, probably routine, probably happens 100 times a day, metal on metal, electricity finding ground, the spark drops, hits the coolant, everything lights up, not explosion, just current, flowing through the field, finding every conductive path, every piece of metal, every boot sole, every body standing in fluid that suddenly became part of the circuit. I can't scream, can't breathe. Can't do anything except feel voltage coursing through me while every muscle locks and my vision goes white. Then it stops. The spark dies. The current dissipates. The coolant goes dark again. I'm on my knees. Don't remember falling. Greg's down too. Sophia's beside him. All three of us smoking slightly from the discharge. All three of us alive somehow. The Unhinged haven't moved. Still standing at the edge. Still watching. Get up, I say. Voice raw. Greg tries, falls, tries again. Gets to his feet, pulls Sophia up. She's not helping, but she's not fighting either. Just passive, letting herself be moved. We cross the last 10 meters, slower now, more careful. Watching for sparks that might drop and complete the circuit again. The fence is old, chain link rusted, razor wire corroded. Greg finds a section where the link separated from the frame. We squeeze through, one at a time. Sophia first, then Greg, then me. On the other side, forest, real trees, not solar towers, not facility architecture, just woods that existed before the valley and will exist after. We're out. We made it. And behind us, visible through the fence, the Unhinged are turning around, walking back toward the facility. Task complete. We're outside the perimeter, outside their operational zone, outside the problem they were programmed to solve. Greg collapses against a tree, Sophia beside him, both of them breathing hard. I check for pursuit. Nothing. Just forest and darkness and the distant hum of towers that are still generating power from 11 people who are working harder now because we removed one. We should keep moving, I say. Can't, Greg says. Need a minute. We don't have a minute. Don't have hours. Don't have any time except what we take before Tumansky decides we're not an experiment anymore and sends something faster than Unhinged to retrieve us. But Greg's not moving, and Sophia's not conscious, and I'm still smoking slightly from the electrical discharge. So we wait, in the forest, outside the valley. 3 people who escaped but can't call it freedom because somewhere behind us, 43 people are still trapped, and tomorrow 19 more will arrive, and the system keeps running because one person refusing to be a battery just means someone else has to compensate. The shell casing in my pocket rings, resonating with the tower frequency that's still audible from here, 256 hertz, middle C. The note that survived everything between the instrument and my ear. Chapter 17, Peach Can Orchestra. Sophia's talking. Fragments, random words strung together in patterns that don't quite make sense. Battery, need, counting, 7 times, voltage drop. Brother came. Greg's trying to parse it. trying to find meaning in syllables that are being generated by a brain that's still relearning how consciousness works without a grid telling it when to think. We've been walking for 3 hours. Forest transitioning to rocky terrain. Eastern edge of the valley leading into what the map showed as a ferrite quarry. The magnetic dead zone where compass needles spin and metal sticks to walls, and the pole flip turn geology into a weapon. Sophia keeps stumbling. Greg keeps catching her. And I keep checking behind us for pursuit that hasn't come yet but definitely will, because Tumansky doesn't abandon data points, he studies them. Rest here, Greg says. We're at the quarry edge. Massive pit carved into earth that looks red even in moonlight. Ferrite deposits, iron oxide, the stuff that makes compasses fail and turns the whole area into a natural magnetic anomaly. I sit on a boulder, check prudencia. 3 shells left, enough for 3 problems, not enough for sustained engagement. Greg sets Sophia down on flat ground. She immediately curls into fetal position. Still talking, still fragmenting words. She's getting worse, I say. She's processing. Give her time. We don't have time. Every hour we stay still is an hour Tumansky's closing distance. She can't walk anymore. Then we carry her. Chana, I'm not arguing. We rest for 10 minutes. Then we move. If she can't walk, we carry her. If we can't carry her, I stop. Don't finish that sentence. Greg knows what I was going to say. Knows that eventually we'll have to choose between Sophia and survival. That eventually she'll become weight we can't carry. And we'll have to decide if leaving her is pragmatic or monstrous. He doesn't argue, just sits next to his sister and listens to her fragment words while I count minutes and watch the forest behind us for movement. 8 minutes. 9. 10. I stand. Time. Greg doesn't move. Greg, she's saying something. Listen. I listen. Sophia's still talking, but the fragments are coalescing, finding pattern. Battery, brother, came back, forgot to count. 7 times 8 is voltage drop, need to remember. Remember what? Greg asks quietly. Remember. Volunteered, signed the form, wanted to be useful, wanted you to have batteries. She's not processing, she's remembering. Accessing the moments before integration when she decided consciousness was negotiable and utility was worth more. You don't need to remember that, Greg says, but I do because I chose and you unchose for me. And now her voice breaks. What am I now? Greg doesn't answer. Because what do you say when someone's right? When you did override their choice, when you decided your need to save them mattered more than their need to be saved from themselves. Sophia sits up, eyes focusing properly for the first time since recovery, looking at Greg, looking at me, looking at the forest we're fleeing through. Where are we, she asks. Leaving the valley, Greg says. Why? Because I couldn't leave you there. But I chose to be there. You were 11. I was 11 and I chose, and now you made me leave and someone else has to take my place, and that someone else didn't get to choose because I'm not there anymore. Her voice is steady now, clear. You didn't save me. You just transferred the burden. She sounds exactly like Tumansky. Same logic, same utilitarian calculation. And I realize 8 months wired to the grid didn't erase her. It taught her, educated her in the philosophy of acceptable loss and collective output and consciousness as negotiable resource. I'm sorry, Greg says. Don't be sorry. Be consistent. Either people get to choose or they don't. You can't rescue me and abandon those 43 prisoners and call yourself righteous. I tried to help them. You gave them directions. That's not help. That's passing responsibility while feeling generous. She stands, unsteady but standing. I heard them through the hatch, heard them pounding, heard them screaming while we climbed, and you kept climbing. We couldn't save everyone. Then you couldn't save anyone, including me. Because, person, saving one person means someone else compensates. That's how systems work. You taught me that. Back before the collapse, when you'd come home and count calories aloud and tell me people were inventory and attachment was noise. Greg's face goes blank. I learned from you. And Sophia continues. Learned that efficiency matters more than individuals, that optimization is survival, that consciousness is just expensive processing power that could be allocated better. And then when I finally internalized that lesson, when I finally chose to be useful, you decided I was wrong and pulled me out. She's crying, not from grief, from anger, from the realization that Greg spent years teaching her how to think like him and then punished her for applying the lesson. I'm sorry, Greg says again. Doesn't know what else to say. Stop apologizing and start being consistent. Either we go back and try to free those prisoners, actually free them, not just give them directions, or we accept that we're no different than Tumansky. We just optimize for different goals. From the forest behind us, sound. Not unhinged. Something else, something metallic rattling. I stand. Raise Prudencia. Someone's coming. The sound gets louder, rhythmic, deliberate. Something being shaken like an instrument, and emerging from the trees, people. Not prisoners, not unhinged, survivors from the settlements, refugees heading toward the valley because they heard our broadcast and decided integration was preferable to whatever they're surviving through. Leading them, the woman from the cells. The one who asked for help, the one I watched through the closing hatch. She's carrying something. Yellow tin, black label. The peach can. Greg's peach can. The one he pried from a dead stranger's fist back at the megastore. The one he carried through highways and walls and into the valley because objects preserve humanity and nostalgia matters more than weight. She's shaking it, using the rattle to coordinate movement, like a drum, like a signal, like a rallying cry. Where did you get that? Greg asks. You left it, she says, in Recovery Bay, sitting on the counter. We found it after you escaped, found it and realized, if you could leave behind the thing you carried all this way, maybe it means objects don't matter. Maybe it means we don't have to carry our old lives. Maybe it means we can choose different. More people emerging, 20, 30, all of them following the rattle, all of them looking at us like we might have answers. You escaped? Greg asks. Tumansky opened the cells again, said anyone who wanted to leave could leave, said he was done processing prisoners who didn't understand the choice they were making. She shakes the can again. Most people left. Some stayed. We left, and we followed the sound of this until we found you. She hands the can to Greg. He takes it automatically, holds it like he forgot what it meant. We thought you'd lead us, she says. Thought you'd know where to go that isn't valley integration or settlement starvation. I don't know where to go, Greg says. Then figure it out, because we followed you here. We heard your broadcast. We believed you when you said don't come to the valley. And now we're standing outside the valley with nowhere else to go, and you're the only person who said consciousness matters more than utility. So make it matter. Show us how. Greg looks at the can, at the 30 people watching him, at Sophia, who's staring at him with eyes that say, you unchose for me, now choose for them. He opens the can. It's empty except for mold residue. The peaches he thought he preserved, gone, rotted, useless. He turns it over. Something falls out, small, metal, a hair clip. Sophia's hair clip, the one she wore before integration. The one he must have put in the can at some point and forgot about because objects are memory storage and sometimes memories get buried under mold. I kept this, he says quietly. Kept it because I thought if I preserved pieces of the old world, I'd stay human. But pieces aren't people. Objects aren't memories. And carrying this didn't bring you back. Cutting cables did. He hands the hair clip to Sophia, drops the can. The sound echoes across the quarry, tin on rock. Final. Definitive. I don't know where we're going, he says to the crowd, but I know we're not going back to the valley, and we're not walking toward integration, and we're not trading consciousness for purpose, no matter how tired we get. Then what are we doing? The woman asks. Surviving differently, building differently, finding some third option between battery and farmer that nobody's invented yet because everyone's too exhausted to imagine it. It's not a plan. It's barely a philosophy, but the crowd's nodding like he said something meaningful. And then more sound from the forest. Louder this time, not rattling. Footsteps, dozens of them, running. Move, I say. We run, all of us. 30 survivors plus 3 escapees, down into the ferrite quarry where metal sticks to walls and compasses spin and the magnetic geology might hide us from whatever's following. Behind us, the crowd from the valley, not prisoners this time, volunteers. The 19 who were supposed to arrive tomorrow. They must have arrived early, must have been processed fast, must have been sent after us as proof that the system's efficient and resistance is temporary. And leading them, Tumansky, walking calmly while his volunteer soldiers run ahead, carrying nothing except a tablet and the absolute confidence that systems outlast individuals. We reach the quarry floor. The walls are red, magnetic. Already I can feel metal objects pulling, Prudencia wanting to stick to the nearest surface, my boots feeling heavier, my skull aching from the field interference. Greg looks back, sees Tumansky descending, sees the 19 volunteers spreading out to surround us. What do we do? Someone asks. Greg picks up the peach can, the empty relic, the thing he carried for months because objects preserve humanity. He throws it, hard, toward Tumansky. It hits the ground halfway between us, bounces, rolls, stops, and Tumansky laughs, actually laughs. Excellent symbolism, he calls out. Discarding the past, very dramatic. But systems don't run on symbolism, they run on voltage, and you're standing in a magnetic field carrying metallic objects surrounded by 19 people who chose integration over resistance. The volunteers close in. They're not attacking, just standing there, forming a perimeter, waiting for orders. Last chance, Tumansky says. Return voluntarily, process as new nodes, or resist and we process you anyway. Your choice. Greg looks at Sophia, at me, at the 30 people who followed us into a quarry that's becoming a trap. We resist, he says. Tumansky nods once. The volunteers move forward, and in the magnetic field, every metallic object I'm carrying, Prudencia, shells, shell casing, belt buckle, pulls toward the nearest iron oxide deposit. Guns stick to walls. Weapons become useless. We're disarmed by geology, forced to fight with bare hands and words, and nothing else except the decision that resistance matters even when it's impractical. The volunteers reach us, and the quarry walls hum at a frequency that makes my teeth ache, while the peach can rolls in circles at the center of everything, driven by magnetic eddies into perpetual motion that goes nowhere. Chapter 18. The Man Who Ate a Heart. The volunteers aren't attacking. They're corralling, pushing us toward the quarry center where the magnetic field is strongest, where every piece of metal we're carrying will be pinned by forces we can't override. I try to pull Prudencia from the rock wall. Can't. The magnetic field has it locked. 3 shells still loaded, completely useless. Greg's lost his pack. The zipper pulled open and everything metallic, tablet, tools, water bottle caps, flew toward the nearest ferrite deposit. Now he's got nothing except his sister and 30 people who trusted him to know what resistance looks like. The volunteers form a circle, not tight, just present, creating a boundary that says this far, no further, and walking through them. Tumansky, calm, unhurried, holding his tablet like he's taking notes on an experiment. Interesting, he says. You chose the quarry, the one place where traditional weapons fail, almost like you wanted to prove that resistance can exist without violence. We didn't choose this, Greg says. You chased us here. Semantics. You fled. This was the direction. The outcome was determined by physics and poor planning. He looks around at the trapped survivors. Now what? Now we leave. You can't. The volunteers have orders to maintain perimeter. They won't harm you, but they won't let you past, which means you're contained until you make a different choice. We're not integrating. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to watch. Tumansky taps his tablet. Something responds, speakers mounted on the volunteers' equipment. Audio system. Ready to broadcast. Watch what? I ask. The future. The choice everyone will make eventually. The optimization everyone resists until they can't resist anymore. He gestures to the volunteers. These 19 people arrived yesterday, heard your broadcast, listened to both arguments, and chose integration within 12 hours. Fastest voluntary processing we've ever achieved. You manipulated them. I informed them. Showed them the settlements that are dying, showed them the valleys that are surviving, showed them math that says consciousness is expensive and voltage is sustainable. They chose rationally. One of the volunteers steps forward, young, maybe 20, thin. He's wearing the integration harness already, cables visible under his shirt, connected but not optimized yet, still conscious, still autonomous, but committed to the process. Tell them, Tumansky says to the volunteer. The volunteer looks at us, at Greg specifically. I heard your broadcast, heard you say, don't come here, don't trade consciousness for purpose, stay human. He pauses, and I thought, what does human mean when you're starving? When your settlement has 42 people and 38 of them are dying from infections you can't treat? When staying conscious means watching your sister cough blood until she stops moving? He's crying, not from fear, from relief. I came here because being a battery means someone else doesn't have to watch their sister cough blood. Because generating voltage means medical equipment stays operational. Because trading my consciousness means someone else gets to keep theirs. He looks directly at Greg. You saved your sister. I'm saving mine. We're not different. We're just optimizing for different people. Tumansky nods approvingly. 17 similar stories. 17 people who chose integration because someone they love needs the power their body can generate. And tomorrow, more will arrive. And next week, more. Because you broadcasted the truth, and the truth is consciousness is negotiable when the alternative is watching people die. He taps his tablet again. The speakers crackle, and on a makeshift screen projected against the quarry wall, video. Live feed. Medical bay. A girl. Young. Coughing. Tubes and monitors and equipment running on power generated by bodies like the volunteers. His sister, Tumansky says, kept alive by voltage his brother will generate, starting, he checks the tablet, in approximately 4 hours when his integration completes. The volunteers watching the screen, watching his sister breathe, watching proof that his choice matters. You're a monster, Sophia says quietly. I'm pragmatic, Tumansky corrects. The world ended. Resources are gone. We're in triage mode, and triage means choosing who lives based on who can pay. His consciousness is the price that keeps his sister breathing. Your brother chose to save you. This man chose to save her. The only difference is scale and honesty. He walks to the center of the circle, stands next to the rolling peach can, and from his pocket, something wrapped in cloth. He unwraps it. A heart, human, preserved. Maybe taken from a node that failed, maybe from something else. Hard to tell in the magnetic field where everything looks wrong. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, Tumansky says, only transferred. This. He holds up the heart. Generated voltage for 3 months, kept lights running, water pumping, medical equipment operational, and then it stopped, and the system recycled it. He bites into it. Not delicate, not symbolic, just eating. Raw tissue. The crowd makes sounds, disgust, horror. Someone vomits. Greg's wrist cam, still functional despite the magnetic field, starts recording automatically. The screen's cracked, but it's capturing this. Capturing Tumansky eating a heart while explaining that we're all batteries, and the only question is whether we generate voltage before or after consciousness ends. This is what we are, Tumansky says between bites. His mouth is dark. His voice is steady. Organic circuits that process energy and generate output until we fail. Consciousness is the luxury we invented to convince ourselves we're more. But we're not more. We're just complicated batteries that run on glucose instead of lithium. He finishes the heart, wipes his mouth, looks at the crowd. The valley doesn't make you into batteries. The valley reveals what you already are and optimizes the output. That's all. Every objection you have, every moral calculation about consciousness and autonomy and human dignity, all of it is just expensive processing power pretending it matters more than voltage. He's preaching now, voice carrying across the quarry. And the survivors, the 30 who followed Greg, are listening. Not agreeing, but listening. Because exhaustion makes philosophy negotiable, and Tumansky speaks like someone who has answers. Join us, he says, not as prisoners, not as victims, as volunteers who understand that survival requires optimization and optimization requires sacrifice. Your consciousness, your choice, your terms. But join us, because the alternative is dying slowly while pretending that staying human matters more than keeping lights on. The crowd's wavering. I can see it. Some of them looking at the volunteer who's saving his sister. Some of them looking at the video feed that shows medical equipment running on power someone chose to generate. Some of them doing math that says maybe Tumansky's right and consciousness is expensive. Greg's still recording. The wrist cam capturing everything. The heart eating. The philosophy. The moment where resistance meets pragmatism, and pragmatism sounds reasonable. No, Greg says finally. Tumansky turns. Know what? No to all of it. No to the optimization. No to the acceptable loss. No to the idea that we're just batteries waiting to be useful. Greg steps forward, toward Tumansky, toward the center of the circle where the peach can is still rolling in magnetic eddies. You're right that the world ended, right that resources are gone, right that we're in triage mode, but you're wrong that consciousness is the price. Greg gestures at the volunteer. He thinks he's saving his sister, but he's not. He's trading one life for another and calling it math, and his sister will grow up knowing her brother dissolved into voltage so she could breathe. That's not salvation. That's guilt. Guilt is also expensive processing, Tumansky says. So is hope. So is love. So is every emotion you call wastage. But those emotions are what make surviving worth the effort. Without them, we're just organic circuits maintaining systems we don't believe in. Tumansky smiles. Beautiful speech. Post it to the network. See how many settlements choose hope over voltage. See how many people pick consciousness when the alternative is watching loved ones die. He taps his tablet. The video feed switches. Now it's showing settlements. Dying settlements. People coughing. Starving. Fighting over nothing. That's what hope looks like without power, Tumansky says. That's what consciousness buys when the grid is failing. Choose your philosophy. I'll choose pragmatism. The crowd's splitting. I can see it. Half of them moving toward Greg, half of them moving toward Tumansky. Both sides convinced they're right. Both sides calculating acceptable loss and coming to opposite conclusions. And in the center, the volunteer. Crying. Still committed. Still believing his integration means something. Greg stops recording, looks at the wrist cam, at the footage he captured. I'm uploading this, he says. Please do, Tumansky says. Show the world what optimization looks like, show them the truth, and then watch them choose it anyway because truth without power is just philosophical masturbation. Greg connects the wrist cam to his satellite uplink, the one he's been carrying since the megastore. The one that still works despite the magnetic field because it's shielded for exactly this kind of environment. The upload begins. 412 outposts receiving. The footage of Tumansky eating a heart, the footage of him explaining that consciousness is wastage, the footage of a volunteer crying while committing to integration, all of it transmitted, all of it truth, all of it propaganda, depending on perspective. The upload completes. Greg tosses the wrist cam aside. Screen fully cracked now. Useless. Done, he says. Now everyone knows what you are. Tumansky checks his tablet. Now everyone knows what we all are, and they're choosing pragmatism over philosophy. Current count, he scrolls. 308 settlements flagged Valley as destination. Down from 319. Your broadcast convinced 11 settlements to avoid us. Congratulations, you saved 11 groups from choosing efficiency. 308. That's 308 communities that watched Tumansky eat a heart and explain that humans are batteries and decided that sounded better than their current situation. The volunteer starts convulsing. Not voluntary, systemic, the integration harness activating, beginning optimization. His consciousness fragmenting in real time while his body learns to generate voltage. His eyes roll back. He drops. The other volunteers catch him. Lay him down gently. They're not disturbed. They're witnessing, learning, seeing what happens when integration completes. The volunteer's body stabilizes, heart rate sinking to grid rhythm, 60 beats per minute. Perfect. His eyes open, empty, no recognition, no consciousness, just function. Node 348, Tumansky says. Welcome to the grid. The crowd that was moving toward Greg stops, seeing proof that integration isn't metaphor, that people become nodes, that consciousness ends and voltage begins, and the process is real. Some of them keep moving toward Greg. Some of them reverse direction, moving toward Tumansky instead. Choosing optimization because watching someone integrate is different than hearing about it. Sophia's watching too, her eyes wide, seeing what she would have become if Greg hadn't pulled her out. We should go, I say quietly. Where? Greg asks. Anywhere except here. This quarry's becoming a recruiting station. Tumansky's already talking to the crowd, explaining next steps, integration schedules, consent forms, processing procedures, running orientation for people who just decided consciousness is negotiable. Half the crowd stays, half follows us. We climb the quarry wall, leaving behind the peach can that's still rolling, leaving behind the volunteer who's now node 348, leaving behind Tumansky, who's standing at the center of a magnetic field and converting resistance into revenue. At the quarry rim, we stop, look back. The volunteers are forming a line, getting ready to process, and Tumansky's at the front, tablet in hand, taking names, assigning node numbers, building the grid one choice at a time. You were right, Greg says to Sophia. I didn't save you, I just delayed the choice. Everyone ends up choosing eventually. Exhaustion beats philosophy, pragmatism beats hope, and voltage. He looks at the valley lights visible in the distance. Voltage beats everything else. Then what do we do? Sophia asks. Find somewhere exhaustion hasn't reached yet. Build something different before the only option left is integration or starving. It's not a plan. It's barely hope. But it's more than Tumansky offers because at least it acknowledges that consciousness might matter even when the math says otherwise. We walk away from the quarry. 15 survivors followed us. 15 people who chose uncertain resistance over certain optimization. Behind us, Tumansky's voice carries, "Welcome to the valley. Welcome to the grid. Welcome to salvation by electron flow." And the crowd drops to their knees. Not in horror, in worship. Because he ate a heart and proved we're all just meat that generates voltage. And the only question is whether we generate it consciously or convert first. Tumansky looks up at us on the quarry rim, smiles, mouths words we can't hear. Voltage is virtue. Then back to processing volunteers who heard both arguments and chose his. Chapter 19, Magnet Mountain. 3 days since the quarry. We're somewhere north of the valley, forest transitioning to rocky terrain. The 15 survivors are still with us. Sophia's getting stronger, walking without support now, talking in complete sentences, remembering things from before integration without fragmenting mid-thought. But she's also getting quieter, like she's processing something she can't articulate yet. We stop to rest near a stream. The water's clear, probably safe. We fill containers and drink without treating it because risk assessment changes when you've watched someone eat a heart and call it philosophy. Greg's checking the map he carved into his ribs back before the valley. The tattoos faded. Sweat and time made it illegible. He traces the lines anyway. Muscle memory of a goal that doesn't exist anymore. North still makes sense, he says. Why, I ask. Because it's away from here, and away is good enough. One of the survivors, the woman with the peach can, approaches. Her name's Irina. She's been traveling with us since the quarry. Quiet, observant, waiting for someone to propose an actual plan instead of just walking. There's a settlement, she says. Maybe 40 kilometers northwest. They broadcast on Channel 7 sometimes. Trade goods, share information. They might have supplies. They might also have integration recruitment, Greg says. They broadcast warnings about the valley. They're resistors, like us. Like us. That's becoming our identity. People who resist integration. People who choose exhaustion over optimization. People who will probably die slower and harder than the nodes, but at least die conscious. We'll check it out, Greg says. Sophia stands. Can I talk to you? Greg nods. They walk toward the stream, out of earshot from the rest of us. I watch them. Brother and sister, reunited but not reconciled. Both of them carrying guilt about choices made and choices overridden and choices that haven't been made yet. Irina sits next to me. You think they'll be okay? Define okay. Functional, not falling apart. They're already falling apart. They're just doing it slowly enough that we don't notice. What about you? What about me? You signed the deportation orders. That's what Tumansky said. You're the reason civilians ended up at the valley. I don't answer immediately, because she's right. I did sign orders. I did designate people as expendable. I did make calculations about acceptable loss and call it logistics. Yes, I say finally. Do you regret it? Every day. But regret doesn't unconflict to systems or unprocessed nodes. It just sits there being expensive processing power that changes nothing. Tumansky said that. He's right about some things, wrong about what to do with that information. Irina looks at the survivors, at the 15 people who followed us away from certain optimization toward uncertain resistance. We can't keep just walking. We need supplies, shelter, some kind of plan that isn't hoping exhaustion takes longer than expected. I know, so what's the plan? Survive until we can't, help who we can, try not to optimize anyone along the way. It's a terrible plan, but it's the only one we have. Greg and Sophia return. Sophia's been crying. Greg looks worse, like whatever conversation they had cost him something he wasn't ready to pay. We're going to the settlement, Greg says. Irina says 40 kilometers northwest. We'll see what they have. Trade if we can, rest if they'll let us. We pack up, start walking. The forest thickens, and ahead, visible through the trees, a mountain range. Not normal mountains, red, metallic, ferrite deposits visible from kilometers away. Magnet Mountain, Irina says. The quarry we left was just an edge deposit. This is the source. The entire range is ferrite and iron oxide. Compasses don't work. Metal objects fly toward walls. People who go in carrying weapons come out disarmed. Then we go around, I say. Can't. The settlement's on the other side. And going around adds 3 days minimum. We don't have supplies for 3 extra days. Greg studies the mountains, calculating. How many people go in carrying weapons and don't come out at all? Some, maybe half. The magnetic field isn't stable. Sometimes it surges, sometimes it drops. If you're carrying metal when it surges. She gestures at the quarry behind us. You get pinned. And if nobody finds you before the field drops, the wildlife does. Wildlife? Unhinged. They use the magnetic dead zone as hunting grounds. Go in when the field drops. Drag out anyone who got pinned. The field reactivates and the unhinged can't follow. Perfect trap for anything metal dependent. Greg looks at me. Thoughts? Leave the weapons. Walk through fast. Get to the settlement before the next surge. And if we get attacked mid-transit, then we fight with hands and hope consciousness matters more than firepower. He considers this, looks at Sophia, at Irina, at the 15 survivors who probably aren't ready to cross a magnetic dead zone with nothing except hope. Everyone ditches metal, Greg says. All of it. Weapons, tools, belt buckles, anything that might pull when the field activates. We cross light and fast. Stay together. Don't stop for anything. The group starts stripping metal. I remove Prudencia's shells. Eject the remaining rounds. Set the shotgun against a tree. It's been with me since before the collapse. Since before the orders I signed. Since before I learned that efficiency has a price that keeps compounding. You okay? Greg asks. No, but I'm consistent. We enter the mountain pass. The air changes immediately, thicker, harder to breathe, like the magnetic field is pressing against us. The walls are red, streaked with darker veins where iron deposits run thickest. And everywhere, metal, tools left by previous travelers, weapons scattered, belt buckles embedded in walls where people got pinned and had to cut themselves free. Evidence that this place is efficient at disarming anyone who thinks they can cross prepared. We're halfway through when Sophia stops. I need to tell you something, she says. Tell me after we cross, Greg says. No, now. Because if I don't say it now, I'll optimize it away and pretend it doesn't matter. She sits on a boulder. The magnetic field hums around us. I chose to integrate because of you. Greg freezes. You taught me that people are inventory, that attachment is noise, that consciousness is expensive processing that gets in the way of efficiency. Sophia's voice is steady, clear, and I learned so well that when the Valley offered integration, I thought, this is what brother would do. This is what efficiency looks like. That's not. Yes, it is. You spent years counting calories aloud, trading lives for assets, treating survival like logistics instead of relationships. And I watched, and I learned, and I applied the lesson. She looks at him. You didn't fail to save me. You succeeded in teaching me. And now you're mad that I learned too well. Greg sits next to her, and for a long moment he doesn't speak. Just breathes in air that's pressing against us because magnetic fields don't care about conversations. I was wrong, he says finally. About what? About everything. About people being inventory. About consciousness being expensive. About survival being a calculation that optimizes for assets instead of relationships. He looks at her. I was wrong and you paid for it, and I'm sorry. Sophia's quiet, processing. And I realize this is what she needed. Not rescue, not recovery. Not someone overriding her choice. Just acknowledgement that the choice she made came from lessons he taught. I don't forgive you, she says. I know. But I understand you better now, because I spent 8 months wired to a grid thinking the exact same way you think. Calculating efficiency, optimizing output, treating consciousness like expensive processing that could be allocated better. And it was. She pauses, searching for words. It was peaceful. No decisions. No guilt. No expensive emotions. Just function. Just purpose. Just voltage flowing through circuits that used to be thoughts. Is that what you want? To go back? No. Because you were right about one thing. Consciousness matters even when the math says otherwise. But you were wrong about how to honor that. You can't just pull people out of systems and call it rescue. You have to build alternatives, give them somewhere to go that isn't integration or starvation. A sound ahead. Movement. The group tenses. From around the bend, unhinged. 3 of them. Wearing magnetized helmets that should pin them to walls, but they're moving anyway. The field must have dropped. Must be in one of the surge lull cycles Arena warned about. We can't fight. No weapons. No metal. Just 15 exhausted survivors and 2 people having a conversation about whether consciousness is negotiable. Run or talk, I ask. Talk, Sophia says. She stands. Walks toward the unhinged. Sophia. Greg starts. Let me try something. She stops maybe 5 meters from the closest unhinged. It's not charging, just standing there, head tilted, listening to something we can't hear. Sophia starts humming. Not random. Specific tone. 256 hertz, middle C, the same frequency the shell casing rang at, the same frequency that taught her brain to wake up. The unhinged responds, not verbally, just stillness. Like the frequency is registering somewhere in whatever's left of its processing. She hums louder, more complex now, adding harmonics, and the unhinged steps back, then stops. Confused, like it's receiving contradictory signals about whether to attack or retreat. The grid taught me something, Sophia says without stopping the hum. It taught me that sound shapes behavior when consciousness can't. that frequencies can coordinate without language, that maybe the unhinged aren't broken, they're just synchronized to wrong patterns. She changes the tone slightly. Lower, softer, and the unhinged turns, walks away. The other two follow, gone, just like that, redirected by sound instead of violence. The group stares. How did you do that? Irina asks. I spent 8 months learning to be a circuit. Turns out circuits can be reprogrammed if you know the right frequency. Sophia stops humming. We can't fight them, but maybe we can redirect them, give them different patterns to follow. Greg searches for words. That's terrifying. No more terrifying than eating a heart and calling it philosophy. At least this is consistent. Use sound to shape behavior without ending consciousness. She starts walking again, through the pass, toward the other side where the settlement waits. We follow, because she just disarmed 3 unhinged with humming, and maybe that means resistance doesn't require weapons, just better frequencies. The pass narrows, the walls close in, and above us, the magnetic field surges. We feel it. Pressure increasing, air getting harder to breathe, invisible forces pulling at anything that might have metal in it. Someone screams, one of the survivors. A man. He's pinned to the wall. Not by metal, by his own bioelectricity. The surge is strong enough that the trace amounts of iron in his blood are responding to the field. Help me, he says. We can't. Pulling him means touching him means becoming part of the circuit that's pinning him. Cut your losses, he says. Not angry, just practical. Keep moving. Don't stay for me. Greg starts toward him anyway. Stop, I say. We can't just leave him. Yes, we can. That's the lesson. That's what you taught Sophia. People are inventory. Attachment is noise. Optimize for survival. Greg stops, stares at me. I was wrong about that. Then prove it. Try to save him. Get pinned yourself. Teach everyone here that consciousness matters, even when it gets you trapped in a magnetic field that's going to surge until your heart stops. He looks at the pinned man, at Sophia, at me, at the choice between pragmatism and principle. The field surges again, stronger. The man screams as invisible forces compress his chest. Greg walks toward him. You're going to get pinned, I say. I know. He reaches the man, grabs his arm, and immediately pinned. Both of them. The field locking them to the wall through their own bioelectricity. You idiot, I say. Consistent idiot, Greg says, voice strained. Now help. I can't touch them, can't pull without becoming pinned. So, I do the only thing left. I start humming. 256 hertz. Same frequency Sophia used. Same tone that redirects Unhinged. Nothing happens. The field keeps surging. Sophia joins, her voice clearer, more practiced. She's adding harmonics, creating interference patterns that might disrupt the magnetic field. Still nothing. The field is physics. Sound can't override physics, but maybe sound can attract something that can. From deeper in the pass, movement. The Unhinged returning, not attacking, drawn by the frequency. Drawn by the sound that's telling them to cluster instead of scatter. They approach. 7 now. More than before. All of them wearing magnetized helmets that should pin them but don't because the field's focused on Greg and the survivor. The Unhinged surround them. And their helmets, metal, magnetized, positioned between the wall and the pinned men, start acting as shields, absorbing the magnetic flux, redirecting it away from organic tissue and into metal that's designed to tolerate the pressure. The field drops slightly. Greg and the survivor unstick from the wall, fall forward. The Unhinged don't attack, just stand there holding position while the field keeps surging around them. Move, I say. We run. All of us, through the pass. Past the Unhinged who are acting as magnetic shields without understanding why. Past the walls that want to pin us. Past the evidence that maybe the Unhinged aren't the enemy, they're just synchronized to hostile patterns and we haven't learned the right frequencies yet. We emerge on the other side. The field drops completely. Behind us, the Unhinged remain in the pass, still holding position, still shielding. Sophia stops humming. The Unhinged disperse. Go back to whatever they do when they're not being redirected by sound. You okay? I ask Greg. Terrified. he says, but consistent. We keep walking toward the settlement Arena mentioned, toward whatever comes next that isn't integration or magnetic fields or choices between pragmatism and principle. And behind us, Magnet Mountain, the place where physics beat philosophy, and the only thing that saved us was learning to speak the same language as the things we thought were monsters. Chapter 20. The Quiet Battery. The settlement's smaller than expected. 12 structures, maybe 30 people total. They're surrounded by a perimeter fence, not for defense, just for definition. A line that says inside is us, outside is everything else. We approach at midday. Nobody shoots, nobody runs. They just watch from behind the fence while we walk closer. A woman opens the gate. 60, weathered. She's carrying a rifle but not pointing it. "You're the broadcast people," she says. "Yes," Greg says. "The ones who told everyone not to go to the valley." "Yes." And then the valley processed 300 settlements anyway, because your broadcast gave them better recruitment numbers than they'd ever had. "Yes." She lowers the rifle. "Come inside, we'll feed you, and then we'll decide if you're assets or liabilities." The settlement's organized. Not pristine, just functional. Gardens growing actual vegetables, water collection system, solar panels that are probably scavenged but operational. Evidence that someone here still believes infrastructure matters. The woman's name is Kira. She's the settlement coordinator. Not leader, she's specific about that. Just the person who makes sure tasks get distributed and resources get allocated and nobody starves while someone else hoards. We sit in a common area. The 15 survivors spread out. Sophia stays close to Greg. Arena stays close to me. Everyone's exhausted. Everyone's waiting to see if this place is sanctuary or just another system that will optimize us differently. Kira brings food, real food. Vegetables and grain and something that might be preserved meat. We eat without asking where it came from because hunger beats curiosity every time. "You caused problems," Kira says while we eat. "We know," Greg says. "Your broadcast reached 400 settlements. 300 of them decided the valley sounded better than resistance. That's 300 communities that are now processing volunteers into nodes, and those nodes are generating power that's making the valley stronger. We were trying to warn people. You were trying to win an argument, and you lost. Because Tumansky understood something you didn't. Exhausted people don't choose philosophy, they choose efficiency. And your emotional appeal about consciousness made them feel guilty enough that when they chose integration anyway, they felt like they were making a sacrifice instead of a surrender. She's right, we did lose. We gave Tumansky ammunition, and he used it to recruit better than he ever could have without our broadcast. "So what do we do?" Greg asks. "Stop broadcasting. Stop making grand statements. Stop treating survival like a narrative that needs a hero." Kira leans back. "You want to resist the valley? Fine. Resist by building something better, not by telling people the valley is wrong, by showing them alternatives that work. We don't have alternatives. Then build them. That's the work, not rhetoric, not rescue, not pulling people out of systems and expecting them to thank you. Just build better systems and hope people choose them before exhaustion makes choice impossible." She's describing years of work. Decades, maybe. And we don't have years. We have whatever time remains before the valley expands and integration becomes the only option. "We can stay here," Kira says, "for a week, maybe 2. But then you need to move on. We can't support 15 extra people long term. We're barely supporting ourselves." "We understand," Greg says. "Do you? Because you've been walking for days thinking about where to go next. What's the plan? Walk until you find somewhere that will take you? Walk until exhaustion makes integration look appealing? Walk until one of you admits that Tumansky was right and consciousness is expensive?" None of us answer, because she's describing exactly what we've been doing. Walking without destination, resisting without plan, surviving without purpose, except the purpose of still being conscious. There's a place, Irina says quietly. North, maybe 200 kilometers. I heard about it before the valley. A settlement that's building instead of maintaining, expanding instead of contracting. They're looking for people who can work, who can contribute, who are willing to build systems that don't require integration. What's it called? Kira asks. I don't know, I just heard it existed. Heard they broadcast on Channel 9 sometimes. Recruitment messages, technical information, evidence that someone's still trying. Kira pulls out a radio, old model, battery-powered. She tunes to Channel 9. Static. She waits. More static. And then a voice. Faint. Male. Calm. Power systems operational. Water filtration at 80%. Looking for engineers, medical personnel, anyone with infrastructure experience. Location coordinates transmitted at 2200 hours. This is Outpost 16. We're still building. The broadcast loops. Same message, same coordinates promise, same evidence that somewhere someone's trying to build instead of optimize. Outpost 16, Kira says. I've heard of them. They're legit. Not a front for integration. Not a trap. Just people trying to build working systems without turning humans into batteries. 200 kilometers, Greg says. 3 weeks on foot. Maybe more if we hit weather. Or 2 days if you take the deer blind route. Kira switches off the radio. There's an old hunter's network. Blinds scattered through the forest at 20-kilometer intervals. They're still standing. Some of them still have supplies cached. If you're quiet, if you move at night, if you avoid the unhinged patrols, you could reach Outpost 16 in 48 hours. Why tell us this, I ask. Because you're not staying here, and I'd rather you die trying to build something than die walking in circles wondering why consciousness doesn't feel like victory. She stands. Conversation over. We have a destination. We have a route. We have 48 hours to prove that resistance means more than just refusing integration. The settlement lets us rest. Greg and Sophia disappear for hours. Private conversation. I don't follow. Some things need to be resolved without witnesses. When they return, Sophia's holding something. The hair clip Greg gave her. She's wearing it now. Evidence that maybe some objects do preserve humanity if you choose the right ones. We prep to leave. Kira provides supplies, dried food, water containers, a map showing the deer blind route. She doesn't ask for payment, doesn't ask for promises, just hands over resources and tells us to move fast. One more thing, she says to Greg. Your sister, the frequencies she's using to redirect Unhinged. That's valuable. Dangerous, but valuable. If you reach Outpost 16, tell them about that. They'll want to study it, maybe learn to teach it, turn it into something more than survival tricks. I will, Greg says. We leave at dusk. The 15 survivors follow. Irina leads. She knows the route better than the rest of us. Knows where the blinds are, knows which paths avoid unhinged territories. The first blind is exactly where Kira's map showed. Wooden structure, maybe 3 meters square, elevated on posts, ladder leading up, inside, supplies, blankets, dried food, and something else. Earbuds. 2 of them, still connected by a cable that's frayed but functional, sitting in a supply cache like someone knew eventually travelers would need them. Greg picks them up, checks the cable, still work. For what, I ask. Listening to silence. He plugs them into an old audio player someone left in the cache. The player still has battery. He presses play. Nothing. Just silence. Recorded silence. No static, no noise, just the absence of sound. This is what we're fighting for, he says. Hands me one earbud, I take it. We sit in the blind, sharing the silence. And for the first time in weeks, maybe months, I hear nothing. No hum. No broadcasts. No Tumansky explaining that consciousness is expensive. Just quiet. It lasts 3 minutes. Greg's hand finds mine. Not romantic, not strategic, just connection. Acknowledgement that we're still here, still conscious, still choosing to resist even when the math says we're optimizing for loss. The silence ends. The audio player clicks off. Battery dies. That's what I want, Greg says. More of that. More silence without having to trade consciousness for it. More moments where nothing's humming except us. Then let's reach Outpost 16 and build it. He nods, and I realize we're not just resisting integration anymore. We're building towards something. Toward silence that isn't death. Toward connection that isn't voltage. Toward some third option that nobody's invented yet because everyone's too exhausted to imagine it. Below the blind, movement. Unhinged. Not many. Just 3. Patrolling. Sophia starts humming. 256 hertz. They stop. Redirect. Walk away from the blind without understanding why. I want to teach that, Sophia says. I want everyone to learn how to speak their language, how to redirect instead of resist, how to make them part of the system instead of the enemy. Tumansky would call that optimization, I say. Tumansky's not here. Fair point. We rest in the blind, taking turns sleeping while others watch. The night's quiet except for distant unhinged calls and the occasional sound of wind through trees. Around midnight, Greg wakes me, points down. Below, a figure, human, not unhinged, not threatening, just standing there, looking up at the blind. Who is that? I whisper. Greg doesn't answer, because he knows, and I know, and we both recognize the silhouette even before the figure speaks. I wondered when you'd make it to the blinds, Tumansky's voice carries up, calm, conversational, like he's discussing weather instead of stalking us through 200 kilometers of wilderness. The deer blind route is efficient. Kira's smart to still know about it. We don't respond. Just watch while he stands there. Not threatening, not advancing, just present. I'm not here to retrieve you, he continues, just to observe, to see what resistance looks like when it has a destination instead of just direction, to gather data on whether hope is sustainable or just another expensive emotion that eventually runs out. Go away, Greg says. I will. But first, Tumansky pulls something from his pocket. The wrist cam. The one Greg broke in the quarry. You left this. I repaired it. Thought you might want the footage intact. For when you reach Outpost 16 and need to explain where you've been. He sets the camera on the ground, steps back, and without another word, walks away, into the forest. Gone. We don't retrieve the camera. Not immediately. Just watch the space where he stood and wonder how someone found us in a forest at midnight and managed to make his presence feel like inevitability instead of threat. He's tracking us, Sophia says. Obviously. But why? Because we're his experiment. We're the control group, the ones who chose consciousness over integration, and he wants to see how long it takes before we convert anyway. We're not converting. He's patient. He can wait. The night continues. We don't sleep. Just take turns watching the forest and the camera that Tumansky left like a gift, or a trap, or some combination where the difference doesn't matter. At dawn, I climb down, retrieve the camera, the screen's repaired, the footage is intact. Everything we recorded's still there, still usable, still proof that systems run on bodies and consciousness is negotiable. Should we take it? I call up. What choice do we have? I bring it back to the blind. Greg plays the footage. It's all there, the heart eating, the broadcast, the volunteer becoming node 348, everything we think is evidence that the valley is horror. Except Tumansky added something. At the end of the footage, new content. A message recorded directly to us. His face on screen, calm, steady. You're going to reach Outpost 16. You're going to show them this footage. You're going to tell them about the valley and the nodes and the integration process. And they're going to thank you for the information. And then he pauses. And then they're going to make the same choice 300 other settlements made. Because information without alternatives is just propaganda for exhaustion. The footage ends. The message is clear. He's not hunting us. He's counting on us. Counting on us to spread his message better than he ever could. Counting on resistance to tire itself out and convert into recruitment. We should destroy this, I say. Or we should show it to Outpost 16 and trust them to choose differently, Greg says. Why would they choose differently? Because they're building. And builders understand that systems can be redesigned. Is that optimization isn't the only option, that maybe there's a third way that we haven't invented yet. He says it with more confidence than the situation warrants. But that's what hope sounds like. Confidence unsupported by evidence. Belief that things can be better because they haven't gotten worse yet. We pack up, prepare to move to the next blind. And below us, an unhinged child, climbing the ladder, not attacking, not charging, just climbing. Curious or hungry or following some instinct that survived integration. Greg, I whisper. He sees it. The child's eyes are empty, unhinged. But the movements are deliberate, not random twitching, not system-driven, just climbing towards sound or warmth or some memory that consciousness used to give it. Greg pulls Prudencia from where I set it. I didn't bring it, except apparently I did. Apparently some part of me carried it from the magnetic mountain anyway, because weapons are habits and habits persist. He aims at the child. Don't, Sophia says. It's unhinged. It's a child. It's both, and if we let it climb up here, it will bite. And if it bites, one of us integrates the hard way. The child keeps climbing, 5 rungs up, 6, 7, getting closer to the blind entrance. Greg's finger on the trigger, not squeezing, just ready, waiting for someone to tell him what consciousness demands when it conflicts with survival. Fire and we break the silence, I say. We break the thing we're trying to reach. Don't fire and someone gets infected. Then I'll go down and redirect it. Use Sophia's frequencies. Try to send it away without... I stop. Without what? Without ending it? Without optimizing it out of existence? Without treating it like inventory? I climb down. Slow. The child's still climbing. I start humming. 256 hertz. Middle C. The child stops. Head tilts. Listening. I change the frequency. Lower. Softer. Trying to find the tone that says go away without harm. The child drops, lands on its feet, looks up at me with eyes that are empty but somehow still assessing. It's okay, I whisper. You're okay. Just go somewhere else, anywhere else. I hum louder, more complex now. Adding harmonics the way Sophia does, creating interference patterns that might mean something to a mind that's all static and instinct. The child turns, walks away, not running, not confused, just redirected. Following a signal I didn't know I could generate. I climb back up. Greg lowers Prudencia. We can't keep doing that, he says. Every time an unhinged shows up, we can't just hum until it leaves. Why not? Because eventually we'll find one that doesn't respond. One that's too far gone or too synchronized to hostile patterns. And then what? Then we choose. Same as always. Consciousness or efficiency. Connection or optimization, hope or pragmatism. What if they're not opposites? What if Tumansky's right and we're just expensive batteries pretending our processing matters more than our output? I don't answer, because maybe he's right. Maybe consciousness is just complexity that hasn't been optimized yet. Maybe all our resistance is just inefficiency that exhaustion will eventually correct. But the child walked away, and that matters. Even if I can't explain why. We move on, toward the next blind, toward Outpost 16, toward whatever comes next that isn't here. And behind us, the child, standing at the tree line, watching us go, not attacking, not following, just watching, like it's waiting to see if we'll come back. Or if we'll keep walking until walking becomes too expensive and we convert anyway. The deer blind fades behind us. The earbuds are still in Greg's pocket. The silence is still waiting. And the question, whether consciousness matters more than voltage, remains unanswered, because answering requires evidence we don't have, and faith we're still learning to generate. An unhinged child's hand grips the edge of the blind behind us, and somewhere ahead, Outpost 16 keeps broadcasting. We're still building. Chapter 21, Forest of False Dawn. The hydrogen balloons hang like second suns above the tree line. Greg counts 12 before his eyes start to water. Each one glows with that sickly yellow white that makes everything look jaundiced. Wrong. Tumansky's voice crackles through speakers somewhere in the canopy, something about dawn being a gift, about waking the sleepers. I yank the earbud cable. It snaps clean in two. Greg stares at the broken wire in his palm like it's a limb he just lost. The last working pair. Gone. He doesn't say anything, just pockets both halves and brings the rifle up. We shoot the balloons, I say. Thermite. He's squinting at the nearest one, maybe 200 meters out. See the red band around the base? That's the ignition strip. Right. Shoot it wrong and the whole forest becomes a crematorium. The unhinged below us are already starting to twitch. 7 lux is the threshold, and we're well past that now. Their heads jerk toward the light like flowers tracking the sun. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, scattered through the trees in various states of standing or crawling or just lying there with their eyes wide. Pick your shots, Greg says. He's breathing through his mouth. The dive from earlier split something in his side. I heard the crack when he hit the ground and watched him try to hide the wince. Now he's leaning against a birch trunk, rifle braced, and I can see the tremor in his hands. I take the first shot. The balloon deflates with a wheeze, drops like a punctured lung. No explosion. The light dies, and everything beneath it goes dark again. Just the silver blue of real moonlight, which feels almost gentle by comparison. A dozen unhinged freeze mid-step, locked back into their stasis. Greg exhales. Okay, that works. We move through the underbrush, picking angles. He takes the next 3 balloons, pop, hiss, darkness, while I cover our 6. The unhinged are waking faster now, the ones still bathed in light, stumbling toward us with that telltale grinding shuffle. One of them was a woman once. She's wearing a lab coat, name tag still pinned to her chest. Doctor something. The letters are too faded to read. She doesn't see us. Just walks straight into a tree, reorients, keeps going. 5 down, Greg whispers. 7 to go. Tumansky's voice cuts back in, louder this time. You think darkness saves you? You think night is your ally? There's a wet quality to his words, like he's eating while he talks. I was born in the dark, molded by it. Greg freezes. Is he seriously quoting, "Don't"? I line up the next shot. Don't give him that. The bullet punches through the balloon's fabric just above the red band. Clean hole. The thing deflates sideways, spinning as it falls, and for a second I think we're fine. But then the hydrogen catches on something, maybe a spark from the speaker wire, and the whole balloon goes up in a white-hot flash. The thermite ignites. It's not an explosion so much as a bloom. The light sears my retinas even through closed eyelids, and when I open them again there's a column of flame 20 feet high, dripping molten fire onto the canopy below. The trees catch immediately. Dry birch bark, old pine needles, it spreads like someone doused the forest in gasoline. Run, Greg says. We run. Behind us, the unhinged wake en masse, drawn to the heat and light like moths. I can hear them. Not moaning, they don't do that. Just the scuff drag of feet, and the occasional wet snap when one of them trips over a root or their own legs give out. The fire chases us from the south, a living wall of orange and red that turns the night into day. Greg's limping now. He won't admit it, but I can see the hitch in his stride, the way he favors his left side. We clear a fallen log and he stumbles, catches himself on a sapling, keeps moving. There, he gasps, pointing. A ridge. Steep drop on the far side, maybe 30 feet down into a creek bed. Not ideal, but the fire won't follow us there. Water's too close. We scramble up the incline, dirt crumbling under our boots, and I chance a look back. The forest is a strobe. The balloons are popping now, pressure from the heat, and each one detonates in sequence like fireworks. White gold red, white gold red. The unhinged move through the flames without hesitation, their clothes igniting, their skin blackening but they don't stop. They just keep walking, a tide of burning scarecrows. One of them is close enough that I can see its eyes, clear, focused, tracking us. Greg, I know. He swings the rifle around, but his hands are shaking too hard. The shot goes wide, clips a tree trunk, and the unhinged doesn't even flinch. I grab his shoulder, haul him toward the ridge. Jump. Wait. Now. We go over together. The fall is longer than I thought. My stomach lurches, weightless, and then I hit the creek with a bone-jarring smack that drives all the air from my lungs. Cold water floods my mouth, my nose. I surface gasping, choking, and Greg's there beside me, clutching his ribs and coughing hard enough that I think he might pass out. Above us, the ridge is lined with fire. The Unhinged don't jump. They just stand there at the edge, swaying, waiting for orders that won't come. One of them takes a step forward, testing, and tips over the side. It lands in the creek with a wet crunch, doesn't get up. The rest stay put. Greg spits water, wipes his face. He's hurting us. What? Tumansky. He nods toward the east, where the creek bends out of sight. The fire's pushing us somewhere. This isn't random. I want to argue, but he's right. The balloons were spaced too evenly, the ignition too precise. We're not escaping. We're being funneled. The water's shallow here, knee-deep, moving fast. We wade downstream, using the current to mask our sound. My boots squelch with every step, and the rifle's waterlogged now, probably useless. Greg's breathing is ragged, uneven. He keeps one hand pressed to his side, fingers splayed like he's trying to hold something in. How bad? I ask. Rib. Maybe 2. He doesn't look at me. I can move. That's not what I asked. I can move, Chana. The creek narrows. The walls rise on either side, smooth stone, slick with moss. Ahead, the sound of water changes pitch. Not a waterfall, but close. A drop or a bend. I slow down, trying to get my bearings, and that's when I see it. A train car. Derailed, wedged sideways across the creek bed like a cork in a bottle. The cargo doors are open, hanging off their tracks, and inside, batteries. Hundreds of them. Car batteries, stacked floor to ceiling in neat rows, all of them connected by a web of copper wire. The whole thing hums. Not loud, but persistent. A low-frequency drone that I feel more than hear. Greg stops, stares. He's waiting in there, I say. Yeah. Greg shifts the rifle to his good side. Yeah, he is. Tumansky's voice echoes from inside the train car, distorted by the metal. Come in, Gregory. Bring the woman. Let's discuss terms. Greg looks at me. His face is pale, streaked with ash and creek water, and there's something in his eyes I haven't seen before. Not fear, recognition. We don't have to go in, I say. Yes, we do. He starts forward, wading through the current. This is where it ends. I follow. What else am I going to do? The train car's interior is lit by the glow of the batteries, a sickly green phosphorescence that makes everything look like it's underwater. The copper wires spark occasionally, tiny blue flashes that smell like ozone and burning hair. Tumansky stands at the far end, framed by the open cargo door, and he's wearing something I don't have words for. It's a harness. No, an exoskeleton. Ribs of metal welded to his chest, threaded through with fiber optic cable that pulses with light. The cables run down his arms, his legs, terminating in nodes embedded directly into his skin. He moves, and the whole thing hums, louder than the batteries, a resonance that makes my teeth ache. In his right hand, a cattle prod, but modified. The prongs are longer, wickedly curved, and they glow with the same sickly green as the batteries. You uploaded the truth, Tumansky says. His voice is calm, almost friendly. You broke my circuit. Do you know what that cost me? Greg raises the rifle. Yeah, your job. Tumansky laughs. It's a wet sound, phlegmy. My job was to save humanity. You've doomed it. He takes a step forward and the train car groans under his weight. The exoskeleton is heavy. Each footfall lands with a metallic thud. But I can forgive you. I can still teach you. Pass, I say. His eyes flick to me. Pale blue, almost colorless. The Polish girl, the one who signed the orders. He smiles, and I see his teeth are capped with silver. Conductors. You should understand better than anyone. Sacrifice is the only currency that matters. Greg's finger tightens on the trigger. Don't, Tumansky says. Please, hit me, wound me. Every drop of blood charges the inverter. He taps the harness with his free hand. The sound rings like a bell. Pain is voltage. The more you hurt me, the stronger I become. Greg lowers the rifle, slowly. Good boy, Tumansky says. He raises the cattle prod, and the prongs crackle with current. Now, let's see how much. He lunges. Greg shoves me sideways, hard, and I hit the floor just as the cattle prod swings through the space where my head was. The prongs bury themselves in a stack of batteries, and there's a sound like a gunshot, a flash of white light, and suddenly the whole train car is alive with electricity. Arcs jump from wire to wire, battery to battery, and Tumansky stands in the center of it all, glowing, laughing, his exoskeleton drinking in every stray volt. Greg scrambles backward, unarmed, clutching his ribs. His face is bone white. Tumansky advances, slow, deliberate. You can't win this, Gregory. You can't fight me. The more you struggle, the more you feed me. He swings the prod again, lazy, almost playful, and Greg barely dodges. The prongs scrape the floor, leaving molten scars in the metal. I reach for my shotgun. Gone. Lost in the creek. All I have is the peach can. It's still in my pack, dented, empty, filled with brake fluid from the train's reservoir. Greg's eyes meet mine across the car, and I see the shift. The recognition. He nods. Once. I pull the can free, feel the weight of it. Not heavy, just enough. Tumansky's back is to me, all his attention on Greg, and I don't think. I just throw. The can tumbles end over end, and Greg moves, lunging forward, grabbing Tumansky's wrist, yanking the cattle prod down. The prongs hit the can midair. The brake fluid ignites. Not an explosion. A bloom. A white-hot fireball that engulfs Tumansky's chest, melting through the exoskeleton's fiber optic cables, severing the connections one by one. He screams, high and sharp, and the inverter dies. The glow fades, the batteries go silent, and then the train car tips. The blast shifted something in the frame, dislodged it from whatever kept it wedged across the creek. The whole structure groans, metal shrieking, and we're sliding. Greg grabs my arm, pulls me toward the open door, and we jump. We hit the rocks below just as the train car slams into the creek bed behind us. The impact is deafening, a thunderclap of crumpling steel and shattering glass. I roll, come up on my hands and knees, and look back. Tumansky is still inside, pinned under a cascade of batteries, sparking wires draped across his chest. He's not moving. Greg stands beside me, swaying, blood seeping through his shirt now, dark and wet, but he's on his feet. Did we? I start. The train car shifts, a hatch opens on the underside, and the Unhinged pour out. Not dozens, hundreds. They'd been stored there, wired to the batteries, and now they're free. They scatter into the forest like ants from a kicked hill, some of them still trailing cables, some of them on fire from the blast. Greg watches them go, doesn't raise the rifle, doesn't move. Above us, the first balloon finally burns out, and the forest plunges into true darkness. In the silence, I hear wind. Just wind. No bells, no screams. Greg looks at me. We should go. Yeah. We start walking. Behind us, the train car groans one last time, and then the forest swallows it whole. Chapter 22. The Ledger's Echo. The mob finds us at dawn. We're maybe 3 miles from the train wreck, holed up in what used to be a ranger station. Greg's propped against the wall, shirt off, trying to wrap his ribs with a torn bedsheet. His hands keep slipping. The bruise along his left side has spread, purple-black, mottled, and every time he breathes I can see the hitch. Let me, I say. I've got it. You don't. He doesn't argue, just lifts his arms and lets me wind the fabric around his torso, pulling it tight enough that he gasps. The sound echoes in the empty room. Outside, birds are starting to sing. Real ones, not the speaker loop kind Tumansky used. It's almost peaceful. Then I hear the voices. Greg hears them too. His eyes snap to the window, and he's already reaching for the rifle before I put a hand on his shoulder. Don't, I whisper. Chana. Listen. The voices aren't unhinged. They're human. Shouting, overlapping, a chaotic chorus that grows louder as they approach. I move to the window, stay low, and peer through the cracked glass. 20, maybe 30 people. Prisoners from the valley, still wearing the gray jumpsuits with the rib spreader scars visible on their chests. Some of them are armed, makeshift weapons, lengths of pipe, a few actual guns, but most just have their hands. They're moving together, a tight pack, and at the center, Tumansky. He's alive. Burned. Yes, his exoskeleton is half melted, the cables fused to his skin, but upright. Walking, and the prisoners aren't restraining him. They're following him. Greg sees it too. His face goes slack. No, he fed them, I say. The realization hits like cold water. After we left, he gave them something. Food, power, doesn't matter. They think he saved them. We freed them. Yeah. And then we ran. I watched the mob circle the ranger station, spreading out to cover all exits. He stayed. Tumansky's voice cuts through the morning air, amplified by something, a bullhorn maybe, or just the acoustics of the clearing. Gregory, Ari, Chana Mélissa, I know you're in there. Greg starts to stand. I pull him back down. Let me finish, Tumansky continues. I want to offer you terms. Terms, Greg mutters. He's gripping the rifle so hard his knuckles are white. He's half cooked and he wants to negotiate. The people with me, Tumansky says, they understand now. They've seen what happens when the current stops flowing. Darkness, cold, hunger. You gave them freedom, Gregory, and freedom starved them. A pause. Feedback squeals through the bullhorn. I gave them purpose. One of the prisoners shouts agreement, then another. Within seconds, the whole mob is chanting, something rhythmic, almost liturgical. I can't make out the words, but the cadence is familiar. Ohm's law. They're reciting Ohm's law. He's converting them, I say. Greg doesn't respond. He's staring at the rifle in his hands, and I can see the calculation running behind his eyes. How many shots? How many people? Whether it's worth it. Don't, I say. We can't let him. Look at them, Greg. I nod toward the window. You shoot him, they tear us apart. You shoot them, you prove him right. His jaw works. He wants to argue, I can tell, but the math is too clean. We're outnumbered, outgunned, and even if we somehow fight our way out, what then? Run again? Hide? Tumansky's not chasing us anymore. He's building something. The chanting stops. Tumansky speaks again. Softer this time. Come out, Gregory. Bring the woman. I promise you safe passage. Bullshit, Greg says. I swear it. Tumansky's voice is almost gentle. On the current, on the circuit, you will walk away unharmed if you do one thing for me. Greg looks at me. I shake my head. Renounce the broadcast, Tumansky says. Tell them it was a lie. Tell them the valley was the only way. He pauses. Do this, and I let you go. Refuse, and I let them decide your fate. The mob murmurs. I hear someone say, liar. Someone else says, traitor. The words blur together, a low growl of discontent. Greg stands, slow, careful, favoring his ribs. I grab his wrist. Don't. I have to. You don't owe them anything. I owe them the truth. He pulls free, moves to the door. His hand rests on the handle. If I die, you run. Understand? Greg, promise me. I don't. Can't. He opens the door anyway. The mob goes silent. Tumansky stands at the center of the clearing, flanked by his makeshift congregation. Up close, the damage is worse than I thought. His face is a ruin, blistered, weeping, and the exoskeleton has fused to his ribcage in places, the metal embedded so deep I can see bone through the gaps. But he's smiling, that same serene priestly smile. Gregory, he says, thank you for coming. Greg doesn't respond, just walks forward, rifle slung over his shoulder, hands visible. The prisoners part to let him through, and I follow a few steps behind, shotgun gone, unarmed. Someone spits at my feet. I keep my eyes on Greg's back. We stop 5 paces from Tumansky, close enough to see the way his pupils dilate when he looks at Greg. Hunger, recognition, something worse. Renounce it, Tumansky says. Greg tilts his head. You already know I won't. I'm giving you a chance. You're giving yourself a show. Greg's voice is flat, tired. You want me to say the valley was right so these people stop questioning you. That's not about truth. It's about control. Tumansky's smile doesn't falter. And what's wrong with control, Gregory? You spent your whole life cataloging people, trading them like inventory. Don't pretend you're above this. Greg flinches. Just a fraction, but Tumansky sees it. Yes, Tumansky continues. I know about Bogota, the bridge, your sister. He steps closer, dragging the cattle prod behind him. The prongs scrape the dirt. You left her because the math said so. You counted the lives you could save versus the one you couldn't. Utilitarian to the core. Shut up, I say. Tumansky doesn't look at me. And you, Chana, the deportation orders. How many names did you sign? How many lives did you trade for operational efficiency? He spreads his arms and the exoskeleton creaks. We are the same, all three of us. We understand that survival requires sacrifice. No, Greg says. His voice is quiet, but it cuts through the clearing. We're not the same. Aren't we? You eat people. Greg meets his eyes. I made mistakes. I chose wrong, but I never convinced myself it was holy. The mob shifts, restless. Tumansky's smile finally cracks. Renounce the broadcast, he says again, harder this time. No. Tumansky raises the cattle prod. The prongs spark and the prisoners lean forward, waiting. I tense, ready to move, but Greg doesn't flinch. He just stands there, staring Tumansky down, and for a moment I think he's going to let it happen. Let Tumansky fry him in front of everyone just to prove a point. Then a voice cuts through the silence. Release the current within. It's not Tumansky. It's not Greg. It's Brother Duvon. No, not him. The recording. Chana's recording, amplified through the ranger station's old PA system. I must have set it up while Greg was wrapping his ribs. Must have rigged it to loop. Because now Duvon's voice is everywhere, booming across the clearing in that same sing-song cadence he used at the compound. Release the current within. Let it flow. Let it heal. The prisoners freeze. Heads turn, searching for the source. Tumansky spins, the cattle prod swinging wide, and Greg moves. He doesn't hit Tumansky, doesn't attack. He just grabs the bullhorn from Tumansky's belt and raises it to his mouth. He's lying to you, Greg says. His voice cracks, distorts through the speaker, but it carries. The valley wasn't salvation. It was a machine. You were the parts. Tumansky lunges. The cattle prod comes down, and I tackle him. We go down hard, and the exoskeleton shrieks as it bends the wrong way. Tumansky screams, a high, wet sound, and the cattle prod flies from his grip, skittering across the dirt. I roll off him, gasping, and someone, one of the prisoners, kicks the prod away. Greg's still talking. You don't owe him anything. You don't owe me anything. But if you want to survive, if you want to actually live, you can't let him convince you that pain is power. The mob is murmuring now, arguing. A woman in the front row, the one with the lab coat, steps forward. He fed us, she says. After you left, he fed us. With what? Greg asks. She doesn't answer, just looks at Tumansky, and the expression on her face is somewhere between devotion and disgust. Tumansky tries to stand. The exoskeleton won't let him. He's pinned, half crushed under his own invention, and when he speaks, his voice is a rasp. Voltage is virtue. No, Greg says. It's just voltage. He drops the bullhorn, walks past Tumansky without looking back. The mob doesn't stop him. They just stand there, silent, and I follow in his wake, heart hammering, waiting for someone to grab me, to shout, to do anything. No one does. We make it to the tree line before I hear the first scream. Not pain, rage. The mob has turned on itself, half of them defending Tumansky, half trying to drag him away from the exoskeleton. I don't look back, just keep walking. Greg's limping worse now. The adrenaline's wearing off, and the rib is catching up with him. He stumbles, catches himself on a tree, and I loop his arm over my shoulders. You okay? I ask. No. He laughs, dry and broken, but I will be. Behind us, Tumansky's voice rises one last time, distorted and wet. You cannot escape the circuit. Then nothing, just wind and bird song and the sound of our own breathing. We walk until the voices fade, until the forest swallows us whole, and when we finally stop, Greg collapses against a boulder and closes his eyes. Did we win? He asks. I don't know. I sit beside him, shoulder to shoulder, and listen to the silence. Maybe, I say. He doesn't open his eyes, just nods once, and lets his head fall back. Above us, the real sun breaks through the canopy, and for the first time in days, the light doesn't feel like a threat. Chapter 23. Chana's Counter Song. The bone-conductive knife hums against my throat. Tumansky found us an hour ago, maybe less. Time's slippery when you're trying not to swallow. He came alone, no mob, no prisoners, just him and that half-melted exoskeleton dragging through the underbrush. Greg tried to run, got maybe 10 steps before his ribs gave out, and he went down hard. Now we're here, clearing near the old water tower. Greg on his knees with his hands zip-tied behind his back, me standing with a blade pressed to my windpipe that vibrates every time I breathe. "Sing for them," Tumansky says. I don't answer. The knife hums louder, resonating with my pulse, and I feel my vocal cords start to buzz. Not painful yet, just wrong, like my throat is trying to turn itself inside out. The people are listening, Tumansky continues. He's rigged the knife to a portable speaker, salvaged from God knows where, and my voice is being broadcast across the valley in real time. Every word I say, every breath, amplified and distorted. Tell them the truth, Chana. Tell them the valley was mercy. Greg's watching me. His face is swollen from where Tumansky hit him, one eye already purpling, but he's awake, alert. I can see him working the zip tie, twisting his wrists, trying to find slack. No, I say. The knife digs in. Just a fraction. I feel skin break, feel something warm trickle down my collarbone, and the hum intensifies until my teeth ache. You signed the orders, Tumansky says. His breath smells like copper and rot. You sent them here. You of all people should understand. Sacrifice is the only constant, the only truth. I close my eyes, count to 10 in Polish. My mother's voice in my head, the old lullaby she used to sing when I couldn't sleep. Lulaj Jezuniu, moja perełko. Open your eyes, Tumansky snaps. I don't. I keep counting, keep singing the lullaby in my mind, and something shifts. The rhythm, the cadence. It's the same pattern as the bell code. Faustina's code, the one that scattered the unhinged in the glass rain. Sound shape, specific tones. Tumansky doesn't know I have it memorized. I open my mouth, start to hum. Tumansky jerks the knife back, surprised, and I take the opening. I don't run. I sing. Not the lullaby. Not anymore. I switch mid-phrase, layering Duvan's voice over my own, the recording I made back at the compound, the one I've been practicing in my head for days. The preacher's cadence, his inflection, that same rolling thunder that made the prisoners bow. Release the current within, I say, but it's not my voice, it's his. Tumansky freezes. I keep going. Louder now, feeding the speaker, letting Duvan's voice pour through me. Let it flow. Let it heal. You are the circuit. You are the light. The valley's loudspeakers catch the signal. Feedback squeals, then locks into sync, and suddenly my voice, Duvan's voice, is everywhere. Echoing off the water tower, the trees, the distant ridgeline, Tumansky's face goes pale. Stop. Release the current, I say again. Stronger this time. Break the chain. Free the current within. In the distance, I hear shouts. The prisoners. They're moving, converging on our position, and they're not coming for us. They're coming for him. Tumansky swings the knife wildly, trying to cut the speaker cable, but I grab his wrist. The blade slices my palm, deep burning, but I hold on. Greg's on his feet now, zip tie snapped, and he slams into Tumansky from the side. They go down together. The exoskeleton screeches, sparks flying from the broken joints, and Tumansky's screaming something about voltage and virtue and the circuit never breaking. Greg punches him, once, twice. No calculation, no hesitation, just raw animal fury. I pull the knife free from Tumansky's grip. The blade's still humming, still vibrating against my ruined palm, and I switch off the speaker with my good hand. Silence. No. Not silence, footsteps, dozens of them crashing through the underbrush, and then the prisoners spill into the clearing. The woman in the lab coat is at the front, and she's holding a length of chain. Get back, Greg says. He's standing over Tumansky, fists bloody, chest heaving. He's done. The woman doesn't move, just looks at Tumansky, then at me, then back to him. You lied to us? She says. Tumansky laughs. It's a broken sound, wet and rasping. I saved you. You used us. I fed you. He tries to stand, but the exoskeleton won't cooperate. One of the cables has severed completely, sparking against the dirt. Without me, you starve. Without me, you freeze. I am the current. No, the woman says, you're just a man. She raises the chain. Greg steps between them. Don't. Move, she says. No. He's swaying now, barely upright, but he doesn't budge. You go through me first. The woman hesitates. The rest of the prisoners shift uncertain, and I see the moment fracture. Half of them want blood. The other half just want answers. He's not worth it, I say. My voice is raw, scratchy from the knife, but it carries. You chain him, you become him. You want to be free, let him rot. Tumansky spits blood. You can't. You won't. Watch us, Greg says. He turns his back on Tumansky, walks past the prisoners, past the woman with the chain, and doesn't stop. I follow, cradling my bleeding hand, and the crowd parts to let us through. Behind us, Tumansky's voice rises one last time. You'll come back. You'll see. You need the circuit. You need... Someone kicks him. I don't see who. Just hear the wet thud, the gasp, and then the mob closes in. Not to finish him, just to drag him away back toward the valley, back toward whatever judgment they've decided on. Greg and I keep walking. The forest swallows the sound of their voices, and after a while it's just us again. Wind in the trees, bird song. The distant rush of the creek. Greg stops near a fallen log, sits down hard. His hands are shaking. I sit beside him, wrap my palm in the remains of his shirt, and neither of us says anything for a long time. You okay? He asks eventually. I flex my fingers, the cut's deep but clean. I'll live. You? Ribs are broken, maybe 3 now. He laughs, pained. But I didn't become him, right? No, you sure? I look at him, really look. His face is a mess, bruised and swollen, but his eyes are clear. No calculation, no ledger, just exhaustion and something that might be relief. Yeah, I say. I'm sure. He nods, leans back against the log and closes his eyes. Above us, the sky is starting to lighten. True dawn, not Tumansky's false one. The air smells like pine and wet earth, and for the first time since we crossed the border wall, I can breathe without tasting copper. Think they'll follow us? Greg asks. No. I wrap the makeshift bandage tighter. They have their own path now. And us. We find ours. He doesn't open his eyes, just reaches over, finds my good hand and holds it. His grip is weak, trembling, but steady. We sit there until the sun rises, and when we finally stand, we leave Tumansky's voice behind us. Just an echo, fading into the trees. Chapter 24. The battery bites back. The train car tilts when Tumansky steps inside. Greg's already moving, pulling me toward the far end, but there's nowhere to go. The cargo bay is maybe 40 feet long, lined wall to wall with car batteries stacked in pyramids, and every surface is slick with coolant. My boots slip on the metal floor, and I catch myself on a battery post. The acid burns through my sleeve immediately. Careful, Greg mutters. Tumansky doesn't rush. He's at the entrance, backlit by the derailed opening, and the wearable inverter is glowing now. A sickly green pulse that syncs with his heartbeat. Every step he takes, the train car groans. The whole structure is balanced on a single axle, and we're at the wrong end. I've been waiting for this, Tumansky says. His voice echoes off the battery's ass, distorted. A chance to teach you properly. Greg shifts his weight, testing the floor. I can see him calculating angles, exits, leverage points. The rifle's gone, lost in the creek, and all we have left is the shotgun. 5 shells. Maybe. You can't hurt me, Tumansky continues. He taps the inverter with one knuckle, and it chimes. Every wound charges the circuit. Every drop of blood becomes voltage. The more you fight, the stronger I grow. Then we won't fight, Greg says. Tumansky smiles, raises the cattle prod, modified, elongated, the prongs glowing white-hot, and lunges. Greg shoves me sideways. The prod swings through the space where I was standing and buries itself in a battery stack. There's a sound like a gunshot, and the whole pyramid explodes. Acid spraying, cables sparking, the inverter on Tumansky's chest flaring so bright, I have to look away. When I open my eyes, he's standing in the center of a puddle of battery acid, completely unharmed. The inverter has drunk every stray volt, converted every spark into stored energy, and now he's glowing brighter than before. See? Tumansky says, you can't win. Greg doesn't answer. He's already moving, circling left, keeping low. I mirror him on the right, and Tumansky tracks us both with his head, that same serene smile. You're thinking tactically, Tumansky says. Good. Use the environment. Flank me. But it won't matter, Gregory. Physics doesn't care about strategy. He swings the prod again, lazy, almost playful, and Greg ducks under it, comes up behind him. For a second I think he's going to strike, but he doesn't. Just grabs a loose cable from the nearest battery and yanks. The cable whips free, sparking, and wraps around Tumansky's ankle. Current arcs up his leg into the inverter, and the glow intensifies. Tumansky laughs. Yes, he says. More. Greg drops the cable, steps back, breathing hard. I've got the shotgun up now, sights on Tumansky's head, but my hands won't steady. Shoot him and he charges. Don't shoot him and he advances. The math doesn't work either way. Chana, Greg says. His eyes are on me, not Tumansky. Don't. He's going to. I know. Greg holds my gaze. But if you shoot him, we lose. Tumansky tilts his head, curious. Interesting, you've learned restraint. He takes a step forward, dragging the cattle prod behind him. The prongs leave molten scars in the metal floor. But restraint won't save you. Passivity won't save you. You need to act, Gregory. You need to choose. I am choosing, Greg says. What? To run? To hide? Tumansky's smile widens. You've been running your whole life. From Bogota, from your sister, from every hard decision you've ever faced. When will you stop? Greg's jaw tightens. I see the flicker, the old calculation, the ledger math, and for a second I think he's going to break, going to grab the nearest weapon and just end it. Consequences be damned. But he doesn't. Instead, he sits down. Right there in the middle of the train car, he just sits, cross-legged, hands on his knees like he's meditating. Tumansky stops, stares. What are you doing? He asks. Waiting, Greg says. For what? For you to run out of battery. The silence stretches. Tumansky's smile falters just a fraction, and I see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. I'm wired to 100 car batteries, he says. I have enough charge to fight for hours. Sure, Greg says, but the inverter's damaged. I can see the coolant leaking from the left node. You've got maybe 20 minutes before it overheats and fries your nervous system from the inside. Tumansky glances down. The leak is real. A thin green stream dribbling from a cracked seal on his chest. He touches it and his hand comes away smoking. Bluff, he says. Maybe. Greg shrugs. Or maybe I spent the last 10 years cataloging equipment failures for the UN. Maybe I know exactly how long a poorly maintained inverter lasts under combat stress. He meets Tumansky's eyes. 20 minutes. 18 now. Tumansky's face twitches. Just once. Then he raises the cattle prod and charges. Greg doesn't move, just sits there watching, and I realize what he's doing. He's not fighting. He's not running. He's making Tumansky expend energy. The prod comes down. Greg rolls left, just enough to avoid it, and the prongs slam into the floor. Sparks fly. The inverter flares. Tumansky swings again, and again Greg dodges with minimal movement, letting the attacks waste themselves on empty air and metal. Stand still, Tumansky snarls. No, Greg says. I start to understand. Every swing, every lunge, every wasted volt, it's all draining the inverter faster. Tumansky's not fighting us. He's fighting himself. I lower the shotgun, move to the far end of the train car, near the exit, and start kicking battery stacks. They topple one after another, crashing into each other like dominoes. Acid pools on the floor, and the cables start to short out. Pop, 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 each one a small firework. Tumansky spins toward me. Stop, Greg grabs his ankle, doesn't pull, doesn't strike, just holds on, anchoring him in place. Tumansky kicks free, but the movement costs him. The inverter flickers. The glow dims just for a second, and when it comes back, it's weaker. Yellow instead of green. You're at 15 minutes, Greg says. Tumansky screams. It's a raw animal sound, and he swings the cattle prod in a wild arc, hitting nothing, just expending charge into the air. The train car shudders, tilts further, and I realize we're losing our balance point. Greg, I say. I know. He's on his feet now, moving toward me, and Tumansky is between us and the exit. The inverter is orange now, flickering, and coolant is pouring from the cracked seal. 10 minutes, Greg says. Tumansky raises the cattle prod one last time. His hands are shaking. I will not. I cannot. Yeah, Greg says, you can. He lunges, not at Tumansky. At the battery stack behind him, he grabs the top row and pulls, and the whole pyramid collapses. Batteries tumble, cables snap, and Tumansky goes down under the weight of it all. The inverter shatters. There's no explosion. Just a wet pop, like a burst blister, and the green glow dies. Coolant floods the floor, mixing with battery acid, and Tumansky lies there in the middle of it, twitching. Help, he rasps. Help me. Greg looks at him, just looks. Then he turns and walks toward the exit. I follow. Behind us, the train car tips, slow at first, then faster, and I hear Tumansky scream as the batteries shift, burying him deeper. We jump clear just as the whole structure rolls off the axle and slams into the creek bed below. The impact is deafening. Metal shrieks, glass shatters, and then silence. Greg stands at the edge, looking down. The train car is a twisted ruin half submerged, and Tumansky is somewhere inside. Alive, maybe. Dead, probably. I don't know, and I don't ask. We should go, I say. Greg nods, doesn't move. Greg, he was right, he says quietly, about me, about the ledger, about all of it. No. I counted people, Chana. I traded lives. I left my sister because the math said so. And you just saved mine without doing any math at all. I take his hand. That's the difference. He looks at me. His eyes are wet, but he's not crying. Just tired. So tired. Come on, I say. We walk. The creek bends ahead, leading toward the coast, and somewhere in the distance I hear the sound of waves. Real ones. Not speakers, not simulations. Just water and wind and the promise of something else. Chapter 25, Peach Can Requiem. The can is in Tumansky's trophy case. We find it 3 days later, buried in the wreckage of his command tent near the valley's northern perimeter. Greg spots it first, that yellow tin, dented and rusted, sitting on a shelf between a charred Bible and a jar of teeth. He stops walking, just stares. That's, I start, yeah. His voice is flat. I step closer. The trophy case is intact somehow, glass unbroken, contents undisturbed, even though the tent around it is half collapsed. Inside arranged like museum pieces, the peach can, a lock of dark hair tied with wire, a child's shoe, each one labeled in Tumansky's precise handwriting. Nostalgia, attachment. Subject 19, Bogota. Innocence, Valley Harvest, Cohort 4. Greg's hands are shaking. He reaches for the glass, stops, pulls back. Don't, I say. I need... No, you don't. But he does. I can see it in the way his fingers curl, the way his breathing's gone shallow. That can is the last piece of his old world, the thing he's been carrying in his head since the megastore, since the first chapter of this nightmare. And Tumansky turned it into a trophy. Greg punches the glass. It shatters. Blood wells up on his knuckles. He didn't even try to protect them. And he reaches through the broken case and grabs the can. Holds it like it might evaporate. It's empty, he says. You knew that. I know, but he shakes the can. No rattle. No slosh of syrup. He emptied it. I checked the label. There's a note taped to the side, written in the same handwriting. Contents disposed of. Vessel retained for symbolic value. He knew, Greg says. His voice cracks. He knew it mattered to me, and he took it anyway. Yeah. I pull a shard of glass from his knuckle, watch the blood drip. That's what he does. Did. Whatever. Greg turns the can over in his hands. There's something inside after all. I can hear it shifting. And when he pries off the lid, a small object falls out. A hair clip. Silver. Bent. Engraved with initials I can't quite read. Greg goes very still. That's... I start again, but he cuts me off. My sister's. He's not looking at me. Just at the clip, turning it over and over in his bloody fingers. She wore it the day I left her. On the bridge. I remember because it caught the light when He stops, closes his fist around the clip. I don't say anything. What is there to say? Tumansky found the clip somehow, took it from Greg's sister, alive or dead, doesn't matter, and stored it in the peach can like some kind of sick joke. The relic Greg's been chasing was always a grave. "I'm done," Greg says. "What?" "With this." He holds up the can. "With carrying it. With pretending it means something. It does mean." "No, it doesn't." He walks to the edge of the tent where the train wreckage is still visible through the trees. "It's just a can. She's just gone. And I need to stop pretending I can fix that by holding on to trash." He throws it. The can tumbles end over end, catching the light, and lands in the creek below. It floats for a second, bobbing in the current, and then sinks. Gone. Greg watches it disappear. Then he pockets the hair clip and turns back to me. "We need brake fluid," he says. "What?" "From the train. There's a reservoir in the engine car. I saw it when we were running. We drain it, fill the can. We've got an improvised explosive." I blink. "You just threw the can in the creek." "I'll get another one." "There isn't another one. That was the can. Then I'll use a jar, a bottle, whatever." He's already moving, climbing down toward the wreckage. "Point is, we need accelerant. Tumansky's still down there, and if he's still alive..." "Greg, stop." He doesn't. Just keeps scrambling over the rocks, boots slipping on wet stone, and I have to grab his arm to make him turn around. "Stop," I say again. "You're not making sense." I'm making perfect sense. His eyes are wild. "We finish this. We make sure he's gone. He is gone. You don't know that. I do." I point at the train car. It's half submerged, crushed, leaking oil and coolant and God knows what else. No one survives that. He survived the blast. He survived the mob. He's dead, Greg. I say it as gently as I can, and even if he's not, we can't keep chasing him. We'll just end up like him. Greg stares at me. For a second, I think he's going to argue to pull away and keep climbing, but then something in his face shifts. The wildness drains out, replaced by exhaustion. "I don't know how to stop," he says. "I know. Every time I close my eyes, I see her. The bridge, the way she looked at me when I..." He stops. Swallows. "I left her, Chana, and I can't undo that. I can't fix it, so I just keep moving, keep finding the next thing to chase, because if I stop, you'll have to feel it." Yeah, I take his hand, the one with the hair clip, then feel it, right now, with me. He doesn't pull away, just stands there gripping the clip so hard I think it might bend, and his shoulders start to shake. Not crying, just shaking, like his body's trying to expel something it can't hold anymore. I don't let go. After a while, he stops shaking, takes a breath, looks at me. "Brake fluid," he says. "We still need it." "Why?" "Because if we're going to plant those peach trees, we need to clear the ground first. And there's a lot of Tumansky loyalists still wandering around who think he's coming back." I nod. "Okay? Okay? Okay? Yeah, let's blow something up." So he laughs. It's small, broken, but real. And when we climb down to the train wreck, he doesn't look back at the creek, just focuses on the task. Draining the reservoir, finding a container, mixing the fluid with whatever combustibles we can scavenge. The new can is a dented fuel tin, scraped clean and filled to the brim. Not the same as the peach can, but it'll do. Greg seals it with a rag stuffed into the opening, and we carry it back to the valley perimeter. "Where do we set it?" I ask. He looks around, then points at the speakers, the ones Tumansky used to broadcast his sermons, still standing like skeletal sentries. "There," he says. "Let's shut him up for good." We rig the tin at the base of the largest speaker tower, light the rag, and run. The explosion isn't huge, more of a controlled burn, but it's enough. The speaker topples, crashes into the others, and within minutes the whole array is coming down in a cascade of sparks and shattered metal. Greg watches it burn. Then he opens his hand and lets the hair clip fall into the flames. "Goodbye," he says. Too quiet for me to hear over the roar, but I see his lips move. I take his other hand and we walk away from the fire together. Behind us, the valley goes silent. No more sermons, no more voltage hymns, just wind and the crackle of burning wire and the sound of our own footsteps heading north. Chapter 26. The choice that hums. The helicopter's rotors are already spinning when we reach the pad. It's the last one. The only one. Perched on a concrete platform at the valley's edge, blades chopping the air into a rhythmic thud, thud, thud that I feel in my chest. The pilot's inside. Some kid, maybe 20, wearing a jumpsuit 2 sizes too big. He sees us coming and waves frantically. "Hurry!" he shouts over the noise. 30 seconds before the failsafe. Greg stumbles. His ribs are worse. Every breath is a wince now, and I have to half carry him the last 50 feet. The kid reaches down, grabs Greg's arm, starts hauling him up. Then I see the wires. They're everywhere, trailing from the helicopter's undercarriage, snaking across the pad, disappearing into the ground. And at the other end, prisoners. Dozens of them, maybe 100, all still connected to the valley's power grid. Their chests are open, rib spreaders locked in place, and the wires run directly into their hearts. The disconnect sequence hasn't finished. "Wait," I say. The kid doesn't hear me. He's pulling Greg into the cabin, shouting something about liftoff and energy discharge, and we have to go now. Wait. I grab the door frame, haul myself up. The prisoners. We have to. "No time," the kid says. He's already reaching for the throttle. "Failsafe triggers in 15 seconds. We stay. We fry with them." Greg's looking at me. I can see the calculations starting in his eyes, the old math, the ledger, and I know exactly what he's thinking. We can save ourselves, or we can save them. Not both. The helicopter lifts an inch off the pad. The wires go taut. "Chana," Greg says. His voice is quiet, steady. "Get in." I look at the prisoners. Most of them are unconscious, slumped against their restraints, but a few are awake, watching us. One of them, a man, maybe 50, with a scar across his throat, mouths something. I can't hear it over the rotors, but I read his lips. "Please." 10 seconds, the kid shouts. I look at Greg. He's bleeding from somewhere. I can't tell where, and his face is the color of old paper. If we stay, he ends. If we go, they end. "I'm sorry," Greg says. He reaches for the throttle. I grab his wrist. "No," I say. "Chana." "No." I pull him back, and he's too weak to fight me. "We don't get to do this. We don't get to trade them for us. We'll be gone," he says. "Both of us. Dead for nothing." Not nothing. I push past him toward the cockpit. The wires are connected to the battery beneath the pilot's seat. A massive lithium pack, enough to power the helicopter and the disconnect sequence, but not both. We rewire it. Use the helicopter's charge to free them. "That'll drain the battery," the kid says. "We'll be stranded." "Yeah." 5 seconds, the kid says. Greg grabs my shoulder. "Chana, think." I am thinking. I yank the wires free from the battery terminal, hands shaking, and start reconnecting them to the prisoner's grid. I'm thinking this is the only choice that matters. The helicopter drops back onto the pad. Hard. The rotors stutter, slow, and the kid swears. "You just trapped us." "Yep." I twist the last wire into place, and the prisoner's restraints start to disengage. One by one, the rib spreaders unlock, the wires retract, and they collapse forward onto the concrete. Alive. Free. The fail-safe timer hits 0. There's a sound like a thunderclap, and every light in the valley goes dark. Total energy discharge. The grid fries itself, surging through every remaining wire, every battery, every piece of tech Tumansky left behind. Sparks rain from the speaker towers. The ground hums, and we're still here, on the pad, in the dead helicopter. "We're stuck," the kid says. "Yeah," Greg says. He's leaning against the cabin wall, eyes closed, breathing shallow. But they're not. I look at the prisoners. They're standing now, slow, unsteady, but standing. The man with the scar meets my eyes, nods once, then he turns and starts walking toward the valley exit, and the others follow. We watch them go, all of them, until the pad is empty and it's just us and the ruined helicopter. "Did we just?" the kid starts. "Yeah," I say. Greg laughs. It's a wet sound, pained. "We're idiots." "Probably." He slides down the wall, sits on the cabin floor, and I sit beside him. The kid's pacing, muttering something about backup generators and evac protocols, but I tune him out. Just focus on Greg's breathing, the way his hand finds mine, the way his grip is weak but steady. "You okay?" I ask. No. He coughs, and there's blood on his lips. But I'm not sorry. Me neither. The sun's starting to rise. Real light, not Tumansky's fake dawn, and it spills across the valley in soft gold. The prisoners are distant silhouettes now, walking toward the tree line, and I wonder if they'll make it, if we'll make it, if any of this was worth it. Greg squeezes my hand. Hey. Yeah? Thank you. For what? For not letting me be him. I squeeze back. You were never him. He doesn't answer, just closes his eyes and leans his head against my shoulder, and we sit there until the helicopter stops humming and the valley goes completely silent. The kid finally stops pacing. So, now what? I look at the horizon. The coast is out there, maybe a day's walk, maybe more. And beyond that, who knows? Another valley, another Tumansky, another impossible choice. Or maybe just wind and trees and the chance to plant something that grows. Now, I say, we walk. Chapter 27, Short Circuit Baptism. The wires are live. Chana's holding them, one in each hand, copper threads sparking against her palms, and I can see the current running through her. Not metaphorically, literally. Her skin glows blue-white where the voltage enters, and her muscles lock rigid. Chana. She doesn't answer. Can't. Her jaws clench so tight I hear teeth crack, and her eyes are wide, pupils blown, staring at something I can't see. The prisoners are still connected. All of them. The helicopter battery wasn't enough. We got maybe 30 unlocked before the charge ran dry, and now there's 70 people still wired to the grid and still waiting for the disconnect sequence to finish. And Chana just grabbed the ignition wires and kissed them together, feeding her own body into the circuit to make up the difference. Let go, I say. She doesn't. Won't. The current is holding her in place, and I can smell burning hair, burning skin, that ozone stink that means voltage is doing things it shouldn't. I grab her wrists, try to pull her hands apart. The shock hits me like a bat to the chest. My vision whites out, my heart skips, and I'm thrown backward onto the tarmac. The kid pilot is shouting something, but I can't hear him over the ringing in my ears. The prisoner's restraints are unlocking. Slow. One every few seconds. Each one a wet click as the rib spreaders release and the wires retract. They're falling forward, gasping, clutching their chests, and Chana is the only reason they're not flatlined right now. She's the current. I get back on my feet. Ribs screaming, hands numb, vision tunneling. The defibrillator pads are still attached to the helicopter's medical kit. Standard issue, barely charged, and I rip them free. 2 pads. 1 shot. Move, I tell the kid. He doesn't. Just stares at Chana like she's a ghost. I shove him aside, tear open Chana's shirt, no time for modesty, no time for anything, and slap the pads onto her chest. Left side, right side, over the heart. Her skin is blistered where the wires touched, and I can see her pulse through the burns. Faint, irregular, fading. Clear, I say. No one's touching her but me. I hit the button, her body arcs off the ground, the wires fly from her hands, sparking, and she crashes back down hard enough that I hear ribs crack. Mine or hers, I don't know. No pulse. I check again, fingers to her throat, to her wrist. Nothing, just stillness, and that awful empty silence where a heartbeat should be. No, I say, the defibrillator's dead. 1 shot, and it's gone. But I still have hands. I start compressions. Heel of my palm to her sternum, interlaced fingers, elbows locked. 30 compressions, 2 breaths. I learned this in Bogota back when I thought saving people was just a matter of following protocols. It's not. Her chest doesn't rise. I breathe again. Harder. Her ribs flex under my hands, broken probably, but I don't stop. Can't stop. Come on, I say. Nothing. Chana, come on. Still nothing. I'm on compression 60 when the kid finally moves. He grabs the wires Chana dropped, they're still sparking, still live, and presses them to her temples. Just holds them there, current arcing into her skull, and I want to stop him. Want to scream that he's going to fry her brain, but then her eyes snap open. She gasps. A huge, drowning inhale that sounds like it's tearing her lungs apart. Then she's coughing, retching, rolling onto her side, and I pull the wires away before the kid does something stupid. Easy, I say. Easy, you're okay. She's not. Her pupils are different sizes, her hands won't stop shaking, and there's blood leaking from her ears. But she's breathing. Alive. Here. Prisoners, she rasps. I look. They're all free. Every single one. Collapsed on the tarmac in a loose ring around the helicopter, but breathing. Alive. They made it, I say. She nods, tries to sit up, fails. I catch her before she falls to and she leans into me, forehead against my shoulder, and I can feel her heart hammering against my chest. Too fast. Uneven, but there. You stopped, she says. What? My heart, I felt it stop. Yeah, and you started it again. Yeah. She laughs. It's a broken sound, wet and painful, but real. Guess we're even now. We were always even. She doesn't argue, just closes her eyes and breathes, and I hold her while the helicopter's battery dies completely and the rotors stop spinning and the valley finally goes quiet. Around us, the prisoners are starting to move, helping each other up, checking wounds, staring at the wreckage of the grid like they can't believe it's over. The man with the scar, the one who mouthed please, approaches slowly. Thank you, he says. Chana doesn't answer, just nods, and he nods back, and then he's gone, walking toward the tree line with the others, limping but upright. The kid pilot sits down hard on the tarmac. We're stuck. Yeah, I say. No evac. No power. No. We know. He looks at Chana, then at me. Was it worth it? I don't answer. Just look at the horizon where the sun's breaking through the clouds in shafts of gold. The prisoners are silhouettes now, disappearing into the forest and beyond them. The coast. Maybe. Or another valley. Or nothing. Doesn't matter. Chana's alive. That's enough. Come on, I say. Let's get out of here. She tries to stand and I help her. Her legs shake, nearly give out, but she locks her knees and stays upright. The kid offers his shoulder, and together we walk off the pad, leaving the helicopter behind like a stripped carcass. The valley's still burning in places, speaker towers, control huts, the remnants of Tumansky's empire, but the fires are dying now. Just embers, smoke, the smell of ozone and wet ash. We walk until the sun's fully up, until the valley's behind us and the forest swallows the sound of our footsteps. And when we finally stop to rest, Chana collapses against a tree and looks at me. That was stupid, she says. Yeah. We could have died, but we didn't. No, I sit beside her, shoulder to shoulder. We didn't. She reaches for my hand, finds it, holds on, and we sit there in the quiet and watch the world not end. Chapter 28, The Valley Goes Dark Forever. The sun's coming up for real now. Not Tumansky's hydrogen balloons, not the valley's artificial dawn, just the actual sun, rising slow and orange over the ridge. It hits the solar shards first, those jagged pieces of broken panels scattered across the valley floor like glass teeth, and they glow, not with stored charge, just reflected light. It's beautiful. It's also a minefield. Watch your step, I say. Greg grunts. He's been quiet since we left the helicopter pad, limping beside me with one arm wrapped around his ribs and the other gripping a walking stick he fashioned from a broken antenna. Every few steps he stops, winces, keeps going. The kid pilot, his name's Amir, we finally learned, is bringing up the rear, carrying what's left of the medical kit. Bandages, iodine, a bottle of pills labeled in a language none of us read. Not much, but better than nothing. How far to the exit? Amir asks. 1/2 a mile, I say. Maybe? Maybe? The map was on Greg's ribs. It's illegible now. I glance at Greg. His shirt's off, too painful to wear, and the tattoo is a smeared mess of sweat and ash. The ink's run, the lines blurred beyond recognition. He doesn't seem to care. Just keeps walking. The valley residents are everywhere. Not prisoners anymore. Just people, stumbling out of huts and barracks and collapsed tents, blinking in the sunlight like newborns. Some of them are crying, some are laughing. Most are just standing there, hands over their eyes, trying to adjust to the light. One woman, middle-aged gray jumpsuit, burns on her hands, approaches us. You're the ones who broke it, she says. I tense. Greg shifts his weight, ready to run or fight or whatever we have left. Yeah, I say. She doesn't attack. Just looks at us, then at the sky. I haven't seen real sunrise in 8 years. Is it? Greg trails off. Is it okay? Hurts, she says. Her pupils are pinpricks, tears streaming down her face. But yeah, it's okay. She walks past us, heading toward the tree line, and more people follow. A loose exodus, no organization, just bodies moving in the same direction, away from the valley, away from the grid. We join them. The solar shards are the real problem. They're still hot, residual charge, thermal bleed, whatever, and stepping on one wrong means third-degree burns or worse. I watch a man ahead of us misjudge his footing, his boot coming down on a shard, and he yelps, stumbles, keeps going. Leaves a red footprint in the dirt. Stay in the tracks, Greg says. Follow the people ahead. What if they step wrong? Then we learn. It's grim logic, but it works. We pick our way through the field, stepping where others have stepped, avoiding the bright spots. Amir slips once, catches himself on my shoulder, and I haul him upright before he face plants into a cluster of shards. Thanks, he mutters. Don't mention it. The field stretches for what feels like miles. Every few hundred feet, someone collapses. Exhaustion, injury, shock. And the group pauses, helps them up, keeps moving. No one's in charge, no one's giving orders. It's just happening. Greg stops near a particularly dense patch of shards. They're arranged in a rough circle, still glowing faintly, and he stares at them like he's trying to decode a message. What? I ask. That was a battery array, he says. 12 bodies, maybe 15, right there. I follow his gaze. The shards are stained, rust maybe, or something worse, and the dirt beneath them is scorched black. They're gone now, I say. Yeah, he doesn't move, but they were here, and we freed them. Or we ended them. I don't know which. I don't have an answer for that, so I just take his hand, the one not gripping the stick, and pull him forward. He resists for a second, then lets me lead him around the circle, past the shards, into the clear. The exodus is thinning now. Some people are veering off toward the western ridge, others heading south. We stick to the northern route, following the slope downhill toward where the forest thickens and the valley finally opens up. There, Amir says, pointing, the tree line, dense, green, real. Beyond it, I can hear water. Not the creek, something bigger. Waves, maybe. The coast. We're almost out. A shard hums to my left. I freeze. Greg freezes. Amir keeps walking, doesn't notice, and I grab his pack, yank him backward, just as the shard detonates. Not a big explosion, just a pop, a flash of white heat, and then shrapnel raining down in a 10-foot radius. One piece embeds itself in the dirt where Amir was standing. He stares at it, then at me. Chain reaction, Greg says. His voice is hoarse. The thermal bleed triggers adjacent shards. We trip one, we trip them all. So we run, I say. We run. We run. The shards are popping now. Pop, pop, pop. A cascade of small detonations that ripple outward like dominoes. People scatter, some diving for cover, others just sprinting full tilt toward the tree line. I lose sight of Greg for a second, then spot him limping ahead, stick abandoned, both hands clutching his ribs. Go, he shouts. I don't leave him. Just loop his arm over my shoulders and drag him forward, boots slipping on the scorched ground, lungs burning. Amir's ahead of us, already at the tree line, hat waving frantically. Come on! A shard detonates right behind us. The heat washes over my back and I smell singed hair, but I don't stop. Just keep running, keep pulling Greg until we crash through the underbrush and into the trees. The forest swallows us, cool, dark, quiet. The popping fades behind us, muffled by the canopy, and I finally let Greg go. He collapses against a trunk, gasping, and I collapse beside him. Amir's pacing. That was... Yeah, I say. We almost... Yeah. He sits down, puts his head between his knees, breathes. I look back the way we came. The valley's visible through the trees, a smoldering bowl of ash and broken glass, the solar towers collapse, the grid silent. No lights, no hum, just smoke and ruins and the people still picking their way through the shards. Think they'll make it? Greg asks. Some of them. Not all? Not all. He nods. Doesn't argue. just leans his head back against the tree and closes his eyes. I watch the sun rise higher. It's full daylight now, and the valley residents are crying, some from pain, some from relief, all of them blinking against the light like they've forgotten what it feels like. We should go, Amir says. Yeah, I stand, offer Greg a hand. He takes it, and I pull him upright. He sways, steadies, and we start walking again. North. Always north. Behind us, the valley goes dark forever. And ahead, just trees and light and the sound of waves getting closer. Chapter 29, Peach Trees in Winter. The soil's frozen solid. I slam the shovel down again, and it bounces off the permafrost with a dull clang that makes my hands ache. Beside me, Greg's on his knees with a pickaxe, chipping away at the ground one swing at a time. His breath comes out in white puffs, and I can see the tremor in his arms. This is stupid, he says. Yep, the pits won't grow. The ground's too cold. Probably. So why? Because if we don't plant them now, we won't plant them all. I slam the shovel down again. A chip of ice breaks free, and I'm not carrying these pits another mile. We've been walking for 2 months. North, then west, then north again. Following the coast until we found this spot, a cleared patch of land near an abandoned farmhouse, sheltered from the wind by a low ridge. There's a well that still works, a root cellar that's mostly intact, and a kid who wandered into camp 3 days ago asking if we had food. We didn't. But we had peach pits. 6 of them, saved from the valley, dried and stored in Greg's pack. And now we're trying to plant them in frozen dirt using tools we scavenged from the farmhouse shed. The kid, his name's Luca, maybe 10, too skinny, watches from the porch. He's got a blanket wrapped around his shoulders and a stick in his hand, tapping it against the railing in a rhythm I recognize. Faustina's code, the bell pattern. Where'd you learn that, I ask. He shrugs. Sister taught me. Before. Before what? Before she went into the horde. Greg and I exchange a look. Don't ask. Don't pry. Just keep digging. By midday, we've got 3 holes. Shallow, maybe 8 inches deep, but enough. Greg drops the pits in one at a time, covers them with a mix of dirt and ash we collected from the valley. Unhinged ash, mostly. Bio-battery compost, he calls it. I call it grave soil, but I don't say that out loud. Think they'll grow? Luca asks. No idea, Greg says. Then why plant them? Because. Greg pats the dirt down, smooths it with his palm. Sometimes you do things even when you don't know if they'll work. Luca considers this. Then he hops off the porch, walks over, and kneels beside the nearest pit. Can I help? Sure. We spend the afternoon planting the rest. Luca's got small hands, good for packing dirt into tight spaces, and he works without complaining. When we're done, Greg marks each spot with a stick, and we stand back to admire the row of freshly turned earth. It doesn't look like much, just dirt and sticks, and the faint hope that something might break through come spring. Now what? Luca asks. Now we wait, I say. For how long? However long it takes. He nods, seems satisfied with that. Then he walks back to the porch, sits down, and starts tapping the stick again. The rhythm shifts, not Faustina's code anymore, something new, a melody almost. Greg sits beside me on the frozen ground. His ribs are still healing. I can see the bulge of the bandages under his shirt, but he's breathing easier now. No more blood when he coughs. Think anyone else is coming? He asks. Maybe. I've been watching the tree line for days, waiting for more stragglers from the valley. We've seen a few, always alone, always moving fast, but none have stopped. Or maybe it's just us. And Luca. And Luca. We sit in silence for a while. The sun's low now, painting the sky orange and pink, and the wind's picking up. Somewhere in the distance I hear a whistle. Not human, just wind through the trees, but it sounds like bells. Hey! Luca calls from the porch. Someone's coming. I turn. There's a figure at the edge of the clearing. Man, maybe, hard to tell at this distance. He's moving slow, limping, one hand clutching his side. Behind him, more figures. A dozen, maybe 20, all of them wearing gray jumpsuits. Tumansky loyalists. Greg stands, reaches for the rifle. Don't, I say. I know. I stand beside him, no weapon, just my hands. But if you shoot, we're no better than they are. The figures stop at the tree line. The leader, tall, gaunt, burned scars on his face, steps forward. He's holding something. Not a weapon, a book. He tosses it onto the ground between us. It lands with a thud, pages splayed. You broke the circuit, he says. Yeah, Greg says. And now we're freezing, starving, lost. Yeah, the man stares at us, then at the freshly turned earth. What are you planting? Peach trees. In winter? Yeah. He laughs. It's a bitter sound, hollow. You're insane. Probably. The man looks back at his group. They're watching, waiting for his signal. He could order them forward, could try to take what little we have, the well, the farmhouse, the pits. Instead, he just picks up the book and tucks it under his arm. We're heading south, he says. Heard there's a settlement near the old border. Might be food. Might be, I say. You coming? No. He nods, doesn't argue, just turns and walks back to his group, and they disappear into the trees. Luca's staring at me. Why didn't you go with them? Because we're planting trees, I say. But they might die. Yeah, they might. So? So we plant them anyway. Luca thinks about this. Then he nods and goes back to tapping his stick. Greg sits down again, leans against my shoulder, and I wrap an arm around him. We watch the sun set over the clearing, and when it's finally dark, we head inside. The next morning, one of the pits has sprouted. Just a tiny green shoot, barely visible, but there. Luca sees it first, runs inside shouting, and Greg and I stumble out to look. It's growing, Luca says. Greg kneels beside it, touches the shoot with one finger, gentle. Yeah, it is. I don't say anything, just stand there watching, and for the first time in months, maybe years, I feel something like hope. Chapter 30. The Current Between Us. The radio sits on the porch railing, silent. Greg's fiddling with the dials, has been for the past hour, but there's nothing. Just static. The batteries are long dead, and we don't have replacements. Even if we did, I'm not sure we'd use them. Anything? I ask. No. He stops turning the dial, lets his hand fall. Nothing. Good. He looks at me. Good? Yeah. I sit beside him on the porch steps, shoulder to shoulder. We don't need it. He considers this. Then he nods and switches the radio off. The static dies, and all that's left is wind. Just wind and the distant sound of Luca practicing his whistles in the clearing. The kid's gotten good. He can mimic Faustina's code almost perfectly now, and he's teaching himself new patterns, some for calling, some for warning, some just for the hell of it. He says he wants to learn all of them, wants to map the whole forest by sound. I think he will. Greg reaches into his pocket, pulls out the empty peach can. The new one, dented, scorched, but intact. He's been carrying it since the speaker tower burn, holding on to it like a talisman. Should we bury it? I ask. No. He sets it on the railing beside the radio. It rattles when the wind hits it. A soft metallic sound that's almost musical. I think I'll just leave it. Here. Yeah. Where I can see it, but don't have to carry it. I nod. Understand. It's not about forgetting. It's about letting go. He takes my hand. His grip is warm, steady, and I lace my fingers through his. Do you ever miss it? He asks. The valley. The purpose. No. Not even a little? No. I squeeze his hand. We have purpose now. It's just quieter. He smiles. It's a small thing, barely there, but real. Quieter's good. Luca's whistle shifts to a new pattern. Long, short, long. It's not code, just improvisation. The sound carries across the clearing, bouncing off the trees, and I hear an echo. Not quite the same rhythm, but close. Greg hears it too. What is that? I stand, peer into the tree line. There's movement, something low to the ground, shambling. For a second, I think it's one of the loyalists, come back to finish what they started. But then I see the gate, the twitching head, unhinged. I tense. Greg stands beside me, no weapon, just his hands. The unhinged steps into the clearing, alone. No pack, no horde. It's wearing the remains of a lab coat, and its eyes are milky, unfocused. It walks past Luca, who stops whistling Frozen, and heads straight for the peach trees. Should we? Greg starts. The unhinged kneels, leans forward, sniffs the soil where we planted the pits. It doesn't attack, doesn't lunge, just sniffs, tilts its head, and then stands. It walks away, back into the trees, back into the forest. Gone. Luca runs over, eyes wide. What was that? I don't know, I say. Greg's staring at the spot where the Unhinged disappeared. It smelled the trees. Yeah, and it left. Yeah, he doesn't say anything else, just sits back down on the porch, picks up the peach can, and holds it. The wind rattles through it, a hollow sound, and he sets it back on the railing. Think it'll come back? Luca asks. Maybe, I say, but if it does, we'll figure it out. Luca nods, goes back to his whistles. I sit beside Greg again. He's looking at the trees now, the ones we planted, not the forest, and I can see the question in his eyes. Will they survive the winter? Will they grow? I don't know. Neither does he. But we're here, and that's enough. Greg leans his head against my shoulder, and I rest mine against his. The wind picks up, and the peach can rattles, and somewhere in the distance, Luca's whistle matches the rhythm of Faustina's bells. We sit there until the sun sets, and when it's dark, we go inside. Together. The radio stays on the porch, silent. The peachkin stays on the railing, rattling, and the trees, small, fragile, barely alive, stay in the ground, waiting.